Committee on Homeland Security will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the committee in recess at any point. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony on President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas's open border policies and how these failed policies have had a profound and devastating impact throughout our country. This is the second hearing in this committee's impeachment proceedings regarding Secretary Mayorkas. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Last week, this committee opened impeachment proceedings against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. This is not a policy difference. The truth is, Secretary Mayorkas has disregarded court orders, laws passed by the United States Congress, and has lied to the American people. Who wants a secretary that can just disregard the fundamental pillars of the Constitution? We can't tolerate that, whether they're a Republican or a Democrat. That's what we got out of our hearing last week. Today, we're here to examine the impact of those actions on the American people and launch into the substance and human cost of Secretary Mayorkas's open border policies. As a result of the reckless actions by Secretary Mayorkas, no American is safe. There is a fentanyl epidemic sweeping this nation. Roughly 150,000 Americans died from fentanyl poisoning in 21 and 22. That's more than the number of U.S. combat deaths in World War I and the Vietnam War combined. Fentanyl is ripping apart our families and destroying our communities. Over 50% of this poison is being smuggled from Mexico into Arizona before it's dispersed throughout the United States. The Grand Canyon State is on the front lines of this crisis, which is why we have had testimony by people who have related the impacts on that state. Now, you'll hear many of my colleagues on the left claim that fentanyl is a ports of entry problem. But in reality, just last year, the Border Patrol intercepted enough fentanyl between the ports of entry to kill every single American. And that's just what we've caught. We have no idea how much more fentanyl was brought in by the nearly 1.8 million known gotaways, not to mention the unknown gotaways. Border officials have told this committee in testimony that only 5 to 10% of the fentanyl coming across the border is actually seized. By redirecting so many Border Patrol agents from patrolling the border to assist with the processing and release of illegal aliens, Secretary Mayorkas has made it far easier to smuggle fentanyl across the southwest border. Because of Secretary Mayorkas's border crisis, American cities and neighborhoods are less safe. Secretary Mayorkas's refusal to enforce the law, which requires him to detain and remove illegal aliens, has tragically increased crime and endangered public safety across the country. Since fiscal year 2021, the Border Patrol arrested more than 41,000 aliens with criminal convictions, including more than 15,000 in fiscal year 23. That's up from just a little over 4,200 in FY 2019. Total convictions for assault, battery, and domestic violence among illegal aliens apprehended in FY 23 exceeded 1,200, compared to 299 in FY 19. These statistics do not reflect the illegal aliens with criminal records who have slipped through the system because agents just don't have enough time or information to vet them. Additionally, DHS has no way to determine if an alien has a criminal history in his home country unless that country reports the information to the United States government or the alien self-reports. Therefore, DHS is mainly only screening aliens at the border to determine if they have previously committed a crime in the United States. And because many of these aliens are coming to the United States for the first time, DHS has no idea whether they have a criminal history or not. On top of rushing the vetting process, Secretary Mayorkas is hamstringing ICE, making it easier for illegal aliens who commit crimes in the United States to stay here. Despite his supposed pledge to focus on removing threats to public safety, ICE is arresting fewer illegal aliens than previous administrations. In FY 2019, out of more than 143 administrative arrests, 86% were of criminal aliens. In FY 20, during the COVID-19 pandemic, it was 90%. Last fiscal year, a mere 43%. The consequences of this influx of criminal aliens is simply devastating. Again, as a result, no American is safe. Illegal aliens arriving in major cities like New York and Chicago are committing assault, theft, and even more heinous crimes. In one case, Daniel Hernandez Martinez, who arrived in New York in June 2023, has since committed at least 14 crimes, leading to 6 arrests, including the day after he arrived in New York City. In one instance, he, quote, grabbed a stranger by the hair, dragged her across the floor, and kicked her, end quote. Crimes stemming from illegal migrants are also happening in small towns across America. In May 2023, a Honduran national was charged with raping a teenage girl in a restaurant bathroom in Prattsville, Alabama. He had a prior criminal record in Honduras when apprehended, crossing into Texas illegally in November 21, but he was released into the interior anyway. As we learned in last week's hearing, as many as 85% of illegal aliens are currently being released on Secretary Mayorkas's watch. The Secretary himself admitted this during a trip to Eagle Pass just last week. And how could we forget the story of the Tambunga family? Alyssa Tambunga and her father and sister who sat across from us in this very hearing room. Alyssa lost her little 7-year-old Amelia and her grandmother Maria in a car crash caused by a human smuggler. We will sadly hear similar stories today. These crimes were wholly preventable, yet Secretary Mayorkas's policies enabled these criminals to enter our country and destroy these families' lives. It's despicable. While many of my Democrat colleagues likely feel the same sympathy for you and your family that I do, I'd like to ask them to please turn that sympathy into action. It is hypocritical to come up here, offer your thoughts and prayers, and then leave, continuing to double down on the policies that allow criminals and fentanyl into our country. The people suffering from this border crisis don't need platitudes. They need an end to these illegal policies and to see the man responsible for implementing them held to account. And that's what Republicans are doing here today. Migrants are also suffering as a result of Secretary Mayorkas's actions. On Secretary Mayorkas's watch, a record number of migrants have been found dead on U.S. soil. Since the start of FY 2022, CBP no longer even publicly reports the number, but Dr. Corrine Stern, the medical examiner in Webb County, Texas, said in August 22, and I quote, "I'm seeing an extreme increase in the number of border crossing deaths compared to other years. This is my busiest year in my career ever," end quote. Many of those who survived the journey have horror stories as well. Sadly, numerous migrants suffer sexual abuse and assault along the way. Then, San Diego Sector Chief Patrol Agent Aaron Heitke told our committee in May, and I quote, "It's very common that female migrants are raped during the process. Most of them believe it's just part of the payment as they go up," end quote. This hearing is about the human cost of Secretary Mayorkas's egregious misconduct and failure to fulfill his oath of office. The framers of our Constitution were clear that the executive branch officials were expected to follow their duty and enforce the laws of this country, and if they willfully failed to do so, they should no longer hold office. That is why we're here today. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses and letting them tell their stories about how this crisis has impacted them. Unfortunately, one of our witnesses, Sheriff Daniels, was not able to make it at the last minute, but we look forward to hearing from him at a future hearing or on a future border trip. With his permission, I would ask unanimous consent to submit his testimony for the record. Without objection, so ordered. Lastly, I'd like to point out that I have invited Secretary Mayorkas on multiple occasions to testify on the border crisis, including this hearing today. I'm disappointed that he has chosen not to testify. Instead, he plays games and cat and mouse, telling the media he wants to cooperate with the committee on finding a time to testify, but then refuses to work with the committee staff or offer any dates or times to which he can testify. Despite this behavior, and in lieu of his in-person testimony, I have invited him to submit testimony for the record, and I sincerely hope that he takes advantage of that offer. I'd like to ask unanimous consent for my letters inviting Secretary Mayorkas for testimony dated August 16, September 14, January 5, and January 7th to be entered into the record. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Before we begin today's hearing, I want to address misinformation my Republican colleagues are spreading, falsely alleging that Secretary Mayorkas is refusing to testify before this committee. Let me set the record straight. Secretary Mayorkas has testified before Congress more than any other cabinet secretary. He's appeared before this committee twice in the last year, including just 2 months ago when he testified for several hours about border security. His willingness to work with the committee has been a welcome change from the Trump administration, whose officials consistently refused to comply with congressional oversight. They ignored virtually every oversight letter and even defied a subpoena for their so-called acting secretary to appear before the committee. Secretary Mayorkas, however, has been forthright in dealing with Congress. In response to the chairman's request to testify at today's hearing on January 11th, 2024, the secretary sent a letter agreeing to make himself available to testify at a future mutually agreed on date. However, the chairman has refused to accept. Instead, Republicans sent angry letters and tweets accusing the secretary of refusing to testify, knowing full well he said he would appear. Republicans are acting in bad faith. Unfortunately, that's nothing new. Months ago, Chairman Green promised donors at a campaign event that he'd bring an impeachment case against Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. He told his contributors to, quote, "get the popcorn," and promised it's going to be fun, unquote. Before the committee had even begun its inquiry, Republicans had predetermined the outcome. But why did Republicans invite the secretary to testify only to refuse his offer to appear? The answer to that question appeared in the Hill newspaper last night. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record this article from The Hill describing how Republicans had set the date for the markup of articles of impeachment before holding the first hearing on this subject.
Without objection, so ordered.
According to an internal Republican memo dated January 10, 2024, Republicans had already scheduled a committee vote to impeach the secretary prior to holding a single impeachment hearing. Just as we've said all along, the outcome of Republicans' so-called impeachment investigation has been predetermined from the start. The chairman promised to follow the facts, but Republicans never really intended to do so. They are hurrying to adhere to an artificial timeline agreed in a backroom deal between Republican leadership, who's holding on by a thread, and its most extreme MAGA members. This isn't a real impeachment. It's a mega spectacle paid for by American tax dollars for Republican political gain. But through it all, Secretary Mayorkas remained committed to doing his job, the Department of Homeland Security's mission, and the men and women who served with him at DHS. The Secretary is also committed to work diligently on a bipartisan basis to secure necessary funding for border security and to prepare the department for a possible shutdown. I wish my Republican colleagues would engage the Secretary to provide the department the funding it needs, but they have refused. I look forward to continuing to work with Secretary Mayorkas on critical Homeland Security issues facing the country and commend him for his unwavering commitment to duty even in the face of this sham impeachment. I also note for the record that when I asked at last week's hearing about providing the Secretary due process during the committee's impeachment proceedings, the chairman gave no substantive answers to my repeated inquiries. In fact, he seemed to have even considered providing the Secretary due process and appeared unprepared to respond. This is unfortunate, but not surprising. Again, this isn't a real impeachment. It's a predetermined, pre-planned partisan political stunt. Yesterday, the chairman threatened to hold Secretary Mayorkas in contempt for failing to appear before the committee, even though the secretary has already agreed to appear. That's not how contempt works. I can't help but wonder if Republicans are getting a bit desperate, especially after their hearing last week was a flop. It fell flat after their witnesses, 3 Republican politicians, rehashed old partisan talking points without so much as a shred of evidence to support their politically motivated claims for impeachment. The Democratic witness, respected impeachment expert and constitutional scholar, Professor Frank Bowman, testified, and I quote, "Policy differences, no matter how severe, no matter how heated, are simply not grounds for impeachment," unquote. You cannot impeach a cabinet secretary because you don't like a president's policies. That's not what impeachment is for. That's not what the Constitution says. Unfortunately, Republicans are willing to damage the Constitution they claim to hold dear because they think it will benefit them politically. Which brings us to today's hearing. I want to begin by expressing my deepest sympathies to Mrs. Noble and Mrs. Dunn on the tragic loss of your children. I cannot fathom your pain. As a father and a grandfather, my heart truly goes out to you. Indeed, our hearts go out to all those who have lost loved ones to drugs and violence, and we are committed to helping prevent future tragedies. Democrats want to strengthen border security. We want to keep fentanyl off our streets. We want to keep communities safe. We want to help those struggling with addiction. But impeachment will not do any of that. The fact is, impeachment is a waste of precious time that could be used to legislate on the urgent issues if only Republicans were willing to do. The Democratic witness today, Professor Deborah Pearlstein, is a constitutional law scholar, but in addition to her knowledge of impeachment, she's great expertise on the awesome power vested in Congress by the Constitution to effect change for the American people. That power is not through impeachment. As Professor Pearlstein stated in her testimony, and I quote, "Impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas can have no impact on the administration's exercise of immigration enforcement discretion, a power the Supreme Court has repeatedly recognized is vested by the Constitution in the executive branch," unquote. Instead, Congress' power comes from its ability to legislate. As Professor Pearlstein goes on to say, quote, "No branch of government has more power under our Constitution to address matters of border security than Congress," unquote. In other words, it's up to Congress to provide funding to interdict fentanyl, fix our broken immigration system, and provide help for those suffering from opioid addiction. That's our role in this, to use the power provided under the Constitution to legislate on important issues to help people who need it most, and not some baseless, senseless impeachment. I look forward to hearing from Professor Pearlstein about Congress's power to make meaningful progress on these and other issues. Mr. Chairman, I made this plea to you last week. It fell on deaf ears, but I'll try again. Let's drop this baseless impeachment and get back to doing the real work of securing the homeland and helping people across this great country. Before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry. I'd like to give you another chance at this one.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, during our hearing last week, you said, quote, "The committee will follow the rules of the House," end quote, with regard to Secretary Mayorkas' due process. What provisions of House Rule 11 grants the Secretary representation before this committee?
Just a question of clarification on the parliamentary proceeding. What rule are you citing?
Rule 11.
Rule 11. The Secretary is not appearing before the committee today, so his counsel is not necessary.
Mr. Chairman, we all know that Secretary Mayorkas has been willing to appear before this committee. He's not running from anything. He's been to the Capitol Hill 27 times since he was sworn in. My question is about due process, and there's nothing in the standing House rules that protects the Secretary's rights. So, Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2J1 of Rule 11, I'm furnishing you with a demand for a Minority Day hearing on this subject, signed by all the Democratic members of this committee.
So the demand is not proper. You have a witness present, so. Before, right?
Yeah, this is the unanimous consent that include in the record the article, but also I have this request for the.
You want this included in the record? Is that what you're asking?
Well, that's a request for a Minority Day for the committee.
Okay. So as I understand the rules, the request is only in order when you don't have a witness present, and today you have a witness present, so this is not in order.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a parliamentary inquiry on that?
Yeah.
Is this an impeachment inquiry?
You want to read the request? Yeah, this is actually a hearing, not an inquiry.
Is this part of an impeachment investigation?
This is an impeachment hearing.
Okay. Under impeachment precedent, separate and apart from this particular hearing, the minority is allowed to have a hearing of its own choice and its own witnesses. That has happened in every single impeachment in history. If this is going to be an impeachment process, then there have to be rights and due process afforded to the individual who is being impeached. And part of that, historically, under historic precedent, is that there is a minority day with minority-determined witnesses, not a minority witness who's added to a hearing that the majority determines.
So I want to make clear this supposed misinformation about the request to Secretary Mayorkas. There have been multiple requests, 4 in fact, of me to ask him to come and be a part of this. And he has, to the press, said yes, to me, not provided any dates, at some date in the future. You can't, that's stonewalling. And so at some point after 4, I finally said, I guess it was Monday, well, just send us a testimony in writing. So far, we haven't seen that either. The effort to give Secretary Mayorkas an opportunity to come before the committee in this context has been made many times. I appreciate that the ranking member pointed out that he has been in front of our committee, but that was mandated by, the threats briefing. That's what he came for, was the threats briefing, not a part of this investigation on the southwest border. Every time we've invited him, he has refused to give us a date to come. So he's been afforded an opportunity to come.
I understand that, and that's a separate issue, whether or not Mr. Mayorkas wants to take part in his own impeachment inquiry. But the question for you is that as part of the House impeachment process, there must be afforded to the minority a hearing that the minority gets to determine, because it's an impeachment process. It is not a normal oversight investigation. What Secretary Mayorkas wants to do is a separate matter. I understand your view, and I understand the ranking member has a different view. I'm sure we will get all of the different letters in the record, and I have an article here saying that the DHS letter contradicts the GOP claim that Mayorkas refused to testify, which I could enter by unanimous consent. But we're just talking right now about the impeachment process, and in this committee, where it has never been done before, it's normally in the Judiciary Committee, that there has to be a minority day with minority-determined witnesses.
I appreciate the letter, and we'll take it into consideration. And Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized for the remainder of your opening.
Well, let me ask unanimous consent that be included in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
So, Mr. Chairman, Rule 11 does not mention anything about having a minority witness at any given hearing. It only provides for a minority day. I refer the chair to page 599 of the House Rules Manual.
Wait, were you asking a question, Mr. Ranking Member?
Yes, I mean, we didn't ask about a witness, we asked for a date.
Yes, I saw the letter. We've entered it into the record, and we want to continue with this hearing. We'll address that later.
No? Well, Mr. Chairman, this committee cannot proceed to any markup. I know you have long plan in which you committed to the speaker and to a member of this committee behind closed doors without a full hearing of the merits of impeachment. But a minority day on an impeachment is allowed by the rules.
Thank you.
And so we're just trying to.
No, I appreciate you
Do you
mentioning.
plan to honor that?
We're going to take it into consideration, and I'll meet with you later to talk about it.
Well,
I mean, do you have any other comments for your opening remark?
It's a simple request. It's in the rules, and we just want the rules to be followed.
There's an interpretation disagreement on this. Our parliamentarian says that you're entitled to witnesses and not a specific hearing. We'll take a look at it after this, and you and I can talk about it then.
Mr. Ranking Member, will you yield for a question? I just want to make sure, because I don't think it was entered into the record before. The Ranking Member referred to the letter that Council of Secretary Mayorkas sent to the committee on January 11th.
If I could, Mr. Magaziner, this is his opening statement, not his 5 minutes. He can yield time to you in his 5 minutes.
Okay, I was just going to ask unanimous consent that the letter be entered into the record, but.
I'm fine with that. We'll break protocol here just a second. If there's no objection, so ordered. Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized still. The Ranking Member yields. Thank you. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Ms. Tammy Nobles. Ms. Nobles is the mother of a young Maryland woman, Kyla Hamilton, who was raped and murdered in July 2022, allegedly by a 17-year-old El Salvador native and MS-13 member who had illegally crossed the southwest border in March 2022 as an unaccompanied alien child. Ms. Dunn is an Arizona mother who lost her 26-year-old daughter, Ashley Dunn, to fentanyl poisoning in 2021. Since her daughter's passing, Josephine has become an advocate working to stem the scourge that fentanyl is wrecking in the United States. Ms. Deborah Pearlstein is the director of the Princeton Program in Law and Public Policy and Charles and Marie Robertson Visiting Professor of Law and Public Affairs. Before joining Princeton, she was professor of law and co-director of the Florsheim Center for Constitutional Democracy at Cardozo Law School, Yeshiva University, and held visiting appointments at the University of Pennsylvania Law School and Georgetown University Law Center. I thank all the witnesses for being here today, and I now recognize Ms. Nobles for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Tammy Nobles. I am the mother of Kayla Hamilton. July 24, 2002 was one of the best days of my life. I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl and named her Kayla Marie. She loved to smile and laugh. She always kept her friends close and never forgot anyone. She was kind, caring, thoughtful, and funny. She loved God. She loved life and God. She showed the world that being yourself was okay and you didn't have to follow everyone else. But sadly, on July 27th, 2022, I received the worst news that a parent doesn't want to hear, that my newly 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room and left on the floor like trash. The illegal MS-13 known gang member brutally raped and murdered my daughter by strangling her with a cord and robbed her of $6. During the attack, Kayla called her boyfriend for help but went to voicemail. The voicemail of the murderer strangling Kayla was 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. DHS employees failed to visually inspect the assailant by lifting his shirt to check for gang-related tattoos. Had DHS employees performed a visual inspection of the assailant's body, they would have seen MS-13 gang-related tattoos on his body, disqualifying him from entering the U.S. DHS employees failed to make a simple phone call to the El Salvador government to verify if assailant was on an MS-13 gang affiliation list. Had they done so, El Salvador government officials would have confirmed that the assailant was a known MS-13 gang member with a prior criminal history. DHS supervisors have failed to train and supervise DHS employees to properly screen minors attempting to enter U.S. soil from El Salvador. The operational neglect committed by DHS carried over into DHS, whose operational neglect further sealed my daughter's fate. DHHS's operational neglect included its employees violating clearly articulated protocol requiring a minor to be placed with a verified relative before entering the U.S. DHHS employees neglected and recklessly failed to verify a legitimate family member of the assailant or sponsor before allowing him to enter U.S. soil. There were clear inconsistencies in the DHS and DHHS records regarding the identity of the relative to whom the assailant was released. Ultimately, HHS's failures, the MS-13 gang member as a minor to rent a room in a trailer park from another individual who was also an illegal immigrant. There was also a lack of transparency by DHS and DHHS, including but not limited to DHHS failure to provide House of Representative Chairman Jim Jordan a copy of its audit report. Let's take a moment and think about how Kayla felt that day, how scared she must have been that day knowing that she was dying, if she was going to see her mommy again, her baby sister, her brother, or her cat Oreo. Kayla fought for her life that day with all that she had, and in the end, she lost to an individual that wasn't even supposed to be allowed in the country. For me, this is not a political issue. This is a safety issue for everyone living in the United States. This could have been anyone's daughter. I don't want any other parent to live the nightmare that I am living. I am her voice now, and I'm going to fight with everything I have to get her story told and bring awareness of the issue at the border. If we had stricter border policies, my daughter would still be alive today. Nothing will bring my daughter back nor fix the pain of not having her here. But I want to prevent this from happening to someone else's child. This isn't about immigration. This is about protecting everyone in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nobles. I now recognize Ms. Dunn for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Good morning. Before I begin, I wish to thank you all for the gift of your time. I want to thank you for allowing me to share my beautiful daughter's story. As painful as it is for me to do so, I wish to spare as many parents the unfathomable pain and debilitating grief that I carry every single day. My daughter Ashley has left this earth 967 days ago. Today would have been her 29th birthday. In the next 5 minutes, you will see many beautiful photos of Ashley on the screens. Photos are all that my family and I have left of her. That's not true. I guess we do have a small amount of ashes in an urn, and we do have our memories. In that same 5 minutes that I get to share her story after I traveled all the way from Arizona for Mr. Mayorkas not to appear here today, someone else's loved one in the United States will die in this same 5 minutes that I get to speak because of fentanyl. Over the next 24 hours, 190 loved ones in this country will die from fentanyl. 50% of that fentanyl is coming through my state with an open border. The beautiful state of Arizona today will lose 5 people to fentanyl. 5. You see, Arizona recognizes that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. While you see her beautiful smile and almond-shaped eyes scroll across those screens, more often than not, I remember her differently. Every time I close my eyes, I see all of the tubes. When it's quiet, I hear all of the machines that were keeping her alive. You see, my husband and I had to sit for 86 hours in the ICU while we were begging God, because yes, we're Christians and we're conservative, we're from Arizona. We were begging God, we were pleading God, bargaining that she would just breathe. Over the last 32 months, Ashley did not celebrate her son's 5th, 6th, or 7th birthday. She did not watch her baby graduate from kindergarten. She did not celebrate Christmas or Thanksgiving, nor did we as a family. I'm sure you guys did. So she celebrated the last of her birthdays when she was 26. She will forever be 26. Before you decide how you feel about my family and about fentanyl, understand that fentanyl affects all walks of life. By the time my testimony is over, please know that one person will have died. Ashley had brown hair and the most beautiful eyes. Ashley, with one smile, would steal your heart. Ashley had a kind heart and a gentle soul. I understand that the mission of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our nation's air, land, and sea borders, to prevent illegal activity while facilitating lawful travel and trade. In my humble opinion, Mr. Mayorkas's border policies is partially responsible for my daughter's death. His wide open border policy allows massive quantities of poisonous fentanyl into our country. Arizona is the fentanyl superhighway into the United States.
I got it. Ow. Fuck.
I personally feel Mr. Mayorkas is responsible for opening that border to allow more than 10 million illegal border crossings since February of 2021, which supports most of the illegal fentanyl into this country. This weapon of mass destruction has killed over 100,000 Americans on our soil for 2 years in a row. Under Secretary Mayorkas's leadership, or lack thereof, fentanyl is an invasion. The weapon of mass destruction has caused unimaginable numbers of deaths, unmeasurable damage to our country's families, including my own. My family is broken. My heart is broken, and he couldn't even be here to face me today. Whatever he's doing that is more important than facing me today, I don't know what that could be. Our country deserves a secure border. Our country deserves to feel safe. Our country deserves to be free of fentanyl. We need to close the fentanyl superhighway. We need to close the border. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. I now recognize Ms. Pearlstein for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to participate in the committee's consideration of whether constitutional grounds exist to impeach Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. Having been a professor of constitutional law for more than a decade, and director of 2 different academic centers focused on the study of constitutional democracy, I've studied, written, and taught about the unique role impeachment plays in our system of government. As a mother and a former human rights lawyer, I couldn't take the subject matter in front of the committee today more seriously. My expertise, however, is in the field of constitutional law, not in immigration policy as such, and my testimony, solely in my personal capacity, is thus limited to questions of constitutional authority that are relevant here. While my written statement goes into greater detail, in these few minutes I'd like to highlight just 2 points. First, impeachment is a narrow remedy for a specific kind of misconduct limited by the Constitution to addressing offenses against our system of government that cannot be solved through ordinary channels of redress. Second, no branch of government has more power under our Constitution to address matters of border security than Congress. Although the framers of the U.S. Constitution were convinced that impeachment would have to be retained from the British regime they had just overthrown as a remedy against the most egregious offenses of public officers, they were determined to limit the scope of the power to ensure it remained consistent with the new design of our constitutional democracy. Central to our system is this principle of separation of powers. Each branch of government remains independent, with none empowered to fully control the members of the others. Because impeachment was a potentially dangerous exception to that overriding principle, the framers significantly narrowed the scope of the impeachment power as it existed under the law of the king. Above all, the framers significantly narrowed the grounds for which officials could be impeached. And as now, treason and bribery were recognized as the most serious offenses against a system of government in which the American people were asked to entrust elected leaders with acting in their interest. Treason was a betrayal of the interests of the American people in favor of the interests of a foreign enemy. Bribery involved a public official placing his own interests in personal power and enrichment above the interests of the public. By labeling the other category, other high crimes and misdemeanors, the framers signaled that they meant to include only those offenses that posed a similarly severe threat, not to a particular area of public policy, but to the very system of government that depends on officials acting in good faith on behalf of the people who place them in office. Policy differences could be addressed through elections. Impeachment was to be, and largely has been, a last-ditch mechanism to address offenses against constitutional democracy by a single individual that can't be adequately addressed through ordinary channels of government. Second point. The first and most important remedy the Constitution provides to address perceived failings of the president and the executive branch remains the separation of powers, including Congress's authority to effect policy change itself. When it comes to immigration in particular, the Supreme Court has long described congressional power in the field as plenary. Article 1 of the Constitution grants Congress the power to set the terms and conditions by which a foreign national may become a U.S. citizen, sweeping authorities to provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, the power to make all laws necessary and proper for carrying out these duties. And Article 1, Section 9 gives Congress the exclusive power over how the U.S. government allocates its resources. These vast powers, which the Constitution sets out in its very first article, remain among our democracy's most fundamental checks on the exercise of executive power. Despite these vast reserves of constitutional authority, a spike in partisan polarization in recent decades, a refusal to work across partisan lines to solve common problems, has meant the power to address pressing national problems has gone unused. Nowhere has this effect been more apparent than in Congress's failure to develop national policy on immigration. Despite all that has changed, the last significant piece of comprehensive immigration legislation to pass Congress with bipartisan support was in 1986. The action under consideration here, impeachment, isn't a tool of policy change. Particularly the impeachment of a single cabinet official who can be replaced by another official given precisely the same role will have no effect on the heartbreaking problems we have heard described. Without taking a position on the wisdom of any particular bill now under consideration, I understand that multiple pieces of bipartisan legislation are today pending in the House, very active negotiations underway in the Senate. The framers of the Constitution well understood the acute difficulty of embracing compromise with their domestic political opponents, but for the purpose of actually addressing the needs and easing the pain of the people who live in this country, the framers of the Constitution thought that no one in government could do more to make a real difference than you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearlstein. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Ms. Pearlstein, in 2019 on a New York Public Radio podcast, you were asked what you took away from a congressional hearing on impeachment standards. Your response was as follows.
So this is an exchange that came out of and really belonged in the panel in which the constitutional law professors were appearing. And there, the professors were reasonably uniform, right, in recognizing that it doesn't have to be a crime, that is to say an impeachable offense, doesn't have to be a crime as currently embodied in the federal criminal code as enacted by Congress. The existing criminal laws didn't exist when the framers wrote the Constitution. And indeed, crimes as such weren't what the framers had in mind when they put impeachment into the Constitution. What they were thinking about with the impeachment remedy were serious offenses against the public trust. That is, certain things that only the president and other senior officials could do that abused their authority. In other words, the idea of abuse of power is sort of the Do
you still stand by those words? Yes, just a yes or no quick question.
It is absolutely the case. The Congress doesn't have to show a violation of Title 18 of the U.S. Code. It has to show that there was a high crime or misdemeanor.
Reclaiming my time, I think the words that are very interesting to me is serious offenses against the public trust. Ms. Nobles, Ms. Dunn, do you think that our open border policies, which have allowed fentanyl to pour into this country, 1.8 million gotaways, unknown gotaways, is an offense against the public trust of this country?
Yes, definitely.
Ms. Dunn?
Yes.
Ms. Nobles, the committee has been focused, well, first, before I ask you your question, one of the things that was very interesting in your opening statement, Ms. Pearlstein, was about the power of separation, the separation of powers. And you talk about Congress having the remedy to make laws to fix the immigration issue and the border issue. But see, we passed a law that says shall detain. Mr. Mayorkas has basically completely reversed that. So you're right, we could pass more laws. In fact, we tried, we passed H.R. 2, but it won't pass the Senate because they refused to take it up. But yes, we have the power to pass more laws. They're not even following the laws that are already written. And that, from my standpoint, is basically a refusal to understand the separation of powers, that we write the laws and they enforce them. But the Secretary doesn't seem to care about that, nor does he seem to care about the 4 court orders, which have told him he's doing that and said cease and desist with these policies that are absolutely subverting the law, and he refused to follow those court orders. Ms. Nobles, the committee has been focused on the Biden administration's refusal to secure our southwest border and vet alien arrivals. A report from the House Judiciary Committee pointed out multiple vetting failures with your daughter's killer. Its report shows that your daughter's murderer was arrested for association with the MS-13 well before he came to the United States, something the United States officials verified easily after the murder occurred. The report also noted that the alien was released after he was arrested for murder. Do you think that Secretary Mayorkas has done an adequate job of vetting illegal aliens coming across our southern border?
No. And may I say that it took the local detectives to find out that he was an MS-13 gang member. Homeland Security and Department of Health and Human Services did not know that until after he killed my daughter. And then they tried to write it in there after the fact, but it was already let out that they failed to know that he was an MS-13 gang member.
Ms. Dunn, do you believe Secretary Mayorkas genuinely cares about the well-being and safety of U.S. citizens like your daughter, considering that his actions are directly responsible for aggravating and fueling the ongoing fentanyl crisis?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. I yield. I now recognize the ranking member for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much. Let me say from the outset, every opportunity to provide resources for the Department of Homeland Security, Democrats on this committee have always given them what they've asked. The majority of Republicans on this committee, they've not given them resources. So when we interview people in the department, the number one issue that comes up is we need more resources, technology, sometimes manpower, sometimes just the ability to interdict. And that is what we've tried to provide on a regular basis. And I encourage my colleagues that when the next opportunity comes to fund the department, let's listen to the men and women who work in the department who say they need the resources, and let's give it to them. Professor Pearlstein, last week, you joined 24 of the country's most knowledgeable constitutional lawyers on a bipartisan letter to Speaker Johnson and Chairman Green explaining that the Republican case against Secretary Mayorkas is unjustified as a matter of constitutional law. Can you explain in simple terms why you and your colleagues concluded that impeaching the Secretary is unjustified under the Constitution?
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Yes. The term high crimes and misdemeanors, which is what's at issue here, is a limited term of art. It includes only those offenses against the system of government, not ordinary crimes, offenses against the structure of government comparable to treason and bribery, offenses that interfere in the way the government works. The allegations that have been set forth here, which are very serious, are profound complaints about the policies that the current secretary has pursued. They're policies that the secretary has pursued under the current president of the United States, who appointed the secretary and was elected to pursue those policies. Policy differences, and I agree with my colleague at the last hearing, no matter how profound, are exactly not what impeachment was meant to be for. The framers were very worried that impeachment would become something like a tool of the parliamentary system, so that Congress could, in essence, hold the president and the president's administration on a leash. The framers wanted each branch to remain independent, to make their own policy judgments, so that their ambition could counteract ambition, and they would fight each other on democratic terms over what the right answer was.
Thank you very much. I also want to talk to you about how Republicans and Democrats on this committee can work together to strengthen border security and address the opioid crisis. Democrats agree about the need for action to help families like those on our panel today and prevent further tragedies. Professor, in your testimony, you say, and I quote, "The first and most important remedy the Constitution provides to address perceived failings of the president and executive branch remains the separation of powers, including Congress's constitutional authority to effect policy change itself." In other words, if the Congress doesn't like what an administration is doing, the Constitution gives its power to pass laws to direct a different course of action. Can you explain the power Congress has under the Constitution to expect change?
Thank you. Congress has the most power of any branch in the government to affect change. It has, under Article 1, the exclusive power to spend any money and allocate resources on behalf of the United States. It also has the other powers that I listed in my opening remarks. And critically, while it does have the power to pass laws, sweeping laws, it is also subject to the rule of the Supreme Court, which has, in the allegations at issue here, twice rejected the arguments that were noted by the chairman moments ago that, in fact, there was a violation of law here. Those laws remain on the books, and Congress can do additional things, principally through funding, but not exclusively, to make them even stronger.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, House Committee on Foreign Affairs, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this powerful hearing. I was a federal prosecutor. I was Deputy Attorney General for the state of Texas for criminal justice. I worked with the victims of crime. That's what we do. And we talk a lot about facts and figures about the border, statistics, but your stories are the most powerful because they're real life stories about the impact of this man's violation of the public trust. And I agree with your podcast that it doesn't have to be a federal statute because they didn't have a lot of federal statutes from the Founding Fathers or at the Constitutional Convention. In fact, the Supreme Court recently held that impeachment is a tool Congress can use to hold this secretary accountable. It's the legal justification. I believe he's violated his oath. He's violated the public trust. He's violated your daughters. I intend to personally uphold my oath to my country that I took in office. It's been a dereliction of duty of the grossest proportions I've seen in my 25 years of dealing with this border. Ms. Dunn, I couldn't agree. Fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. I passed a bill out of my committee defining it as such. It comes from China, and they make it in Mexico, and they kill our children here, 200,000, more than Vietnam, World War II. My children have been to 6 funerals now. I've seen it personally. The destruction it does every 5 minutes. It is a fentanyl superhighway. And this border policy is personally responsible for it. He took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution and the American people, air, land, and sea from enemies, foreign and domestic. Ms. Dunn, do you believe he violated that oath?
Yes, sir. I flew from Arizona to meet him and face him and ask him why. And he's not here today. I did not know that until after I landed yesterday.
And he doesn't have the decency to even show up.
That is correct.
And talk to you personally.
Today is my daughter's birthday. I would have much rather been home with my poor husband grieving her. I didn't need to be here today. So whatever he's doing, I hope it's more important than that.
Let me say I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Because apparently the secretary doesn't care to show up and say that to you.
No.
Do you know he's meeting with Mexican officials today?
Exactly.
How does that make you feel?
Oh, you have no idea how I feel.
I'll be meeting with Mexican officials later next week, and I'm gonna have a different story for them. I'm gonna have your story that I will take to them. Ms. Nobles, God, these gangbangers come in and they join trafficking organizations. They're being sent to families that don't exist because it's a trafficking organization in the United States. This one man who deserves impeachment has created a criminal enterprise in the United States of America. 8 million encounters. What are we going to do with all these millions of people with no legal status who can't get a real job? So what do? It's drugs, gangbanging, murder. I've seen it in my career, and they're the worst. And it sickens me what happened to your daughter, and you must relive it in your head every single day, what she went through, what your poor daughter had to experience that day. Do you hold Mr. Mayorkas personally accountable for the death of your daughter?
Yes, I do.
I do too, and that's why he needs to be impeached. Do you hold him personally accountable for what he did? Do you hold him personally accountable for the policies he established, which violated the public trust and ended up in the death of your daughter?
Yes.
And yet he doesn't have the decency or the guts to show up to you today and say, I'm sorry. Did he?
No, he did not. I mean, she was killed 3 days after her 20th birthday. She spent 3 days being 20. And I sent her a message on her birthday on July 24th that I was proud of the woman that she was becoming and that I love her. And I didn't know that would be my last message to telling her that I love her. She even bought herself, I even gave her the money to buy her a JoJo Suya cake, because that is who she loved. And she had autism, and she loved JoJo. And her life was brutally taken, and she had no idea what to expect that day when she went to bed after getting off the night shift of work and went to sleep in her own bed and had no idea what was going to happen on July 27th.
Let me just close by saying I have a daughter that is your daughter's age. She has a cat named Snickers. I know your daughter had a cat named Oreo. This is the personal side of this chaos created by this man. This is a personal life story of the cause and effect that has happened because of these failed policies on the border. It's destruction and it's death, and it has to stop. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for her 5 minutes of questioning.
As a mother, I would like to begin by offering my sincere condolences to Ms. Dunn and Ms. Nobles for the devastating losses that they and their families have experienced. No amount of sympathy and thank yous can compensate for the loss. No one should ever have to experience the loss of a child. So please know that we are committed to making our community safer and combating the heinousness of drug trafficking and other violence that comes for those that should not be in this country and should not take advantage of the innocent people who are here, which includes your children. Mr. Chairman, the stories of Ms. Dunn and Ms. Nobles are gut-wrenching. They are clearly, for any of us, we cannot stand in their shoes, no matter how much we try to empathize, try to seem like we are standing in their shoes, try to use language that would create hysteria to seem like we have the same pain. No one can express the pain that a parent that has lost a child can feel. It is gut-wrenching. But you brought them here, unfortunately, where our solutions may not be the solutions that they seek. Under the false pretense that impeaching Secretary Mayorkas would be in any way prevent what happened to their children from happening to someone else's. It wouldn't, and I think you know that. What is worse is that the Republicans on this committee are not leveling with Americans about the actions that they have taken or not taken to secure the border and combat drug trafficking. The truth is, at every opportunity, Republicans at the federal and state level have pursued politics over policy and obstructed efforts to improve conditions at the border. We need more resources. We need more skilled personnel. We need more ways to keep bad guys out of here to ensure the protection of the innocent, precious children of these two mothers. In Washington, all but 9 of my Republican colleagues voted against the FY 2023 omnibus, which provided much-needed increases on Customs Border Protection funding to increase personnel along the border and improve fentanyl detection. Republicans have refused to act on the president's supplement request, sitting right here, waiting for us to act, which would provide additional resources not only for CBP, but also for communities receiving migrants. And instead of considering policies to improve security along the border or prevent drug trafficking and treat fentanyl addiction, we're sitting here today at a futile impeachment proceeding. We need to give hope to these parents. We need to give love that shows action. So let me quickly ask Professor Pearlstein. Republicans have argued that the secretary should be impeached for failing to secure the border, yet most of them have voted against funding for border security that the administration requested. If Republicans really wanted to secure the border, is it more effective to provide the funding that the administration has requested or to impeach the secretary? Let me add this question as well, if you can incorporate both of these. As I noted, the governor of Texas has blocked Border Patrol from entering areas along the U.S.-Mexico border. If Republicans really wanted Border Patrol to improve enforcement along the southwest border, does it make sense to exclude Border Patrol from areas surrounding the border? In fact, we lost a mother and 2 children just recently. Do you believe a state can do that under the Constitution? Thank you, Doctor. This question is for you.
Thank you, Representative Jackson Lee. I can't speak to policy effectiveness. It is certainly within Congress's power today, and the Republican side as well as the Democratic side, to vote appropriations that would actually support programs for fentanyl addiction and programs that would support families who've lost loved ones to any of these. I can't speak to the details of what's happening on the border today, but the general rule of the Constitution is federal law under the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. State efforts to interfere with federal efforts to enforce border laws are unconstitutional.
Let me just quickly say, Mr. Chairman, this impeachment proceeding is not going where we want it to go. We want to help these parents. We want to cry out for them, but we want to give them solutions. We want to focus on a border security mission with the resources that Congress has afforded the department and within the confines of the law. My Republican colleagues would rather deprive DHS of the reasonableness and resources it needs to carry out its border security mission so that it can attack the Secretary, who himself I've seen show great remorse for the losses of individuals. Impeaching him, is that the answer to saving our children? I would hope that we would come together, stand together, to be outraged over the loss of anyone's precious, precious child, and stand united as the
They need to
American
make
people to fight
fentanyl
against this dastardly act of drugs and
like-
viciousness at the border,
like they made
and make
crack
our
back
borders
in the
safe
day.
for Americans and as
Super
well as
harsh
those who come to this
penalties for
country for the right reasons.
But-
All of them are our neighbors who live in the southern part of the
the only
United
way they're
States.
gonna
They
get
are our
control
neighbors,
of it.
and we should try to find a way, but we should not ignore the pain of these parents. We can do both, and we do not have to make a mockery of impeachment. We can work with the Department of Homeland Security and our Secretary of Homeland Security and this president who cares. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Higgins for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our southern border, under the control of Secretary Mayorkas, is 1,954 miles of failure. 10 million illegal crossings in 3 years. The disintegration of American sovereignty, total loss of American law and order, exponential enhancement of cartel human trafficking operations and cartel narcotics trafficking, millions of American families crushed by financial loss and the unspeakable grief of unprecedented loss of American lives to drugs and violent crime. This is the legacy of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and as God is my witness, we will impeach that man in this committee. We will hold him accountable for his colossal failure, and we will take no pleasure in doing so because it closes the chapter of a disastrous era of American history. We've largely lost our country down there. This body should be discussing sending massive military aid to Texas, not to Ukraine.
No. No.
Ms. Nobles, Ms. Dunn, I lost a daughter long ago. It's a club nobody wants to join. And I listened. It was difficult to listen to your testimony, and I read your submitted testimony. And the message that I received is that your daughters are perfected, and they are very, very proud of you both. I promise you, we will hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable and further the administration that he serves. Ms. Nobles, I'm going to ask you to reflect upon a particular policy that the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas pursues. The Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Health and Human Services have systems in place to quote-unquote ensure that unaccompanied alien children from non-contiguous countries are transferred from Customs and Border Protection to the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR. But the House Judiciary report regarding your daughter's murder notes that the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR, had lost track of more than 85,000 children and placed fewer than 15,000 follow-up calls, not personal visits, after discharging an additional 32,000 children. Now, at no point did anyone under Secretary Mayorkas' command flag the violent criminal that murdered your daughter.
No.
Had a criminal gang history, along with multiple MS-13 tattoos. What would your daughter say about a Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security who facilitates a system that has lost over 100,000 children, mostly young teenage girls? Mrs. Nobles?
Oh, really? Mostly?
Sorry, what was your
teenage
question?
girls?
What would your
Really?
daughter say about over 100,000 lost teenage children of God. A system run like that.
She would be very, I'm sure she'd be very upset.
Our heart would break for those children, would they not?
Yes.
Americans just like her require action. And that's what this committee will deliver. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of
That
all,
was a
let
weird
me
question for him to
thank
do.
our witnesses for
Ask
being
her
here
what
today.
her daughter,
Ms.
her
Dunn,
dead
Ms.
daughter,
Nobles. I'm also a
would think
father,
about
like many of us
something.
here.
I don't know. That was weird.
Represent an area, a lot of hardworking Americans surviving day to day. My 4 kids were growing up. We invested a lot of time and effort. Little League basketball, keeping them away from that bad stuff. Remember, Story, my fellow father, another father in Little League. His kid was a gifted athlete. He was going to be the next major league player. His dad was there every day pitching to him bucket after bucket of baseballs. Then one day, they stopped showing up. Later on, I found out that that young man and his dad started going to drug rehab. That son had come under the spell of hard drugs, and I've never seen him again. Stories like yours, I wish I could say were uncommon in my district, but I've heard them way too many times. Each one that I hear, your story is of pain and suffering. In my district, we lived through heroin addicts, the cocaine surge, crack, PCP, and now fentanyl, the worst of all. This is the reason why all of us here, the federal level, Democrats, Republicans, on both houses, with the president, have to stop bickering, have to stop fighting, come together to protect middle America in this country, ma'am. When it comes to fentanyl, you said Arizona 50%. I'll tell you, I've been to the border, I've talked to our CBP officers. They tell me 65% of all the fentanyl crosses through the San Ysidro port of entry, just one port. It goes north through my county, and that's why we have so many problems in our area. You have one set of numbers, CBP has another set of numbers, but it is a challenge that we have to address.
We calling her a liar? That's fucking bad. Like,
CBP,
what a weird
in 2019, we had seizure of 2,800 pounds.
Mother, it's like
2019, we had over 27,000 pounds of CBPs seized, 800% increase. But based on those border officers, this is about 10% of what's coming through. They seize about 10%, 90% probably still gets through. And I've asked those border officers, what do you need to do your job better? You know what they've told me? We need more resources. We need more personnel.
Oh my God.
When those officers tell me I'm working 16-hour shifts, we need more personnel. We have to respond with more resources. It's not Lou. It's the men and women at the border telling us what they need.
Then more of them would come. And then they'd be more resources. And then more would come. And more resources. And more come.
Dereliction of duty is not an impeachable offense, correct? The amount of seizures at the border, I would say, shows that somebody's doing their job there. It's just a lot. What's better for us to do? Fight over an impeachment or respond to President Biden ask for additional resources at the border, in your opinion?
Impeachment will have no impact on resources available to the border. It will have no impact on the policies pursued by this administration
isn't
at all.
doing his job.
Funding change,
He's
the
not
appropriation of money
following the
for additional
rules.
officers, for example,
He's
to
making his own
improve
rules.
fentanyl seizure
What the
operations.
fuck, man? How does she not
Based
see
on what
that?
you've described, certainly might have any effect, and indeed maybe a good effect. Impeachment has none.
And I've just
She's a cunt.
asked my colleagues here today, let's get it together, surge resources to the border, make sure we stop fentanyl from crossing into our country. Every day that we debate over funding levels is another day that more Americans die from fentanyl. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to rebut a little bit the argument that's been made by my colleagues on the other side that Republicans aren't willing to secure resources for the border. And I'll just tell you that that is a complete, absolute misstatement of fact. In September, the House of Representatives passed an appropriations package for the Department of Homeland Security that appropriated an additional $2 billion. Those funds would go to hire additional agents. Those funds would go to merit pay. Those funds would go to invest in additional technology to stop the flow of fentanyl coming into this country. We also passed H.R. 2, which would have done the exact same thing. And so for my colleagues on the other aisle to say we should be more focused on funding DHS and what we're doing here today, I would argue that we have done that. We passed our appropriations bill, we sent it to the Senate, and Chuck Schumer has let that bill sit there, gathering dust, refusing to bring either H.R. 2 or the House Appropriations Bill to the Senate for a vote. And so for them to say that is a complete and utter misstatement of the facts. Professor Pearlstein, I do agree with you in your statement where you said that we do not have to have a violation of the federal criminal code for impeachment, and agree with you when you say serious offenses against public trust would arise to the level of impeachment. Prior to being elected to Congress, I served as a prosecutor in my local community, tried many jury trials. I remember often hearing the judges tell potential jurors that reasonable, good-minded people can reach different conclusions when applying facts to the law. The law in this case, I believe, is the Constitution, the impeachment clause, that we as reasonable members of Congress must apply the facts. And the facts, as I view them, and they may be different than viewed by other members of Congress, everyone views those using their own perspective, I believe that there is ample evidence. I believe that Secretary Mayorkas violated his oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I believe that Secretary Mayorkas has willfully failed to enforce the law, particularly the INA, where it says repeatedly that the Secretary shall detain and remove immigrants. I believe that Secretary Mayorkas has lied to Congress.
Why aren't they doing that?
When he has repeatedly come in and said that the border is secure. I'll tell you an example. Just last year, in April of last year, as Secretary Mayorkas came and he sat there where you were sitting, Ms. Dunn, I had the opportunity to ask him, are all 9 sectors of the southwest border secure? And his answer was yes. Now, his answer contradicted the answer given just 3 weeks prior by his chief of Border Patrol, Chief Ortiz, when Chief Ortiz said 5 of the 9 sectors on our southwest border are not secure. So I believe he's violated his oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I believe that he has willfully failed to enforce the law, and I believe that he has lied to Congress. Now, Professor, I see in your statement that you provided, you say that really only on 2 occasions, back in 1804 and 1872, where you had the removal of 2 U.S. district judges, where they were removed, one because one was chronically inebriated and the other was mentally incapacitated. And you said that they were unable to carry out their duties because of that. I believe that a person who willfully chooses not to carry out their duties is more impeachable than someone who has some sort of mental inability to do so. And I believe that the record is clear if you look at what this committee has done to show that Secretary Mayorkas has refused to carry those duties out. Now, I want to ask you, because you clearly say in your report, Professor, that you've given that Congress, that there appears to be no constitutional basis for pursuing this impeachment. My question is relating to a different impeachment matter. Did you feel that way last Congress for the 2 impeachments of President Trump? Did you feel that there was a constitutional basis for the impeachment of Donald Trump, either his first or second impeachment?
I did.
Okay, and so this matter differs in Secretary Mayorkas from both the first and second impeachment of the former president?
Yes.
And in what manner?
Several. First, although I've heard now several times the allegation here that Secretary Mayorkas was in some respect violating his legal responsibility, those claims, the specific claims you've raised about detention, enforcement power, were raised and litigated all the way up to the Supreme Court by the state of Texas.
Ms. President, let me ask, can reasonable people look at the facts and draw different conclusions?
Reasonable people can't draw different conclusions about the law as applied here.
You have to apply the law to the facts. I understand, and I don't believe that there's consensus that your version of what you believe the law is actually not. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for the purpose of entering something into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask unanimous consent to submit into the record a article, Why America is Struggling to Stop the Fentanyl Epidemic, and an article that says how fentanyl crisis, 4th wave, has hit every corner of the United States. Ask unanimous consent to place those in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Before I begin, I want to first personally thank these brave witnesses for being here. Our heart goes out to you and your families for your incredible loss. We all recognize the significance and importance of this.
Is there only like one black
It's been brought to my
Republican?
attention that our chairman, as we speak, is in the hallway doing an interview with Fox News instead of listening to the testimony of these heartbroken parents.
Oh, he's giving
I think the
Marcus a little
demonstration is
shit,
where
though.
We should be here, not
Wait.
talking to talking heads and feeding into that. My colleagues have spent the past year blaming Secretary Mayorkas for longstanding issues like immigration, drug addiction, crime, and so forth. However, impeachment over differences in policy is not constitutional. It also solves exactly nothing for the problems that we were sent here to Congress to solve.
But it'd make America feel a lot
It's high
better,
time
wouldn't it?
that
Get the
we,
fucker out of
as
here.
members of Congress, must come together to pass laws that combat fentanyl in our communities and fund drug treatment programs to help save lives, not to determine who has the biggest megaphone or the biggest political voice to exact
You're fired, buddy.
vengeance.
That'd be awesome.
Our job is to serve and to come up with solutions together, Republican and Democrat, to solve our nation's problems. Professor Pearlstein, would impeaching Secretary Mayorkas over policy differences between the Biden administration and House Republicans solve any problems facing our country?
I don't believe it would. The president retains exclusive constitutional power to replace Secretary Mayorkas with another official who he would charge with pursuing exactly the same policies here.
Is it a bit disingenuous to suggest that somehow this is new?
So we should impeach the president then? Is that it?
Are new at the border, and somehow that,
Is that what you're saying?
it was perfect before Secretary Mayorkas took over.
My knowledge, just based on Supreme Court cases, of the number of cases that have arisen surrounding executive actions over border policies and reading the history there, suggests that these problems have existed through 5 administrations over decades, largely because Congress has enacted contradictory laws that are impossible to comply with.
Oh, now she's a border
Have
expert.
struggled to resolve that contradiction.
Many of the Republicans complain that the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas are not doing enough on immigration, border security, fentanyl, or crime. Professor Pearlstein, does Congress have any role in resolving these longstanding issues? If so, please explain.
Thank you, Representative. As I've mentioned before, Congress has a central role. Indeed, the Supreme Court has repeatedly held, in cases going back more than a century, that Congress's power in this area is plenary, meaning absolute. That is not to say that the executive doesn't retain, under his own Article II authority, enforcement power, but Congress can not only appropriate funds, it can impose conditions on funds, and in the opinion folks are so fond of citing in the recent Supreme Court cases, while impeachment is certainly one power that Congress has, oversight, appropriations, the legislative process, Senate confirmations, withholding funds, and of course, centrally, elections are all tools that are available to Congress and to the American people to effect change here.
And are withholding funds because you are unhappy with the secretary in any way helpful to the issues that these 2 grieving mothers have faced and others may continue to face?
I can't imagine that it is.
I've got
that was hard for her to say. She wasn't liking having to say that next to them.
While Trump was president.
Good.
Not my words. This is a report of March 2nd, 2023.
Without objection.
Between 2019 and 2020, the last year of Trump's presidency,
You're getting paid
the
to be
increase
there,
in drug
dude.
overdose deaths from synthetic opioid was at 55%. Between 20 and 21, the first year of Joe Biden's presidency, the increase in drug overdose deaths from synthetic opioid was at 25%. Not my words. I'll enter this into the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I will tell you this. This is nothing to be proud of that one president had higher than another, but it is a fact that requires discussion. But it isn't anything to be proud of because if it were just 1%, if it was just one daughter, one son, one child that was impacted by this horrible drug that's in our communities now, that comes across our borders now, not necessarily by immigrants, but primarily by those that are seeking to do harm and to enter the drug trade.
Or pay off the cartel for their trip.
When we strip off our party veils and say, let's fix this issue, regardless of our party. Let's take away the notion that this one man, Secretary Mayorkas, is this boogeyman. And we send the message to the rest of the world, if we can just get rid of him, all of our problems would go away. It isn't fair, it's disingenuous, it's misleading to the American people. They deserve better, and we can do better. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Pearlstein, do you believe that dereliction of duty is an impeachable offense?
The only examples in U.S. history I cited in my testimony, the words dereliction of duty weren't charged, they weren't the articles of impeachment, but those circumstances were where judges, the officers at issue, were either chronically drunk or mentally incapable of performing their duties, or both.
Do you believe that failure to uphold your oath to protect the homeland, is that an impeachable offense?
I don't believe that anybody has ever been impeached for a failure.
I didn't ask the
to
question.
uphold
I said, do you believe that somebody who fails to uphold their oath to protect the homeland, is that an impeachable offense?
I believe that somebody who acts in his own interests or the interests of gaining his own power or in the interests of a foreign power is impeachable.
So you don't think that somebody who fails to uphold the oath to protect the homeland and does it in a way there's a dereliction of duty, you don't believe that that's impeachable? That somehow Congress doesn't have the right to exercise its power of impeachment to remove that individual who is clearly violating his oath and is derelict in his duty? You don't think that Congress can do that?
I don't know that there's evidence here of dereliction of duty.
I didn't say if there's evidence. I'm not asking evidence. Ma'am, I reclaim my time. I'd like for you to answer my question, not your question.
Paid for.
Okay, my question is very specific. I didn't say about this case. I'm just talking in general. All right?
In general, depending on the circumstances, depending on the violation of the Constitution, it's conceivable, yes.
Okay, so if we determine that Mr. Mayorkas is derelict in his duty and has failed to uphold his oath to protect the homeland, in our opinion, okay,
Constitution
then is that an
expert.
impeachable offense?
Again, dereliction of duty is different from failure to comply with the oath, right? To the extent the oath
I said
says a
both.
variety of
I
things.
said both. So,
Well, they're two different legal arguments. so
I
forgive
said
me.
both. Okay.
So I've addressed the
You can
question.
can't you be guilty of doing two things at the same time?
I've addressed the impeachability of dereliction of duty.
Okay,
The
very
question
good.
of the oath is something separate. To the extent it raises an allegation of a violation of the Constitution, it is potentially impeachable, but here the Supreme Court has rejected that argument.
I don't believe they have, but anyway, I'll move on. Is a violation of law, is that when an individual clearly violates the law, is that an impeachable offense? Depending on the law, I guess, right? I mean, how serious that law is that your interpretation?
Impeachment, right, is only about a certain category of offenses. It only addresses a certain category of offenses. It has to be an offense similar to treason or bribery, that is, an offense against the system of government, not any ordinary criminal offense, something that disrupts the structure of the Constitution or our system of government.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So, allowing millions and millions of people to come into the United States, violating the clear intent of Congress when it says that in order to be paroled into the United States, it has to be done on a case-by-case basis, and you do it on a mass basis. That actually may have something, may affect the land. It may affect the structure of government. I would argue that, and so I guess it's up to the Supreme Court to determine that eventually. Now, Ms.
Why aren't they already
let me
determining
say
that?
that I feel deeply for you and your loss. Actually, in my extended family, we had the same kind of loss due to fentanyl. Do you believe that the multinational criminal organizations, the cartels that are working across the border, do you believe that they are terrorist organizations, for lack of a better word?
Yes, sir, I do.
And they're guilty of mass murder?
Yes, sir, I do believe that.
And I do too. And I believe also one of the things that Mr. Mayorkas has shown to be derelict in his duty is the absolute failure of this administration to combat what I consider to be terrorist organizations, which are the Mexican drug cartels that control the border. And by the way, I also believe the Biden administration is actually helping those organizations by not stemming the flow of illegal immigration. They are enriching those multinational organizations to the tune of billions of dollars, which allows them to produce more fentanyl, which allows them to kill tens of thousands of American citizens. And so for that, too, I believe that Mr. Mayorkas has failed miserably in his duty to protect the homeland. And with that, my time has expired, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Magazine. Mr. Thanadar is recognized for 5 minutes for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank all of our witnesses here today. My sincere condolences to our witnesses. As a father and a grandfather, I sympathize with your unimaginable loss. As a member of Congress, I realize it is my duty and my colleagues' duty to do all we can to prevent tragedies like this from impacting our communities. That is why one of my first acts as a freshman member of Congress was introducing an amendment to the Republicans' H.R. 2 border bill, which they are now threatening to shut the government down over, which aimed to bolster the Department of Homeland Security's efforts to combat cross-border threats posed by transnational criminal organizations. This amendment, which would have strengthened DHS' ability to combat organizations engaging in criminal activity, such as drug trafficking and human smuggling, was voted down by every single Republican member. Sitting in this hearing room today and on this committee. While Republicans voted this and every other Democratic amendment down, I know enacting meaningful legislation is needed to address the issues at the southern border. That's why I have introduced the United Against Transnational Criminal Organizations Act. Several of my Democratic colleagues on this committee have signed on to this bill, which directs DSS to take a range of actions to combat illicit criminal cartel activity that undermines our homeland security. The bill directs DHS to establish a joint task force bringing together multiple agency components to conduct operations to combat cross-border threats posed by TCOs and organizations engaged in the trafficking of fentanyl and its materials across the land border of US. This bill directs DHS to establish an integrated border intelligence analytical cell to improve information sharing regarding the concentrated surge of migration, smuggling, and trafficking. And since we know a vast amount of fentanyl is trafficked through our ports of entry, it requires DHS to issue a strategy to improve the effectiveness of the screening of vehicles, persons, and cargo at land ports of entry that are at high risk of being related to transnational criminal organizations. My question to you, Professor Poston, would you agree that a legislation such as my United Against Transnational Criminal Organizations Act is a more effective measure to solving the issues at our border versus impeaching a secretary over policy differences?
Thank you, Mr. Tanadar. Again, I'm not an immigration policy expert, but the bill that you propose is certainly within Congress's power to enact. It may have an effect on immigration policy. Impeachment will have no effect on immigration policy.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Nobles and Ms. Dunn, I'm so sorry for your loss. We can't even fathom the loss that you've gone through. And your courage to be here to speak out, to bring light to the situation, to speak the truth is not only commended, but it's necessary so that we avoid this pain for other families. Thank you for being here. Professor Pearlstein, are you familiar with the William Belknap case that you mentioned in your testimony? Are you you're intimately familiar with it as a constitutional law expert?
I'm generally familiar with the Belknap impeachment, yes.
You wrote about it in your testimony, correct?
I did, yes.
Is there a reason that you left out the fact that Article 3 of that impeachment case mentioned the disregarding of his duty as Secretary of War?
No.
Was it particularly helpful to your argument today?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Was there a reason you left that out?
I wasn't giving a full book report on the Belknap impeachment.
Okay.
I was mentioning it in my testimony.
No, that's fine.
As the only other instance in U.S. history in which Congress has ever
right, in Article 3 of that. Thank you. That's the only other history. What we're talking about is unprecedented disregarding of his duty. I'm going to quote you. There, the professors were reasonably uniform in recognizing that it doesn't have to be a crime. That is to say, an impeachable offense doesn't have to be a crime as currently embodied in the Federal Criminal Code as enacted by Congress. What they were thinking about with the impeachment remedy were serious offenses against the public trust. That is, certain things that only the president and other senior officials could do that abuse their authority. Did you in fact say this with regards to the Trump impeachment?
I've said many things about impeachment. It's entirely possible that I said that, and I would still agree with it, actually.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to insert for the record Professor Pearlstein's comments on a radio show in New York on a podcast in 2019 regarding the Trump administration's...
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So do you believe, will you define impeachment with regards to the public trust as you said it there with regards to Trump? If the public trust is broken, is that an impeachable offense?
Public trust in this context refers to two kinds of breaches of the public trust generally. One is an official who is acting in his own personal interest, right, to aggrandize his own political wealth interests, power, et cetera, as opposed to the interests of the American people. That's an example of a breach of the public trust. The other is if an official is acting on behalf of a foreign power, which is another example of a breach of a public trust. Yes. And I thought those issues were both implicated in the Trump-Ukraine impeachment.
Do you believe that public trust has been broken with regards to the common defense of our country?
As a general matter,
The collective defense of our country?
as a general matter, I'm not sure I can answer that question that broadly stated. Has the public, I'm not aware of any evidence, for example, the Secretary Mayorkas has been acting for his own personal wealth or aggrandizement.
That's fine, but in general, is breaking the public trust in an egregious manner grounds for an impeachment proceeding?
In the way I just defined breaking the public trust, that is acting on behalf of one's own interests as opposed to the interests of the public, yes, that can be an impeachable ground if there is evidence of that.
Are you licensed in a state?
Am I a member of the bar, do you mean?
The bar, yeah.
Yes, I'm a member of the Bar of the State of California, and I'm a member of the Bar of Washington, D.C.
Is it your responsibility to uphold the laws in those states in which you are a member of the bar?
I have all of the same ethical obligations that any attorney has.
When you take the oath of office as a cabinet member to well and faithfully execute the duties of the office, does that infer a responsibility to uphold the laws as well?
Anybody who takes an oath to take care that the laws are faithfully executed has an oath to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, yes.
Did you condemn the attacks by Hamas on Israel?
I'm not sure what that has to do with anything.
It's a question. Did you condemn the attacks?
My personal view of those attacks is that they were abhorrent. I don't think I've had occasion to speak about it publicly. It's not my area of expertise.
Mr. Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for the gentleman from Rhode Island for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for having the courage to share their stories and their expertise today. We have real challenges at the border. I've been there, I've seen it, and I know that the American people are counting on Congress to act. Unfortunately, too many of my Republican colleagues are more focused on playing politics instead of working together to address our problems. The Biden administration has requested $14 billion to secure the border, funding that would hire more than 1,300 Border Patrol agents and more than 1,000 CBP officers. House Republicans have refused to call a vote on this funding for nearly 4 months. They have sat on this proposal for nearly 4 months, undercutting their claim that they really care about border security. If you care about it, call a vote. And if you don't like all of the proposal, call a vote on the parts that you do like. When House Republicans were asked why they won't call a vote on the president's border funding request, one of them said, quote, "Let me tell you, I'm not willing to do too damn much right now to help a Democrat and to help Joe Biden's approval rating." That tells you all you need to know. He was more concerned about Joe Biden's approval rating than about fixing the problems at the border. And he's not the only one. Laura Ingraham on Fox News said that Republicans should not accept any border deal because it would be, quote, "a victory for Biden." Even Speaker Johnson has openly mused that House Republicans will not accept more border funding until there is a Republican president. Now, some of my colleagues say, well, funding's not enough. We need policy changes at the border, too. Okay. Over the last month, through the holidays, Secretary Mayorkas has been working diligently with Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats to try to come up with a policy plan for the border. Where have House Republicans been in those talks? MIA, not participating. They gave themselves a vacation for a month. Well, imagine if the reverse were the truth. Imagine if House Republicans were actually working with the Senate on a border plan and Secretary Mayorkas decided to go on vacation for a month. What would people say about that? Instead, this phrase, dereliction of duty, gets thrown around a lot. It is my House Republican colleagues who have been derelict in their duty. They have refused to call a vote on border funding for 4 months. They have refused to participate in the talks with the Secretary and the Senate to put a border plan together. What have they been doing instead? Playing politics. They passed a budget plan, the so-called Limit, Save, Grow Act, which would have cut the Department of Homeland Security by 22%, eliminating 2,000 CBP officers at the border. Every one of them voted for that. When the Biden administration requested $84 million to help states and cities with the costs associated with migration, House Republicans instead cut it to $0. Some House Republicans have openly called for shutting down the government this week, even though they know that that means that Border Patrol agents who are already overworked and underpaid would be forced to work without any pay at all. And now they are playing politics with impeachment, even though there is no legal basis for impeaching the secretary. I've heard that this is going to be our final impeachment hearing. And still, House Republicans have yet to clearly articulate what laws they think the Secretary has broken. They have not brought in a single legal expert who is willing to put up their hand and under oath state that there is a sound legal basis for impeachment. The best they could do last week was a handful of Republican politicians. They invited the Secretary to appear in a hearing to defend himself against their ambiguous charges. And then when he sent a letter back on January 11th saying that he would appear, they reneged on his invitation and disinvited him. But the sad thing about these political games is that this is wasted time. This is time that we could be spending to work together on real solutions for the border, real solutions to solve the fentanyl crisis, real solutions to combat the cartels and create a safe and orderly system at the border. Senate Democrats are working on it as we speak. Senate Republicans are working on it as we speak. The Secretary is working on it as we speak. And it is only House Republicans who are putting politics ahead of doing the work to solve our problems. Professor, for those of us who are serious about trying to improve the situation at the border, is impeachment Congress's most effective tool to do it, or are there other powers that Congress has that would be better suited to fixing the situation at the border?
Thank you, Congressman. As I've said, impeachment in this context will have no effect on administration or American border policy. Congress has a host of tools at its disposal, as the Supreme Court recently listed, and as I've testified to, including, of course, appropriations, oversight hearings, the legislative process, Senate confirmations, withholding funds, and then, of course, as I've mentioned before, elections. There are others as well.
Thank you, Professor. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. We're going to take a 10-minute break to give our witnesses an opportunity to take a break, and we will reconvene at, we'll say 11:40. The committee is adjourned, or is in recess.
I should be back any minute now. $7:32. It's already been 10 minutes. Bruh. Maybe they're fighting with that lady. They're having a big old brawl in the hallway.
Get seated and get going there. That'd be great. Members who are tying up our witnesses.
Great. Yeah. Go ahead and sit down now. Here you go. Wait, is that Mayorkas? Why is Mayorkas pulling her chair out for her? Baldy. Oh, that's another dude. Never mind. Oh, that was the fucking black Democrat.
Committee will come to order. I now recognize the gentlelady from
that was a
Georgia, Mrs.
Republican.
Green, for her 5 minutes.
Like a white dude's bald head.
Thank you,
I don't know,
Mr. Chairman.
Man. Lighting or something.
So far today on this very
That's why I say it's a black
important
dude, 'cause I
historic
thought
hearing,
it was a whitehead.
we've listened to Democrats complain that Republicans have done nothing to stop the border security crisis, pretending that we didn't pass H.R. 2, the strongest border bill that has ever been passed in Congress. All of our Democrat colleagues voted no to that bill.
Oh, she
My
got
Democrat
makeup on today.
colleagues today are
Yesterday she was
complaining
looking
that they
kinda
need
rough.
more money. Well, it seems to be from listening on this committee most of the time, they want more money to help more migrants come into the country. It's unfortunate that it's about migrants. It should be about Americans. I've also listened to them talk about impeachment. Talking about impeachment, saying that impeachment is not the right thing to do when it comes to Secretary Mayorkas complaining about impeachment hearings. But I'd like to remind everyone that when they impeached President Trump, they introduced articles of impeachment on January 11th, held 0 hearings, and then passed these articles of impeachment on January 13th. Oh my, the hypocrisy. But let's talk a little bit further. Let's talk about something I heard from one of our witnesses today, saying that impeachment is needed or necessary or warranted when this person has acted in the interest of a foreign power, that's an impeachable offense. Well, let's talk about how we could argue Secretary Mayorkas has definitely acted for a foreign power. Former special agent for DEA's Special Operations Division testified under oath that the cartels have control over the United States southern border. The cartels, not our government, not our border patrol. That's a foreign power. Cartels and coyotes are making around $13 billion a year in human trafficking alone off Joe Biden's open border policies and Secretary Mayorkas's willful disobedience in his job. The revenue is 26 times more than cartels earned under President Trump. 26 times more. That would definitely be helping a foreign power. I'm sure that money's spent in countries like Mexico. That helps their economy. Cartels control approximately 40% of Mexico. The cartels do. That means that this border crisis and the laws that are being broken are definitely in the interest of a foreign power. Now, we're also hearing a debate back and forth about policy. Is it a policy difference, or is it Secretary Mayorkas's disobedience and his willfulness to break our federal laws? I ask that question because I want to know, is it the Biden administration's policy to kill 300 Americans every single day to fentanyl? Is it the Biden administration's policy that cartel members are allowed to come in our country and are released? These are unaccompanied minors. Are they allowed by the Biden administration's policy to come in the country and rape and murder young women? Is it the Biden administration's policy for nearly 100,000 unaccompanied minor children to go missing in our country? Is it the Biden administration's policy for child labor, migrant child labor that was talked about in the New York Times? Is that the Biden administration's policy? If so, then maybe we shouldn't be having hearings on my articles of impeachment to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Maybe we should be holding articles of impeachment on the President of the United States. Is that where we're going? What do you think about that, Ms. Pearlstein? Do you think, is it a policy difference, or is it Secretary Mayorkas? Which one, Biden, Joe Biden, or Secretary Mayorkas?
My impression of the allegations that the majority has raised here is that they are entirely about policy differences with
Ms. Pearlstein, you've talked about policy in your testimony today. Policy, so that would be Joe Biden. I'm sure you voted for him for president. You've been talking about the Biden administration's policy has been the cause of all of this. So is it Joe Biden's policy, the administration's policy, or is it Secretary Mayorkas?
The Constitution, no matter which official.
Ms. Pearlstein asked you a question. Is it the Biden administration or is it Secretary Mayorkas? Not the Constitution. We're not talking about the Constitution. Is it the Biden administration's open border policies or is it Secretary Mayorkas breaking federal law? One or the other. Because the statistics are clear. Are you capable of answering that question?
I'm not sure. Those were about 4 questions.
No, it's one or the other. Biden administration open border policies or Secretary Mayorkas.
One or the other what? Who caused it?
That has caused 300 Americans to die every single day. These 2 women sitting next to you's daughters have been murdered. We're talking about over 100,000, nearly 100,000 unaccompanied minors missing in this country. We're talking about cartel members everywhere, the cartel controlling the southern border. We're talking about the massive increase in statistics. It's either one or the other. It's either the Biden administration's open border policies or it's Secretary Mayorkas.
Ma'am, I'm
okay, we'll take it.
Constitutional law.
No, you can't point to the Constitution.
All right, so we're a little over here. Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Mr. Ivey for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start off, we're going to show a clip from an interview that involved former Secretary Chertoff, and I wanted to play that now, if we can.
I'd like for you both very quickly to weigh in on what happens if the Republican-led Congress goes ahead with this vow to impeach or try to impeach the current Secretary of Homeland Security. Does that mean all the things you suggested don't happen and Congress is just tied knots? Secretary Chertoff?
Well, it would be a very sad day if in search of what is, again, a political stunt, threatening to impeach Secretary Mayorkas, Congress didn't do the things, for example, that Secretary Johnson just suggested. Maybe adjust the standard with respect to asylum, create more resources that are available to adjudicate, and work out additional ways to fund the effort to undermine the cartels and the smugglers, which are a big part of this. So it would be basically putting form over substance to go through a big performance on impeachment that's never going anywhere, rather than action working with the administration to solve the problem.
Thank you. And then shortly after that, former Secretary Johnson said, "We can't have a secretary who's distracted by a stunt in Congress and an attempted impeachment." Similarly, we've had other quotes, I think, from Congressman Ken Buck, a Republican congressman, who's raised similar concerns about, well, who stated basically there's no grounds for impeachment. Also, Professor Jonathan Turley, who testified, and Turley's important here because he's the witness that the Republicans called to testify at the oversight hearing that Ms. Green, I think, was referencing with respect to President Biden. And he said that, at that hearing that there was no evidence to impeach President Biden. He sent us a letter to this committee saying the same thing with respect to Secretary Mayorkas. Thanks. So I want to sort of point out a couple of things here with respect to that. To the extent we've had hearings that have discussed this issue of impeachment, from a legal standard, from a constitutional standpoint, the only witnesses who've actually addressed it directly are Professor Bowman, who testified at the last hearing, and Professor Pearlstein, who's testifying today. There's no testimony to the contrary that they've provided that was given by the witnesses that the Republicans have called. And I suggested that's in part, or maybe in whole, because they don't have experts who will come in and say, legal experts, constitutional scholars who are experienced with respect to impeachment, who will come here and raise their right hand and swear under oath that the Constitution justifies impeachment with respect to Secretary Mayorkas in this case. And the absence of the testimony, the ranking member raised due process issues at the beginning of the hearing. I would suggest that this goes to the heart of it. If there's no evidence that the Republicans have presented about actual impeachment, the standard in the Constitution being violated, we should not be moving forward with impeachment under these circumstances. I also note Professor Pearlstein's testimony, the point about even if you don't like the policies that Secretary Mayorkas is implementing, and you impeach him and the Senate removes him, which they're not gonna. We've already heard from senators over there who said, you're wasting the time. Let's focus on actual legislation that they're trying to work out and get done. But even if you remove him, President Biden's just going to move up the acting administrator, I suppose, acting secretary, who would continue to implement the same policy. So it's a waste of time, as Secretary Chertoff called it. It's a political stunt. But more importantly, I mean, it is a total distraction from actually trying to get the legislation done. It's hard to ignore the fact that the Senate is having bipartisan negotiations on the behalf of the Democrats and the Republicans to try and pass a bill or put together a bill that would address these issues. The White House is working with them. House Democrats are working with them. Only the House Republicans are no-shows. They did the field trip to the border and did the photo op and sent it back. But they haven't decided to move forward with actually fixing the issues on that front. And just the last point I'll make on that front, H.R. 2, there's a lot of talk about that's been passed and it's sitting on the Schumer's desk, but it's not on his desk, it's in the trash can. And you know what? It's in McConnell's trash can too. And they said that before it was passed through. They said, you got all these poison pill provisions in here. We're not going to move this. Send us something we can actually work with. You didn't, so now they're trying to put a bill together. And everybody's on board with that effort except House Republicans. So if we really want to get something done, let's all come together and work on it so we can pass legislation that addresses the problem. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Ezell, the gentleman from Mississippi, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all to our witnesses today for being here and providing this important information that we need. Ms. Nobles, thank you for joining us here today. And I can't imagine how tough it is. Must be discussing this over and over again about the Mayorkas failed border security policy. I genuinely appreciate you sharing the challenging stories and emphasizing the importance of border security. Americans are demanding we do something. With over 40 years in law enforcement, including as sheriff, I truly understand how challenging it is to ensure the safety of our communities. I never stopped, slowed down, and prevented my officers from enforcing the law. I swore an oath to protect the citizens of my community. Somehow, Secretary Mayorkas is making this tough job even tougher for our men and women of Border Patrol. Ms. Nobles, a report from the House Judiciary Committee pointed out several failures in vetting your daughter's killer when he crossed the border. The report showed your daughter's murderer was arrested for associations with MS-13 long before he came to the United States, something that could have been verified with a simple phone call. But our members of Border Patrol are not being allowed to do their jobs. They told me this personally when we were down there last year. Instead, they are nursemaiding and making sandwiches for criminals while all this stuff goes on. And, the buck stops at the top. This could have immediately disqualified this killer from getting in the country had they been able to do their jobs, but they have been hired to do. The report also noted that he was released after he was arrested for murder. Ms. Noble, do you have any reason to believe that Secretary Mayorkas has taken these reports seriously?
No, he hasn't.
To me, the reports are clear. His policies are failing. Do you believe he's trying to change the process of the vetting illegal aliens coming across our border?
No, if he was, then my daughter would still be here today if they did their jobs. They did not do their jobs.
It's no secret how gruesome and violent the cartels are. I've seen it personally myself. In many cases, they are even better armed than local law enforcement. In your opening statement, you quote, "This isn't about immigration. This is about protecting everyone in the United States of America." Again, the American citizens are demanding that we take action. Ms. Nobles, do you believe that Secretary Mayorkas' policies are strengthening the cartels? Do you believe that his policies are strengthening cartels? No mother or father should ever have to endure hearing chilling news that their child has been a victim of such a violent, heinous crime. Unfortunately, as a sheriff, I have delivered these devastating news to families. It's one of the most difficult things you'll ever do as a law enforcement officer. To end, I will simply ask, Do you believe this crisis has been created by the Biden administration's policies?
Yes.
Thank you again, and thank you all for being here today. We will continue to be your voice. We will continue to take action. And no matter what the other side says, we're going to do something to stop this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Ramirez, the gentlelady from Illinois, for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member. I want to begin by acknowledging the losses here today. Ms. Nobles, Ms. Dunn, I am grieved that you have endured losing your daughters. Kayla Marie and Ashley, no parent should ever have to go through this loss. No parent. I also want to acknowledge the losses that are not described today. I want to name a couple of those. Victorma de la Sancha Cerros, 33-year-old mother. Yorley Ruby, 10 years old. And Jonathan Agustin Briones de la Sancha, 8 years old. They lost their lives when cruel policy choices and willful obstruction of intergovernmental coordination by the Abbott administration in Texas kept Border Patrol agents from responding to rescue a drowning mother and her children. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter these 2 articles into the record. 3 migrants, including 2 children, drowned near the Texas border, and an 8-year-old migrant died after a week in U.S. detention.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Anadit Reyes Alvarez, an 8-year-old who passed away on May 2023 at a CBP detention facility in Texas when medical staff failed to review her medical documentation and provide access to a physician in emergency care. There are so many examples of the consequences of a cold disregard for our shared humanity in the absence of compassion. There's just so much pain. And it's across our communities, immigration statuses, political identities, when it comes to the humanitarian crisis within our borders and the cost of congressional inaction. You see, I just got back from Guatemala, where I heard painful stories that underline the need to act beyond our borders to address the root causes of migration. What causes a 9, a 12-year-old to cross all of Guatemala, all of Mexico, in hope to get to our southern border? What do we do to create legal pathways? And how do we understand the root cause of migration? I heard about children who are hungry, impoverished, desperate to meet the needs of their families, willing to leave villages, cross jungles, deserts, and rivers, and die in El Rio Grande just to make it to the U.S. I heard about the pain and trauma of separation, isolation, detention, and deportation. I saw how corruption, corporate land grabs, environmental destruction and disaster, democratic backsliding create conditions that drive migration. Pain that shows us where healing is needed. The pain that was shared with me in Guatemala requires healing that could be advanced by congressional action. Congressional action that addresses and prepares for climate migration, invests in economic development of Latin American countries, modernizes legal pathways to citizenship, strengthens democracy, and combats corruption in Latin America. You see, the pain of Anadit's death requires healing that could be advanced by congressional action, like establishing humanitarian standards at CBP sites, granting immigration parole, improving adjudicatory processing capacity, or increasing personnel to reduce USCIS backlogs. The pain of Victorma, Yorley, and Jonathan's death requires healing that could be advanced by congressional action. We could increase board personnel to expand screening and assistance to new arrivals. The pain of families trafficked by Abbott must be addressed by implementing federal coordination and resettlement to interior cities, expanding work permits. To heal, we have to actually talk about comprehensive immigration reform and have a conversation. Why are thousands of people wanting to cross our southern border? Professor Pearlstein, the testimonies we heard today show how critical it is that we take policy action. Yes or no?
I think these policies are of enormous pressing public importance, yes.
And just for the record, for the 10th time maybe, if impeachments are not an instrument for affecting policy changes, is there a legitimate basis for this impeachment, yes or no?
I don't believe the Constitution supports impeachment in this case.
Thank you. You see, Republicans are not interested in advancing policy change. If they were, they would stop these impeachment hearings and work with us to pass legislation. Even one of the many things I talked about, sit down with us and actually work on it. But according to Speaker Johnson, Congress can't solve border until Trump is elected or Republican is back in the White House. I mean, think about how politicized this moment is. They are parading our parade for their political purposes. Enough. As I said, if we are serious about this process and this solution, we would be capable to respect people's humanity and move us to a collaborative approach where our neighboring countries were able to address the root cause, keep communities safe, and honor the very fabric of our multiracial, multicultural democracy. That's what we would be doing today. Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member. And I yield back with hope.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. D'Esposito, the gentleman from New York, for his 5 minutes question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses this morning. It seems that the other side of the aisle is talking about making this impeachment about politics. And I will tell you that this has absolutely nothing to do with politics and everything to do with the American people. Ms. Pearlstein, you mentioned in the recording that our chairman played that the founding fathers talked, and what they described in the Constitution is not what we focus on right now always. You, quote, said, serious offenses against the public trust could lead to an impeachment. So, Mrs. Dunn, do you believe that what has occurred and what happened to your daughter and other teenagers and Americans throughout this country just like her, do you believe that that is a serious offense against the public trust?
Yes, my border not being secure is a serious offense. Other legislators worried about other people from other countries instead of my own is a serious offense. I take great offense to that. I think you need to be worried about us.
Thank you. And Ms. Nobles, the same question. Do you feel that what happened to your daughter and the crimes that have been committed against Americans by individuals who have illegally crossed our border, do you think that those are serious offenses against the public trust?
Yes, definitely.
So Secretary Mayorkas and his failed border policies have placed all Americans in danger. Every state is a border state, and every state has seen the impact of the crisis at our southern border. It's what we've outlined over the 5 phases in this committee. Proud to be a retired NYPD detective, having spent a career upholding my oath to protect and serve the places that I kept safe. That solemn oath is now that much harder for law enforcement throughout this country, have been put on the front lines of this crisis as a direct result of the failed policies of Secretary Mayorkas. As I just stated, every state is a border state. And Ms. Nobles, your daughter was tragically murdered in Maryland, well over 1,000 miles from the southern border. I know that the man who murdered your daughter was a well-known MS-13 gang member. In 2018, President Trump came to Long Island with then Congressman Peter King to discuss MS-13 and the heinous crimes they commit both on Long Island and throughout this country. You see, back then we had an administration who actively worked to find solutions to the issues occurring at our southern border. They worked with law enforcement to make sure that they had the tools necessary to protect and serve their communities. And now we have Secretary Mayorkas, who have put all Americans in danger. In Nassau County, we have identified 271 MS-13 members. Ms. Nobles, do you believe that Secretary Mayorkas has taken adequate measures to ensure MS-13 members and other members of criminal organizations are not able to enter this nation illegally?
No, absolutely not.
Ms. Dunn, just this morning, I spoke with Commissioner Pat Ryder, who's the commissioner of the Nassau County Police Department. My district, well over thousands of miles from the southern border, is still seeing dozens of overdoses each week with drugs flowing from our southern border. We know that it takes an incredibly small amount of fentanyl to kill someone and harm families and communities. Do you know the amount of fentanyl that killed your daughter?
Sir, my daughter used 1/2 of one tablet that she believed was Percocet. In that 1/2 of one tablet, there was 5 milligrams of fentanyl, enough to kill 2.5 people.
2.5 people.
Correct.
In 5 milligrams.
Yes.
And since Mayorkas has been the Secretary of Homeland Security, 25 billion milligrams of fentanyl has come across our southern border and unfortunately has killed many others tragically, just like your daughter.
Yes.
It is very clear that America and the people who live here are at risk, and Secretary Mayorkas deserves to be impeached because he has committed serious offenses against the public trust of the United States of America. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today, Ms. Nobles and Ms. Dunn. I just want to express my sincere condolences. I was a federal prosecutor for 10 years who charged people for gang-related and drug trafficking crimes. Unfortunately, this is not the first time I've had to interact with families of victims, and my heart goes out to you. And I want to apologize in some ways to you that you are here really to share your story, but you're being used as a fact witness for an impeachment investigation, and obviously, given what your experience has been, you don't have the background to understand what a high crime misdemeanor is and how it relates to this. And so I hope that you're handling that okay. One of the things that the chairman said at the beginning of his opening statement was that he wishes that Democrats would turn our sympathy into action, and quite ironically said thoughts and prayers are not enough. At first I thought we were at a gun violence hearing where we were talking about the repeated thoughts and prayers of the 2 mass shootings that happen every day. But I do want to just go through some of the actions, as the chairman pointed out, turn sympathy into action, because I assume, Ms. Dunn, you would agree, would you not, that it would help to stop the fentanyl trade and fentanyl trafficking from coming into this country if we had more law enforcement officers at the border and more resources and technology to stop the fentanyl from coming in? Do you agree with that?
I disagree with that because Border Patrol is now being used to make sandwiches and to screen people and let them into our country.
Okay, well, so
I disagree with you.
So you're saying that you're saying that you're upset because the Border Patrol is not doing is making sandwiches, I think you said. So you don't think it would be helpful to have more Border Patrol officers who are charged with stopping the fentanyl trade?
I would like the Border Patrol to be able to do the job that they were hired to do.
Well,
every Border Patrol officer that I have spoken to has told me that their hands are tied by this administration and Mr. Mayorkas. I've been to the border, sir. Have you? Have you?
Excuse me, I'm asking the question.
I'm just wondering.
And the problem with that is that
No, he has not.
in Congress,
Oh,
this
you
Congress,
said
we
yes.
have interviewed 9 senior officials under DHS in a variety of different capacities. Every single one of them has said that it would be helpful to provide more resources at the border to stop the flow of fentanyl coming in. And That is actually exactly what President Biden has done. In last year's budget, fiscal year 2023, the appropriations, it included 300 additional U.S. Border Patrol agents, which was the first increase since 2011. Included 125 more CBP officers, $70 million for non-intrusive inspection, and 200 House Republicans, including every single Republican serving at the time who currently sits on this committee, voted against that bill. Under the Biden administration, the Department of Homeland Security has seized more fentanyl and arrested more criminals for fentanyl-related crimes in the last 2 years than in the previous 5 years combined. And even in this Congress, when we had the Department of Homeland Security appropriations markup, Mr. Correa offered an amendment that would provide more money and more resources for the border to stop the fentanyl trade, and every single Republican voted it down. But that's not it. Even with the supplemental request from the White House, they requested $1.2 billion to crack down on the trafficking of dangerous and lethal illicit drugs like fentanyl, including over $300 million for the most effective non-intrusive inspection systems. And of course, 90% of fentanyl comes through the ports of entry, so having those inspection systems would do it. Again, the Republicans will not support the
They don't
border
know
with
how much is
additional
coming through the
resources
ports
to
of
do
entry,
the job that the secretary wants to
It's
do.
just stupid if
And
they
so
say
we are
that
here yet
statistic.
again
They don't know it.
for a political stunt to make an argument that this administration is not doing anything, even as it is negotiating to try to address the problems at the border, and even as it is trying to increase the number of border agents and technology to address the fentanyl system. Let's stop this sham impeachment hearing, and let's go negotiate with the Senate and the White House, who are doing that right now with Secretary Mayorkas to address the problems at the border. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, for his 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dunn, I was watching you as we listened to my friend from New York just now and heard what you said. You did a fantastic job sort of defeating his point in the little bit of time he gave you. But as he was saying that they make the issue that Republicans aren't sending more money to the border. What every jurisdiction in the United States, notably New York, Chicago, and others are suffering is a deluge of immigrants that the country cannot assimilate, that are not prepared to be assimilated culturally, by linguistic background, by experience. They're not. We can't get the job done that way. The only proposals that Democrats have offered, let's go down on record. The only proposals that have been offered is to send more money to the border, which will be used to process more immigrants faster into the country, number one.
Yep.
Or number two,
Yep.
to legalize them all, grant them amnesty, as if that would somehow address any of the problems that we're experiencing.
Exactly.
Not one of them would be addressed. So I appreciate, Ms. Nobles, you, and Ms. Dunn, you for being here. It must be particularly infuriating to hear that when you've suffered the ultimate victimhood from the violations of law that the Secretary of Homeland Security has administered. So, Professor Pearlstein, I want to go to you, though, because I want to talk about that victim, the rule of law. You said in your paper in defense of Secretary Mayorkas that to the extent the majority of reports allegations against the Secretary are related to those policies, in particular the suggestion that Secretary Mayorkas somehow exceeded the scope of his lawful authority to set priorities for the enforcement of U.S. immigration law. That claim has been rejected most recently by an overwhelming bipartisan majority of the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, are you referring to the United States versus Texas case from last June?
I am.
But there, the majority opinion says, quote, "We take no position on whether the executive branch here is complying with its legal obligations. We hold only that the federal courts are not the proper forum to resolve this dispute." So when you read that language, how do you come to the conclusion that the court decided that Secretary Mayorkas is acting in accordance with his legal responsibilities?
The basis of the court's ruling on standing that you just described was as Justice Kavanaugh's opinion for the majority said, the authority to decide how to prioritize and how aggressively to pursue legal actions against defendants belongs to the executive branch under Article 2. That was the basis of the ruling that there is no standing in this case.
Well, they also said they've taken no position whether the executive branch is complying with its legal obligations. How is that?
Trump appointed said this is authority that belongs exclusively to the executive branch.
Right. What you're referring to is the court says we're not in the business of refereeing anything where the executive has any amount of prosecutorial discretion. But they also say we're not deciding here whether the executive branch is complying with its legal obligations. Both of those propositions are true. They're both in the opinion, are they not, ma'am?
The court found that there was no standing because—
No, ma'am. I asked you a question. This proposition is in the opinion as well, correct? I read it. It's accurate.
The court found there was no standing. That is also true.
I didn't ask you about standing. I asked you whether this language that I just read, where the court said we're not determining whether the executive branch is complying with its legal obligations, that's also in the court's opinion, correct?
That may be in the court's opinion, but
that's what I asked. Thank you. Let me ask you this. At the oral argument, this was Justice Kavanaugh's question to the Solicitor General. Solicitor General of the United States. I think your position is, instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps. If some administration comes in and says, we're not going to enforce laws, or at least not going to enforce the laws to the degree that Congress, by law, has said the laws should be enforced. And that's forcing, I mean, I understand your position, but it's forcing Congress to take dramatic steps. Isn't that what he said at oral argument?
I don't have the transcript of oral argument.
All right, do you disagree with his proposition as I just recited it to you?
Justice Alito said in his lone dissent that impeachment, along with funding cutoffs and others, were among the potentially available remedies that Congress has. The majority opinion, none of the other 8 justices, including all of the justices appointed by the former president, mentioned impeachment in that context.
So you're aware, are you familiar with the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act of 1996?
It's a large act. Which part?
The part that the United States Supreme Court considered in United States versus Texas?
I've read the case.
Okay, you know that, as Justice Alito describes in the dissent, that in that situation, the Congress decided to withdraw some of the discretion that the executive has by requiring detention and specifically in certain cases, right?
What the court said was that for the last 27 years since that law was enacted in their current form, all 5 presidential administrations have determined the resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests.
If you evaded a question like that before the bench, they would not like it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for his 5 minutes questioning.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to thank Ms. Nobles and Mrs. Dunn for testifying and express my condolences for the loss of your children, and to tell you that I have constituents as well who have lost children to fentanyl. And I know it's not easy to come to Congress and to talk about it. And I hope that what you will find one day is a Congress that will unite and do everything it can to make sure that we reduce these deaths. I also wish we could hear from Secretary Mayorkas, because he has stated he wants to come and testify, and I know Mr. Magaziner put into the record a letter from Mr. Mayorkas stating that he again would be willing to testify. He's testified 27 times to Congress, more than any other cabinet official, and twice last year before this committee, and he has made his senior officials available. And to the witnesses who have come here today, if you came looking for an audience that is serious and wants, to take up this issue, I'm afraid you're in the wrong place. I'm afraid that when it comes to immigration solutions, too many of my colleagues would rather have the issue than the fix. And I am speaking for myself here, and I know I probably speak for many of my colleagues. I don't want open borders. I want a secure border. That's why I have supported surging more border agents at the border. That's why I support deploying more technologies at the border. That's why I support having more barriers at the border. And that's why I want to make sure that we also address the workforce crisis in America by, increasing legal immigration and increasing, immigrants who can work the jobs that Americans are just not going to work, so we can reduce the costs and give more financial breathing room to families in this country. You're not going to find that here. This is not where they do that. This is where they seek fame rather than a fix. And what you're going to find here is that if we were to solve this crisis, this committee wouldn't have anything to talk about. And that's more important to the Speaker of this House, and that's more important to the person that too many of them rely upon when they make decisions, which is the former president. I want to just give you a couple examples. Sergeant Daniels, I'm sorry he can't be here today because last time he was here, I asked him if he would support additional Border Patrol agents as the Senate passed with 68 Republicans and Democrats not too long ago, and he said he would. And I would like to have unanimous consent to enter into the record his written testimony to our committee and to the Oversight Committee where he said that.
Without objection, so ordered.
So then you have, just recently on CNN, Jake Tapper asked Speaker Johnson, look, President Biden wants to give you more money at the border. Would you take that? And Speaker Johnson said no. Again, just revealing and saying out loud what we all know, which is that they don't want to solve this problem. They want to use it and exploit victims so they have a political narrative. Senate negotiations are taking place right now where, in good faith, Democrats and Republicans are working to try and find more solutions and more resources at the border. And that is dead on arrival here, where Republican colleagues have said out loud, we're never going to support that. That would help the president. They've actually said that. My Democratic colleagues want the fix. MAGA Republicans want the fiction. My Democratic colleagues want the fix. My MAGA colleagues want Fox. My Democratic colleagues want the fix. My MAGA colleagues want the fame. That's what this is entirely about. And if you have any questions as to whether that's what this is about, one of the questions earlier was asking a professor who came here to talk about immigration and the Constitution, whether she would condemn Hamas's attack on October 7th. Everyone here condemns Hamas's attack on October 7th. But if that same member was asked, would you condemn Donald Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection, or would you condemn the people on this committee who called the January 6th terrorists hostages, an insult to the actual hostages, American hostages, in Gaza right now, he would take a pass. He wouldn't want to answer the question. They couldn't answer the question because they won't condemn it. They don't want the fix. They want the fiction. If they were not willing to hold Donald Trump accountable for his impeachable crimes, I don't really want their hot
time
take.
has expired. The
I don't want their hot
from
take
New York
on Secretary Myers.
is recognized for
Yield back.
5 minutes of questioning.
He looks like he's got a DSL a little bit, didn't he? Like
Thank
the
you, Madam
shape of
Chair.
it, like,
Ms. Nobles, Ms. Dunn, I'm very sorry for your losses.
anybody else know?
I don't have children. I couldn't imagine what you've gone through. But Ms. Nobles, I want to start with you. The Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Health and Human Services have systems in place to ensure that unaccompanied alien children from non-contiguous countries are transferred from Customs and Border Protection to the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR. The House Judiciary report regarding your daughter's murder notes that ORR lost track of more than 85,000 children and placed fewer than 15,000 follow-up calls after discharging an additional 32,000 children. At no point did anyone from CBP or HHS flag this violent criminal who had a criminal gang history along with multiple MS-13 tattoos. Ms. Nobles, does this sound like a well-run system meant to protect American people?
No. Her murderer was apprehended at the border of March of 2022. They had him. They did not check. They didn't check for his background check. They let him go to an unknown sponsor, don't even know who the sponsor is, and she takes him to Frederick, Maryland, from Texas to Maryland. And then he ended up in the same trailer as my daughter.
As you said, as it turns out, the murderer was a known gang member, was a 16-year-old known gang member affiliated with MS-13 in El Salvador. And since the current administration's open border policy began, we've seen a sharp increase in the number of known criminals crossing our southern border. That has included members of MS-13, whose motto is kill, rape, and control. My district on Long Island has suffered from high levels of gang activity, especially MS-13, for years. It stopped actually when the former president increased, when he increased FBI and cooperation and police protection on Long Island. So we were actually winning the battle for a while. But unfortunately, that's starting to change again. And just this summer, a member of MS-13 pled guilty to the murder on Long Island, pled guilty to the murder of 2 teenage girls who were attacked with baseball bats and machetes. This is just one of the many examples. Do you think border security and proper alien vetting is a national security issue?
Yes. And supposedly he's 16. We don't know his real age.
Exactly.
But they're treating him as a juvenile. But
that's true. One of the for the UACs, one of the times I went to the border, because I've been several times. CBP was saying that when they were processing people who were trying to show that they're under 18, they actually found real documentation showing they were between the ages of 25 and 30. So we don't know exactly how old it is, like you said.
No.
Yeah.
This committee has been focused on Biden administration's refusal to secure our southwest border and vet alien arrivals. A report from the House Judiciary Committee, like I mentioned before, pointed out multiple vetting failures with your daughter's killer. Its report shows that your daughter's murderer was arrested for association with MS-13 well before he came to the United States, something that the U.S. officials verified easily after the murder. Unfortunately, it was after.
Wait, how are they able to verify people were older? I gotta go back to this guy, dude.
I want to answer the question.
That unaccompanied alien children from non-contiguous countries are transferred from Customs and Border Protection to the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR. The House Judiciary report regarding your daughter's murder notes that ORR lost track of more than 85,000 children and placed fewer than 15,000 follow-up calls after discharging an additional 32,000 children. At no point did anyone from CBP or HHS flag this violent criminal who had a criminal gang history along with multiple MS-13 tattoos. Ms. Nobles, does this sound like a well-run system meant to protect American people?
No. Her murderer was apprehended at the border of March of 2022. They had him. They did not check. They didn't check for his background check. They let him go to an unknown sponsor, don't even know who the sponsor is, and she takes him to Frederick, Maryland, from Texas to Maryland. And then he ended up in the same trailer as my daughter.
As you said, as it turns out, the murderer was a known gang member, was a 16-year-old known gang member affiliated with MS-13 in El Salvador. And since the current administration's open border policy began, we've seen a sharp increase in the number of known criminals crossing our southern border. That has included members of MS-13, whose motto is kill, rape, and control. My district on Long Island has suffered from high levels of gang activity, especially with MS-13, for years. It stopped actually when the former president increased, when he increased FBI and cooperation and police protection on Long Island. So we were actually winning the battle for a while. But unfortunately, that's starting to change again. And just this summer, a member of MS-13 pled guilty to the murder on Long Island, pled guilty to the murder of 2 teenage girls who were attacked with baseball bats and machetes. This is just one of the many examples. Do you think border security and proper alien vetting is a national security issue?
Yes. And supposedly he's 16. We don't know his real age.
Exactly.
But they're treating him as a juvenile. But
that's true. One of the, for the UACs, one of the times I went to the border, because I've been several times, CBP was saying that when they were processing people who were trying to show that they're under 18, they actually found real documentation showing they were between the ages of 25 and 30. So we don't know exactly how old it is, like you said.
No.
This committee has been focused on Biden administration's refusal to secure our southwest border and vet alien arrivals. A report from the House Judiciary Committee, like I mentioned before, pointed out multiple vetting failures with your daughter's killer. Its report shows that your daughter's murderer was arrested for association with MS-13 well before he came to the United States, something that the U.S. officials verified easily after the murder. Unfortunately, it was after. And like you said, the report also noted that the alien was released after he was arrested for murder. Do you think Secretary Mayorkas has done an adequate job vetting illegal aliens coming across our border?
No. Because if he was vetted, he would have never been allowed in. He would have never been allowed to come here and commit that horrific crime on my daughter.
Thank you for your answers. And again, I'm very sorry for your loss.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just, wow.
It's okay. I'm from New York. It's sometimes our tone gets, I'm not yelling. This is just how I talk.
Well, no, I was telling you that I wasn't yelling at you.
No.
I was just,
Ms. Dunn, quickly, the United States is in a fentanyl crisis. We all know that. And it's being inflamed by the open southwest border.
Illicit narcotics have resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths in just the past few years. Fentanyl is highly addictive, incredibly potent, and easy to make, which is why it's a favorite drug for the cartels and drug traffickers. I'm sure you've answered this already today multiple times, but I think it's worth getting it on the record multiple times. Do you believe that Secretary Mayorkas's open borders have exacerbated the fentanyl epidemic?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you believe that Secretary Mayorkas is doing enough to fight the scourge of fentanyl?
Not at all, no.
Why not?
He needs to lock down that border. Everyone keeps saying, give them more money. Those poor Border Patrol agents are now the welcoming committee. They are ordered to be the welcoming committee. They don't want to be the welcoming committee. They're told to do that by Mayorkas, by this administration. Just like the young lady next to you had said, it's either Mayorkas or the Biden administration. Somebody is telling the poor Border Patrol to not do their job. No matter how much money you give them, they're still not going to be allowed to do their job.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our witnesses. Want to just get back to where we're here. This is, of course, another effort, and this hearing is really about demonizing migrants and, again, smearing Secretary Mayorkas. Professor Pearlstein, thank you for being here. Are there any grounds, again, for impeaching Secretary Mayorkas under the Constitution?
Here we go.
I don't believe the Constitution supports impeachment in this case.
Thank you. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the most important question and really gets to the heart of why we're here today. We talked a lot about the fentanyl crisis and fentanyl in this committee and today, but the fentanyl crisis we know is a tragedy. But we also, it's important to remember who didn't end the fentanyl crisis. That was actually Donald Trump. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to introduce this article titled Synthetic Opioid Overdose Deaths Soared While Trump Was President. I also would like to, into the record, put this other article, Opioid Crisis, Critics Say Trump Fumbled Response to Another Deadly Epidemic. And I bring these documents up because I think it's really important to note that during Trump's presidency, the fentanyl crisis had already been a huge challenge across this country. In fact, Trump said before the 2016 election, he said the opioid crisis was destroying lives and shattering families. And he said, quote, "We are going to stop the inflow of drugs into New Hampshire and into our country 100%. 100%, Trump promised. In 2017, Trump's first year in office, more than 42,000 Americans died from overdoses linked to heroin, fentanyl, and prescription opioids. So there was a huge fentanyl problem when Donald Trump was president. The administration didn't even bother to issue a national strategy on fentanyl.
Strips
in its
weren't
first 2 years of
available
office. So
yet,
I think it's crazy that the
dude.
majority is trying to turn this into a public health crisis that somehow new or began during the Biden administration.
They love to cherry
Unfortunately,
pick
this is
this
about much
shit.
larger issues that we have. Because our conversation today isn't about the Constitution or the law. It's not even about securing the border. The majority is not interested in solutions. Donald Trump, as always, has said the quiet part out loud.
It was a new thing. People didn't know what the fuck was going on yet.
Of our country.
You know what I mean?
As we know, this is rhetoric that can be compared to Hitler and the kind of rhetoric that he used. Extremists here in Congress also continue to push issues like the Great Replacement theory. And we should be clear, immigrants are some of the most patriotic and hardworking people there are in this country. I just heard a committee member say, and I quote, that they are not prepared to be assimilated, talking about immigrants. I'm an immigrant. I think I'm pretty well assimilated here. I am a member of Congress. And so I think it's very un-American to attack and demonize migrants the way that some of this majority continue to do. Immigrants aren't here to poison or victimize the American people. I also want to just touch on this issue of crime. Some in the majority continue to talk about crime, and crime is a horrific tragedy. Clearly, I feel horrible for our witnesses that are here that have lost members of their family. But let's look at real data as well. Both undocumented and documented immigrants are much less likely to commit crimes or be incarcerated than native-born American citizens. Our border communities are often safer from violent crimes than many interior cities. And according to FBI crime data, crime in border communities was measured to actually be 15% lower than the national average. So from a crime perspective, more crime is being committed by American citizens than those folks that are undocumented or they're immigrants.
Wait, this isn't a fucking percentage-based fucking... Look at this. This is only going off rates per 100 residents of subpopulation. Of course there's going to be less illegal immigrants committing these acts. There are less illegal immigrants compared to native... But look how many of them are. Where is this actually? Oh wait, no, I see. No, he's got it right. I guess he's saying, so of each one, it's 100,000 people. This is how many people of that 100,000 people get caught doing something. This is how many get caught of that 100,000 people. Okay, so they did break it down to be more per group, but the way I see it, none of these motherfuckers should be doing anything wrong when they get here. They should all be less than us. They should all be less than us. If they're coming here and they're doing more shit than the legal immigrants, illegal immigrants you can see is twice as high as legal immigrants as far as them doing dumb shit. That's a problem. They come through our system the correct way. They're half as likely. Less than half as likely at doing some dumb shit once they get here. That's a pretty big difference, wouldn't you say? I would prefer them to do it legally and have a 50% less chance at doing some dumb shit. So we're letting the idiots come in is what this is showing me. I don't give a shit if we're doing dumb shit here. We're already here. This is our country. We put in the work for it. They're coming here and doing dumb shit, and their ancestors didn't put in none of the money into the system or nothing. I mean, but now Now we're having to put these people up in prisons, and nobody in their family ever put into the system to help counteract this at all, like these people's families might have. That's how I'm seeing this chart, you fucking shithead. Legal's better. Illegal immigrants are fucking up twice as much as legal immigrants. And that needs to stop. They need to go. Imagine how much less crime we'd have if that wasn't happened per 100,000 people. Yeah, we'd have our own crime, but that's a hell of a lot less of extra crime, isn't it? And who knows? Maybe these people are actually doing worse shit. It doesn't break that down as to if this is violent crime, drug crime. What crime is this? It's just crime, incarceration rate. But this is like DUIs and bullshit crimes where there's no real victim, there's no violent. It doesn't say this is violent crimes, is what I'm getting at. It's a cherry-picked bullshit graph. Fuck you, Garcia. Fucking Long Beach, man. I couldn't have done any difference in not getting this guy in.
Democrats also want an orderly and secure border. We want real solutions to the fentanyl crisis. But we need to understand the problems we're trying to solve need solutions, legislation, not impeachments of the Secretary.
I think that they are more likely to do
The idea
violent
that any of these
crimes.
problems will be solved by the border alone, I think, is also crazy. These problems have existed for decades. We haven't had immigration reform or any sort of policy in over 30 years. And without legal pathways, we will never have an orderly border. That is also a fact. And we can't have a conversation with a presidential candidate, a former president, who thinks immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, who thinks that we should build a moat with alligators along the border, who thinks that we should put spikes on the wall that he's trying to build, who has said that we should shoot migrants in the legs as they're crossing the border, who thinks we should send missiles into northern Mexico. These are the ideas being offered by the likely nominee of the Republican Party and by many on this committee and in the Republican majority. We need to have real solutions. We don't need Donald
I think a lot of
Trump's
times he
policies
says
to come back
shit
to this country,
in
and we certainly
jest,
shouldn't be impeaching
and
Secretary
people
Mayorkas.
like
We've
this
gotta yield
take
back.
it for
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes.
fact.
For
Well,
months
he
now,
said that.
we have
He
been
said
hearing
it,
the
though,
staggering
even though he's being
statistics about the
sarcastic.
catastrophe at our southern border.
Or
The
whatever.
millions of migrants coming across our border illegally, the human trafficking, the fentanyl, the lost unaccompanied minors. But today we hear something that is even more important than that. Today we hear the real personal stories of unfathomable loss and irreplaceable lives. And yet, even in the face of this testimony that we have heard today and the testimony that came before it, our colleagues across the aisle impugn the purpose and the necessity of this hearing, calling it a political sham, calling it a stunt, calling it theater. And they suggest that what we actually need to do is pass more laws. So as a former federal prosecutor and judge, I'll start today with a refresher on a few of the things that are currently illegal in the United States of America. It is illegal to traffic fentanyl in the United States of America. Human trafficking is illegal in this country. Theft is illegal in this country. Rape and murder are illegal in this country. What's more, the Department of Homeland Security has an absolute obligation to detain and remove those who enter this country illegally. We do not need more laws. We need a President of the United States and a Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security who enforce the laws of this country. But what do we have instead? An administration that has deliberately subverted the duly enacted laws of the United States of America, that have deliberately defied the orders of courts in this United States of America, who have ordered and directed that they desist these unlawful policies. We have a Department of Homeland Security that has defied inquiries from the United States Congress. And as for the 27 appearances of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas in front of this Congress, not one of those times did he admit that we have lost operational control of our border, that we have ceded control of our border to the Mexican drug cartels, or acknowledge the scope, scale, and crisis that our communities all across America face as a consequence, as a direct consequence of these lawless policies. Every single time an individual is allowed to enter this country unlawfully, Americans are less safe. Ms. Nobles, Mrs. Dunn, as a mother, I see my child and my family in those photos that you shared with us today. And it is truly something that we cannot fathom, the loss that you have each suffered. I thank you for your willingness to come here today and share with us your stories. I would like to hear your perspective, please, on what more Congress could be doing to support you and to try to prevent this type of unspeakable tragedy from happening in the lives of another family. We'll start with you, Ms. Nobles.
I would like to see every illegal immigrant who wants to come here to be properly vetted and background checked. I hear a lot about more funding, resources, and all that. How is that going to help them do their job in the first place? They failed Kayla by not checking her murderer's background and did not make that one phone call.
They just lift his shirt up to see if he had a fucking tattoo, dude. They do that to our prisoners.
And after he was arrested, they put him, Child Protective Services took him and put him in an unsecured children's home.
And he's not even a kid, probably.
And I know
He's
Americans
probably not even a fucking
commit crimes
kid,
on other Americans,
man.
but why do we have to take other countries' trash? Why do we need them?
Ms. Dunn?
Why do they think they're trash? Yeah.
We talked about a lot today about more resources at the border. And I appreciate that and I respect that. But I don't think that members in this room and other rooms at the Capitol understand that we are actually at war. And we're at war with the cartels. We're losing our children. We're losing a generation of children.
It's China, too.
We're at war. We need our
We're at war
military
with
at the border.
China,
That's what we
dude.
need. We don't need
They're
more border
giving them the
patrol.
precursors.
We need our military at the border stopping the drugs, stopping people from coming in. They can't come in. We're full. We're closed. That's it. No more money. No more. No more sandwiches. It's closed. I'm sorry. Come through the proper channels. I am a first-generation American. My parents both migrated here. Guess what? They did it legally.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. My time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey.
That dude
for 5 minutes of
behind her
questioning.
was like browbeating her. He's like, what? Lady, that's not very nice. But then she's like, I'm a first generation American. My parents did it. Yeah, bitch. Fuck you. Basement dweller looking motherfucker.
My parents both migrated here. Guess what? They did it legally.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. My time has
He's
expired.
like,
I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes of questioning.
I don't like him.
Thank you to the witnesses for appearing here today.
He didn't like the no Sammy
appreciate
comment,
you sharing your
did he?
stories, and I'm sorry for your immeasurable grief.
Oh, he left.
And the
That
folks
dude
on this
just
committee look
left.
forward to working together in a way where we can solve some of the challenges that are facing our country. But since this is an impeachment hearing, I will
Here's
direct the
Sammy
question to
himself.
Professor Pearlstein. As the professor has observed, there are provisions of the Constitution that are murky and subject to debate, and provisions that are clear. Article 2, Section 4 is clear. Treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors are the only constitutionally permissible grounds for impeachment.
Man,
My
fuck
Republican
this
colleagues have
guy
not come close to
already.
making a constitutionally sound case for impeachment against
He's
Secretary Mayorkas.
already
They have incorrectly argued that the Secretary's
sucking
designation of certain
Mayorkas.
groups as eligible for parole constitutes, quote, mass parole, and is inconsistent with law. Each case is considered on a discretionary case-by-case basis, which is a requirement in the Immigration and Nationality Act. It is worth noting that parole authority has been used
Can't
by
we just
every
close the
administration since
border?
President Eisenhower, who paroled
Fuck is the
30,000
deal?
Hungarian nationals fleeing communism. Professor Pearlstein, does the Secretary's exercise of well-established parole authority constitute treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors?
I don't believe it does, no.
Thank you. My Republican colleagues have also argued that Secretary Mayorkas is violating the law by releasing migrants awaiting adjudication of their asylum claims. That claim is not true, and that practice is not new. In fact, DHS released hundreds of thousands of individuals at the U.S.-Mexico border under President Trump. Professor Pearlstein, does detaining migrants in a manner consistent with the law and the resources provided by this Congress constitute treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors?
No, it doesn't.
Finally, my Republican colleagues have also incorrectly criticized the Secretary's guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration law, which prioritize enforcement actions based on national security, public safety, and border security. But as Justice Kavanaugh observed in United States v. Texas, Article 2 of the Constitution confers upon the executive branch the, quote, authority to decide how to prioritize and how aggressively to pursue legal actions against defendants who violate the law, and that principle extends to the immigration context. Professor Pearlstein, does exercising well-established authority to prioritize immigration enforcement actions constitute treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors?
No, sir.
Thank you. This committee has engaged in months of so-called investigations into the administration's border security policies. Despite all of the time and resources committee Republicans have invested, they still cannot make a case for impeaching the secretary that meets constitutional muster. Instead of wasting more time on a baseless impeachment, we should get back to the work of passing bills that will actually help solve problems. But Republicans don't seem interested in that. They made their immigration proposal, H.R. 2, as cruel and unworkable as possible, rejecting every amendment Democrats on this committee offered in good faith. Amendments some Republicans agreed would improve the bill. Everyone on this committee wants to fight the scourge of fentanyl in this country. That's why, during our markup of H.R. 2, I offered an amendment to authorize the Biden administration's Operation Blue Lotus, an aggressive strategy for fighting drug trafficking with a proven record of stopping fentanyl from being smuggled into the country. But every one of my Republican colleagues voted against it. Why? Because while they talk the talk, they refuse to walk the walk. H.R. 2, you talk about it in every response. What's your alternative to H.R. 2? Why does it have to be H.R. 2 or nothing? If you're serious about figuring out the border, work with us. Let's come up with another solution. But you go back to H.R. 2 every time you're challenged about the substance of what we're doing here while you are in the majority on the border. Come up with a second proposal or a third proposal that can pass this House, be signed into law, and we can get to work. You sit on H.R. 2. You point to H.R. 2 and say, that's the work we've done. Meanwhile, you bring these witnesses here to talk about the tragedies they've experienced, but what are we doing now? What's your proposal now besides H.R. 2? There's nothing. There's nothing. This is about scoring political points. You want to make this administration look weak on the border? When are we going to put our country above party again? I believe in you guys. I believe you want to do that. Let's do it. But talking about H.R. 2 as a solution is a farce. And one day I do hope that we can work together on these issues. I would love to do that because the work of this country is critical and we need to get to it. With that, I yield back.
Now recognize the gentleman from New York for 5 minutes of questioning.
I appreciate my colleague from New Jersey's comments. I do believe he's operating in good faith, but I just think he's wrong. And while there's squabbles between members of both parties in this committee, the executive branch has every power in its toolbox to get this done right away. It can reinstate Remain in Mexico, can stop the repositioning of border agents away from the border and towards migrant processing centers. It could do things on its own through executive action to clean up this mess. H.R. 2 is our response to that would require the administration to do those things to protect Americans. Madam Chairwoman, we've spent 13 months in this committee laying out the case that our border is not secure. And Americans are with us on this. 67% of Americans think the president is failing in his duty to secure the border. Much of our case in the last 13 months has been backed up by data, some pretty big numbers. Millions of migrants unlawfully mass paroled into the United States, hundreds of thousands of gotaways, and tens of thousands of fentanyl deaths. But today it's not about the data. Before us today are two actual victims of Secretary Mayorkas's open border. A mother whose daughter was sexually assaulted and murdered by an MS-13 member, and another member whose daughter was fatally poisoned by fentanyl. Ms. Dunn and Ms. Nobles, as a father of 3 young girls for whom I would do and give anything, I can literally not imagine an MS-13 member and another member whose daughter was fatally poisoned by fentanyl. Ms. Dunn and Ms. Nobles, as a father of 3 young girls for whom I would do and give anything, I can literally not imagine what you're going through. I appreciate you being here today, ripping off some of the scabs of the wound that has been caused and telling us your story so that we can be more informed and help solve this problem. Appreciate you being here today. Madam Chairman, if we had a more secure border, these horrific tragedies could have been avoided. If Secretary Mayorkas stopped paroling mass groups of migrants into the United States, these tragedies could have been avoided. If Secretary Mayorkas stopped repositioning border agents away from the border just to sit behind a desk to process more and more unvetted migrants into the United States, we would have less grieving mothers. Madam Chairman, the Biden administration has often falsely claimed that 90% of all fentanyl comes through ports of entry. I actually have a video of Secretary Mayorkas claiming that, and if we could play that, please.
And people should understand, it is not in between the ports of entry that the majority of fentanyl is sought to be smuggled. It's not through the migrants that we encounter in between the ports of entry. It's through passenger vehicles, through commercial trucks at our ports of entry where the substance is concealed in compartments.
Congressman, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection data evidences that more than 90% of the fentanyl that enters this country is coming through the ports of entry.
The Secretary is wrong, and he's smart enough to know that he's wrong. 90% only accounts for what is seized and not what actually makes it across the borders. Only the cartels probably, who are profiting millions, tens of millions a month, know how much fentanyl is actually making it across the borders. In fact, Border Patrol officials have told this committee they believe that only 5 to 10% of fentanyl is actually seized. The fact that there are more than 70,000 deaths in our country in 2022 from fentanyl should be a telltale sign that fentanyl is flooding into this country, not only through ports of entry, but in between ports of entry as well. Ms. Dunn, do you think that pulling Border Patrol agents away from the border just to have them sit behind a desk
They know when the border's empty. They know when
more and more migrants into the country is a wise decision?
Get the shit in.
Do you think that that decision leads to more opportunities for the cartels to traffic fentanyl into this country?
Yes.
Thank you. And what impact, and I know you have the most personal of experience, but what impact do you think that fentanyl has had on the public health of the United States?
Well, the most obvious one that I can see is I have a grandson that doesn't have a mother. He has other family that is able to raise him, but we haven't even begun to talk about the foster care system and how many children have lost their parents. Little babies under 18 that are now wards of the states. Where's all that money coming from? And let's think about the traumas and sadness and what it's like to not have parents because their parents died from fentanyl.
Ms. Dunn, the Secretary knows your story, and he knows of other stories like yours, and he hasn't changed his policies. He hasn't insisted those border agents stay on the border. He hasn't canceled the mass parole of migrants to the United States. What could you say with respect to the Secretary's likely approach and his care for situations like yours, given that he hasn't changed his policies?
It's very difficult for me to contain what I would say. How about that?
I appreciate that.
I'd rather not say what I would like to say.
You're a classy person, and I appreciate you being here before us today. I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Clark from New York for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our ranking member. Good afternoon, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today, and to our bereaved mothers. You have my deepest condolences. Earlier today, my colleagues discussed Republican opposition to providing CBP much-needed resources in the FY 2023 funding bill. But that isn't the only time Republicans have opposed resources to secure our border. In October, President Biden sent Congress a supplemental funding request for FY 2024, which included an additional $13.6 billion for border security. It would provide an additional 1,300 Border Patrol agents to work alongside the 20,200 agents already funded by the requested FY 2024 budget, 375 immigration judges, teams to strengthen the immigration court system, 1,600 asylum officers to speed up processing of asylum claims, 1,000 CBP officers with a focus on countering fentanyl, new detection technology for ports of entry, more immigration detention beds, additional investigative capabilities to combat fentanyl trafficking, and $600 million more in grants to help communities receiving migrants, among other investments. As Secretary Mayorkas and bipartisan members of the Senate are in negotiations to get these much-needed resources enacted, House Republicans are just absent. Instead, they are focused on impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. Professor Pearlstein, do impeachment resolutions change policy?
No, ma'am.
Do they provide resources or authorize funding?
No, ma'am.
Even if House Republicans attempted to impeach Secretary Mayorkas is successful, the Senate would have to convict. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's true.
And how many senators are required to convict the secretary?
Conviction requires 2/3 of the Senate.
After a conviction, what happens next?
The person would be removed from office, and the president has the opportunity to appoint someone new.
The secretary would be removed, and for a period of time pending confirmation of a new secretary, another official would serve as acting secretary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would that individual be obligated to execute the administration's policies?
Yes, he serves at the pleasure of the president.
So functionally, nothing would change.
That's correct.
If instead House Republicans decided to negotiate and pass the president's supplemental appropriations, what effect would that have on resources and policy?
Congress could pass laws today that have enormous effect, not just on the availability of resources, but how those resources are allocated. So if Congress is unhappy with, for example, where officers are placed, Congress can impose conditions on existing funds that require the president to do something different. If they believe that the president or the secretary is not complying with those laws, they can challenge them in court, and that's exactly the process that's been playing out in recent years.
Very well. Mr. Chairman, Republicans have a choice. They can continue to pursue this sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas, which will change nothing, and in fact could slow down efforts to address challenges at the southwest border, or they can work with the White House and bipartisan members of the Senate on legislation to improve border security and reduce drug trafficking. I urge my colleagues to get back to work for the American people. And with that, I thank you and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Strong for his 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Nobles, my heart goes out to you for the loss of your daughter. Thank you for being here with us today and for sharing her story. As you've been told, this committee today, the man that took Kayla's life was in this country illegally. He was originally from El Salvador, where he was a known member of the MS-13 gang, a fact which was later easily verified, both by his gang tattoos and by a simple call to the El Salvador government. Ms. Nobles, does it concern you that Secretary Mayorkas has not made any significant changes to his border policies, especially ones that make it easier for illegal aliens to enter and continually be released into our country without proper vetting?
Yes, very concerning, because I don't want this to happen to someone else's daughter or child.
Thank you. In August of 2023, there was an individual arrested in Alabama whose background is stunningly similar to Kayla's murder. He was an El Salvador illegal here in the U.S. He was also a member of the MS-13 and on El Salvador's top 100 most wanted list. He earned a spot on this list for aggravated kidnapping, attempted aggravated homicide, aggravated extortion, and terrorist organization. He was previously deported, yet Mayorkas opened the border and was able to make it back into this country. You start looking at this, Ms. Noble, this illustrates what we both know to be true. These are unfortunately not isolated events. As a matter of fact, from fiscal year 2021 to date, Border Patrol has recorded 41,162 arrests of illegal aliens with criminal backgrounds, approximately 88% higher than the combined previous fiscal years, the 4 years combined. Ms. Nobles, shouldn't just one instance that an illegal alien has endangered or taken the life of an innocent American like your daughter be a wake-up call to Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden?
Yes, most definitely.
As a member just said, there are no experts to raise their hands and say Mayorkas should be impeached. Ms. Nobles and Ms. Dunn, let me get one thing straight. You're experts. You lost it all. As a matter of fact, it has been more than just one instance. In Alabama alone, May 2023, an illegal alien from Honduras raped a teenage girl in a restaurant bathroom. November 2022, an illegal alien sodomized a 13-year-old boy. July 2022, an illegal immigrant from Mexico killed and dismembered a woman's body and her child. The lone survivor, a 12-year-old girl, escaped after watching this horrific scene and being held captive with the decomposing remains. How many more stories like this will it take for Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration to wake up? The Stay in Mexico Act, it worked. The Stay in Mexico Act, it worked. I don't care which president was there, whether it was Obama, whether it was Trump, the Stay in Mexico Act worked. Process them, fuel up ICE air, send them back to the country of their origin. If not this, then what will compel them to act? I agree, Secretary Mayorkas is not the solution. He is part of the problem. He created this circus. He has failed to carry out U.S. law. 8.5 million illegals have crossed the southern border from 160 countries. They come into our country, they're invading our country from 160 countries. Fentanyl crossing the border by planes, mules, drones. Child slavery is rampant, and both sides of the aisle know it. 85,000 children illegally brought into America, and this administration says we have no clue where they are. No clue where they are. Guess what? They're in sex slavery in our country. Let me answer the fact. But I'm telling you right now, both of you are experts. You lost it all. You lost your daughters. You're an expert. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, for his 5 minutes of testimony or questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given a markup that's going on in budget, appreciate your indulgences with me slipping in.
This dude's over here typing with one
as my
finger.
colleague just talked about, just the great loss Thank you both very much.
Look at this. This guy right here. Wait, oops. One finger. Use one finger typing.
With me slipping in.
Okay, two fingers on that hand.
You know, just as my colleague just talked about, just the great loss. Thank you both very much for your courage, given what you've been through.
Special needs or
we know
something?
that the decisions by Mayorkas,
I type slow.
in addition to just this administration's decisions, have caused chaos on our southern border. Just their reluctance to simply enforce congressional
He works in
law,
our government, though.
whether it's parole, detention, deportation. These are all things that Congress set up as a barrier to protect us against the heinous acts that the mothers in this room your families have been the victims of. I want to ask you, Ms. Nobles, in your testimony, you said that the El Salvadorian government had a documented criminal history of your daughter's murderer. Now, we're talking about an illegal alien who sexually assaulted and murdered your daughter. And they were aware of this involvement and that there was an MS-13 gang membership was also associated with this individual. How long after your daughter's death were you made aware of this?
At first, we did not know that it was MS-13 until after the DNA evidence came back, linked him, and then once he was arrested, then we were told it was an MS-13 gang member, and he has like 11 charges against him right now.
And what was the federal agency that provided that information to you?
It was no federal. It took the local detectives to find out that he was MS-13.
And when you were told this, were you given an explanation why DHS, Department of Homeland Security, never checked his body, tattoos that would bring about suspicion, or contact the government and to ask if he had affiliations or a prior criminal history? Have you had a chance to ask DHS about that failure?
No, DHS and DHHS has failed to make a comment or say anything to me about Kayla or anything.
Let me ask you, do you think, Ms. Nobles, that the Secretary is doing everything he can to secure that southern border?
No.
Yeah. I know it comes across as a question that that anyone who's lost what you've lost, you have the utmost right to be heard by the American people. It's one thing to abstract, talk about this. It's another thing to be victimized by someone's refusal to enforce what the law of the land is, what congressional law is. If you were able to speak to Secretary Mayorkas, which, my inclination is he probably is paying attention, even though he's refusing to come and be a part with the invitation that our chairman sent him. What would you say to Secretary Mayorkas, and what questions would you ask him? And I'll give you all the time you want. I'm going to end my conclusions there. When you get done, Ms. Nobles, if there's time, Ms. Dunn on the clock up here, I'd love to hear your comments as well. What would you tell the Secretary?
I would ask him, how did you allow a known gang member to be allowed in this country? How can anyone be okay with a known gang member to come into this country and to end up in Maryland? And I also wanted to know what else DHS and DHHS is hiding. I was told that her murderer's file is so thick that Jim Jordan only had 2 hours to even look at the file. What else are they hiding about this murderer? I want to know. I mean, I want to know what they're hiding about this murderer. That's why he is being protected, why everything about him is being protected. We haven't even got to trial yet. Her trial is set for June 28th of this year, and they have 4 or 5 thick binders full of a bunch of evidence that we haven't even know yet. We don't even know over half of the stuff that was done to her in that room.
If I'm going to ask you, as a follow-up, I've got 30 seconds left. There's a statement that talks about, I actually quoted this to Mayorkas when he was before this committee. It actually comes out of the Old Testament or the Torah, where it talks about blood on your hands. If you see destruction coming, talking about a watchman, and you don't cry out, do you think the Secretary, based upon him knowing what is happening, letting people come into this country, do you think he has blood on his hands?
Yes, he is responsible for my daughter's death.
Ms. Dunn?
I know that Secretary Mayorkas has 2 daughters, and they're grown adults. And I just don't know how he would feel if it was one of his daughters that he lost to either one of these situations. We talked a little bit today about resources, okay? I have a resource in my purse. It's Narcan. It costs $45 in a pharmacy in Arizona. It's not free. You want to spend some money? You want to spend some of my tax dollars? Give this away for free. Everywhere. Anywhere. Everywhere. That's what you need to spend your money on. I don't want to spend any more money on illegals. I want to save lives.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you all for coming today. Everyone in here said it. I spoke to my Democratic colleagues and my Republican colleagues, and our hearts are with you. And I hope that doesn't seem meaningless coming from where we're sitting today. Unfortunately, you've got to experience what Congress is all like right here in real life. And normally when you're watching C-SPAN, you can usually turn it off. But this is how we interact with each other, unfortunately. But thank you, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I was a military man in my former life, and when forward deployed overseas, tasked with securing any given area, we followed that under the Constitution as military men, because we raised our right hand and swore to defend the Constitution of the United States. And sometimes our jobs were to prevent movement through any given space. Our job was to protect our men and women that were tasked underneath us, wholeheartly, unconditionally. And in war, you lose, men and women, you do. It's just part of the conflict. There's nothing that can be said to anybody when that happens, but it's absolute warfare. And in war, you lose, men and women, you do. It's just part of the conflict. There's nothing that can be said to anybody when that happens, but it's absolute warfare. But as a military man, as an officer, if any given space that I was defending, if it was rushed by individuals and overtaken, I would be relieved of command. Plain and simple, my leadership would look down at me as like, you failed, we're gonna relieve you of your duty. If I lost lives, and most likely, if it was negligent, I would be relieved of duty. Depending on the surge of numbers and however that played out, there could possibly have been a court-martial. And I lived by that, we all do. So when I see these numbers, and this is where I sit, why I'm going after the impeachment, is when I look to the leader that's supposed to be defending our country, and just numbers, I don't care if Democrat, Republican, just sheer numbers, yearly, since the secretary has been in position, the numbers have grown exponentially. They have. Numbers of which, if that had happened to us overseas, it'd have been catastrophic. Because if my leadership didn't take control and act accordingly, the Navy would have. And then it would have grown and grown and grown until we were held accountable. Each year, since Secretary has been in place, those numbers for fentanyl deaths, sex trade, gang members, not to mention the amount of addiction. We talk about deaths, but the addiction rate is astronomical. If those numbers were dipping down, that's one thing, but they're progressively getting worse and worse. They're out of control. Professor, I have a question for you. I know that you don't support the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas constitutionally. Do you support the removal, given the sheer numbers that we're seeing? Do you support the removal, or would you support the removal, period, of Secretary Mayorkas because of his failures to lead the Department of Homeland Security?
I'm simply not an expert on immigration policy.
No, it's a personal question.
I really don't have a position on the removal of Secretary Mayorkas.
Well,
as a matter of law, I don't think the basis.
No, this is a personal. I know you say constitutionally that is not the case. You don't support that. And I understand that completely. I understand your perspective, and I appreciate it. But the United States is one of the leading countries in sex trafficking. Houston, Texas, is the worst city in the country, which is in my district. I represent over 700,000 men and women in District 8 in the great state of Texas. And they are demanding the removal of Secretary Mayorkas, demanding it. And I'm the voice in Washington, D.C. to say, hey, I'm speaking for my people, and this is what they are demanding. So since the administration, President Biden will not remove Mr. Mayorkas constitutionally or however he sees it, and I understand your perspective, what I want to hear is, do you think Mr. Mayorkas needs to be removed because of his failure, in my opinion, in his role?
What I think you should tell your constituents in response to their demands is that they should vote for a different president.
Well, that's amen to that. I'm sure they're on board with that exact statement. But I do every day have to sit in front of the mothers and fathers of them that have lost their babies. And they're never going to get their babies back. And I can tell them to vote all day long, but 4 years is an extremely long time to have somebody failing us in protecting our borders. So the Republican Party is having to act and act accordingly. And that's why this impeachment process is happening. I understand. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dunn, Ms. Nobles, thank you so much for coming here today. Thank you for your courage. Ms. Dunn happens to be a constituent of mine. She once confronted me at a town hall in Yavapai County and begged me to do something about this invasion at our southern border. Honestly, I couldn't blame her one bit. As a father, I would have done the exact same thing that you did, ma'am. Ms. Dunn, after listening to my Democratic colleagues today, I think you probably had a decent idea of what the problem was before you came up here, but I think it's a lot more in focus now, is it not? I'm glad you had a chance to confront the problem today. We will continue to confront the problem, but I'm glad you got a chance to see it for yourself. Ms. Pearlstein, you said during the audio recording that the chairman played, one of the criteria for impeachment is serious offenses against public trust. Do you still stand by this comment today, ma'am?
As I've explained before, offenses against the public trust are instances in which an official is willfully acting for his own benefit or the benefit of his own power or on behalf of a foreign power.
Thank you. How is this border crisis that has been planned and executed by Secretary Mayorkas not a serious offense to public trust, Ms. Pearlstein?
Having read through the materials, I see no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has acted on behalf of his own benefit, financially or politically. And I see no evidence that there is collusion or other cooperation or acting on behalf of foreign power.
Do you see evidence of betrayal of public trust? If you need help finding that, ma'am, look to your right. There's two mothers in here that have had their complete lives destroyed, their families destroyed. I'm going to ask Ms. Dunn, has your public trust in Secretary Mayorkas and the Department of Homeland Security been broken?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nobles?
Yes.
Do you guys feel betrayed by Secretary Mayorkas and the Department of Homeland Security? You guys know his job is Secretary of Homeland Security. His job in his title is to protect the homeland, Homeland Security. Do you guys feel betrayed?
Yes.
I thought so. Ms. Pearlstein, are you familiar with Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, often known as the Invasion Clause?
Yes, I've read the Constitution.
That's not what I asked, ma'am. I asked if you're familiar with that article.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to read it. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government, and here's the point, and shall protect each of them against invasion. Ms. Nobles, Ms. Dunn, do you think that this Homeland Security Secretary is protecting these states against invasion? Is she protecting Arizona?
Arizona is not protected against invasion.
Ms. Pearlstein, after having me read that, do you think that this secretary is protecting the 50 states against invasion?
The word invasion in that clause is not in reference to migrants who are not trying to overthrow the government of the United States.
Oh, it's interesting that you say that, ma'am. Very interesting that you say that. Ma'am, Ms. Pearlstein, have you ever studied unconventional warfare? Any idea what that term means?
I've heard that term used. I'm not an expert in unconventional warfare.
Do you have any idea what it might mean? Go ahead, take a stab at it.
I would rather hear your definition.
Okay, great. Do you think in any wild and unprecedented strategy in the history of the world, one of our adversaries might try and send their soldiers to infiltrate our country using our wide open border, not putting them in uniforms, and having them come and present themselves in front of our Border Patrol agents and tell our Border Patrol agents, oh, we're just innocent immigrants. We just want a better life. Do you think that's even possible, Ms. Pearlstein?
I'm a kid.
Might anyone ever lie at the border? Yes.
Home? Can I have a foster home?
Okay.
Please?
So it is possible that tens of thousands, you know that's how many we're getting a day, right, ma'am? About 10,000 a day? 10 to 15,000 a day?
Wait, now it's way more than that.
Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of any statistics.
Okay, well, I'll fill you in then, ma'am. You're in the Homeland Security Committee. It's about 10 to 15,000 often, sometimes 12,000 a day. That's more than a combat division coming through our southern border from 160 countries, some of which are adversarial. And I'm going to tell you right now, unconventional warfare has been used since the beginning of time. These people aren't stupid. They're using access to our country.
Trojan horse, man.
To bring in individuals who want to do harm to us. I've been in the classified briefs. It's a fact, ma'am. How many families have to be ruined? How many mothers have to sit next to you before you come to understand this is an invasion of our country, and he's in complete dereliction of duty of his constitutional oath to protect and defend the United States of America? How many, ma'am? Would we need to have 100 here today for you?
Impeachment will not address the policy problem you describe.
That's not a policy problem. That is him completely derelicting his oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. I read you the invasion clause. He is not doing that, ma'am. He's in complete dereliction of doing it in accordance with the other laws that other committee members have read to you today. And I think it's sad. This shouldn't be a partisan issue at all, and you know it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Titus, the gentlelady from Nevada, for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, offer my deepest sympathy to the witnesses for their loss. Professor, you're the only expert in here on this topic. Would you say one more time for the record if the Constitution covers what Mr. Crane called dereliction of his oath, or any of the things that are being addressed here in terms of grounds for impeachment?
I don't believe the record supports grounds for impeachment here, no.
And are you in the mainstream of other constitutional scholars who have taken this position, written letters to the Post, written letters to our chairman, been public about this impeachment?
I signed a letter that was in addition to another dozen or more bipartisan set of constitutional law scholars who took the same position.
And I want to emphasize that was a bipartisan list of scholars who are very versed in this topic and who know it better than any of us sitting up here. So it was interesting to me that when I heard Ms. Green and her tirade against you saying, we're not talking about the Constitution. She actually had the gall to say, we're not talking about the Constitution. And she's the one who entered the resolution that we are considering. So if we're not talking about the Constitution, what are we talking about? Well, we're wasting our breath talking about history, talking about precedent, talking about previous cases, talking about the language of the Constitution, talking about the original intent of the Constitution, because obviously the people on that side of the room are not talking about the Constitution. So they are throwing out 200 years of precedent. They're ignoring the interpretation of all these constitutional scholars. They're disregarding some of the comments that have been made by members of their own party about the folly of this resolution and this pursuit. So if we're not talking about the Constitution, then what are we talking about? It's a political stunt. It's an attempt to distract from a do-nothing Congress that's done nothing, and even less compared to the do-nothing Congress so named by Truman. And, I see another quote that I think is relevant. It was by the Assistant Secretary of Labor, Mr. Post, who they brought up to impeach in 1920. And by the way, it's only been done one time over 100 years ago, but they tried it in 1920. And his response was, it was mental dullness at high tension. I believe we've seen a lot of evidence today of mental dullness at high tension, with raised voices, with misinformation, with accusations, with demeaning comments. That was mental dullness at high tension. So if we're not talking about the Constitution, we're just trying to use some constitutional terms to pretend like stump the professor. We know more than they do. I would say that my colleagues across the aisle are simply just trying to put lipstick on a pig. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize the ranking member for his closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I compliment the gentlelady from Nevada, even though you sound like you're from Mississippi with your accent. Let me just say that we've had about 4.5, 5 hours of hearing today on this so-called impeachment. It's unfortunate because we've not heard any solutions being offered in the course of this hearing. And because of that, whatever the problem is will still be there unless we as Democrats and Republicans come together and work on solutions. But I'd like to start by thanking our witnesses for being here today and share their stories and expertise. Losing a loved one to drugs or violence is devastating, and our hearts go out to you and your families. Most of us here are family people, and we can only give you our prayers for the devastating loss that you've incurred. But I want to make sure that the record is clear. Secretary Mayorkas informed the majority last week of his scheduling conflict for today. And I'm sorry if the majority neglected to share that information with our witnesses. I'd also want to make very clear that Democrats are committed to enacting policies that will actually address these issues. Impeaching Secretary Mayorkas will do nothing to prevent other families from suffering similar tragedies. If only it were that simple. These problems are not new. They will require serious policy making. Not an impeachment vote will do nothing but undermine our constitutional system. If my Republican colleagues were serious about addressing these issues, they would be working on legislation, collaborating with our Senate counterparts and the White House. Right now, Congress has a pending request from President Biden to fund additional Border Patrol agents, additional law enforcement personnel, and increased fentanyl detection technology. House Republicans have refused to consider this request. Instead of pursuing solutions to these problems, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are chasing an illegitimate impeachment and using tragedy to score political points. This entire process has been conducted in bad faith with a predetermined outcome. It's clear from my earlier parliamentary inquiries that the chairman has not established any due process or procedures for this sham of an impeachment, and the majority has refused to work with the department to find a day and time to hear from Secretary Mayorkas, despite his offer to do so. Let's not forget that my Republican colleague forced their border bill, H.R. 2, through this committee without considering any Democratic input, resulting in a bill full of unworkable provisions that would create chaos on the southwest border. They know as well as anyone that H.R. 2 never had a chance of becoming law. Senate Republicans and Democrats are working together in a bipartisan manner and with the direct involvement of Secretary Mayorkas to try to fix the issues raised here today. Yet instead of joining that conversation and using the powers of the Congress to create change, House Republicans are pursuing a partisan impeachment effort that will achieve nothing. Perhaps this is because a bipartisan reform bill would take away from a Republican political talking point. As one Republican member told CNN earlier this month, he has no interest in trying to pass border legislation that might help Joe Biden's approval rating. And that's really what this impeachment sham is all about. A political game to make it seem like the do-nothing Republican caucus achieved something while attacking the Biden administration. And it's the American people that are paying the price of Republican inaction. This impeachment hearing just distracts from the important work that DHS is doing to secure the border and enforce immigration laws. So let me share some of that work. From May to September of 2023, DHS removed or returned at least 360,000 non-citizens from the United States, more than any other 5-month period in the last 10 years. From April 2022 to September 2023, DHS arrested nearly 17,000 suspected human smugglers and seized more than $13 million in currency. And in fiscal year 2023, DHS stopped over 43,000 pounds of fentanyl from entering the country, resulting in over 5,600 arrests. President Biden has requested the necessary funding, but Republicans would rather shut down the entire federal government than give President Biden another win. Mr. Chairman, what other conclusion can the American people draw but that House Republicans don't actually want to fix the problem on our southern border? The Constitution gives Congress broad and expansive powers to create laws and shape the policies we want to see. It gives us strong tools to perform oversight over the execution of those policies. Yet, that's not what we've seen here today. Those real levels of power don't seem to be flashy enough for my Republican colleagues. They don't want to do the hard work of creating workable laws or collaborating or compromising. It's far easier to demand impeachment instead of engaging in a good faith effort to improve Homeland Security. House Republicans are more interested in giving interviews on Fox News. As Professor Pearlstein has explained today, there's no constitutional basis for impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. We heard the same from Professor Bowman last week, and we heard the same from the many other constitutional law experts that have written our committee. There's reason they have not brought a constitutional expert to testify in support of this impeachment. There are no constitutional basis for impeachment. Democrats will continue to keep our focus throughout this sham impeachment on what our obligations are under the Constitution. As I said last week, Mr. Chairman, when your members are ready to work and to use the actual power given to us by the framers to address policy problems, I guarantee you House Democrats will do our best to work with you. But until then, we'll continue to call out this do-nothing approach. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I would like to spend my closing statement reviewing why we've held impeachment proceedings against Secretary Mayorkas, since my Democrat colleagues still don't seem to get it. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and systematically refused to follow immigration laws written by Congress. Indeed, he has unilaterally created policies that violate the statutory provisions of the immigration laws related to enforcement. In fact, most courts that have actually heard relevant arguments and decided on the merits agree. The problem is, when the arguments on enforcement went to the Supreme Court in the United States versus Texas, the court refused to decide the matter. The court said it was not subject to judicial review, and they pointed Congress to remedy via impeachment. The court said, if the states can't get relief from the courts, they can get relief from Congress, who can impeach the offending official. Well, now Congress is the proper forum to resolve this dispute. We now have to decide, does the legislation enacted by the people's duly elected representatives mean anything? Or can the secretary just do whatever he wants in direct contradiction to the mandatory language in federal law with impunity? I argue that he cannot continue to not follow the law without consequences. This isn't a policy difference. This is a matter of following the laws written by Congress, and thus a matter of constitutional significance. Today's minority witness recognized back in 2019 that someone could be impeached for a breach of trust. James Madison, the primary architect of the Constitution, was elected to the House of Representatives to serve in the first Congress. At that time, a bill was proposed to create a Department of Foreign Affairs, now the State Department. Concerns were raised that if Congress created such a department, it could be filled by people who abused the public trust. Madison worried about it, and I quote, the difficulty of displacing those who are unworthy of the public trust, end quote. But he pointed to a solution for that concern. He said on the House floor, and I quote, if an unworthy man be continued in office by an unworthy president, the House of Representatives can at any time impeach him, and the Senate can remove him whether the president chooses or not, end quote. Now, I don't know about you, but I trust the interpretation of the father of our Constitution more than the interpretation of those desperate to defend the indefensible for political gain. The president has chosen to continue to keep an unworthy man in office, and it is now the duty of the House of Representatives to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and the Senate to remove him from office. The minority witness said we could pass laws to address these issues, but to what end? The Secretary has already shown he will not follow the laws passed by Congress. Secretary Mayorkas has consistently and deliberately violated duly enacted laws under the Immigration and Nationality Act that Congress has put into place to protect Americans and guard our nation's sovereignty. Secretary Mayorkas has refused to comply with court orders regarding those very laws in good faith. Additionally, Secretary Mayorkas has on numerous occasions lied or misled the United States Congress and the American people regarding the existence and scale of the border crisis that he created. Secretary Mayorkas told the House Judiciary Committee on April 2022 that he had operational control of the southern border, according to the definition laid out by the Secure Fence Act. By the way, that definition was passed into law by Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton. And of course, Secretary Mayorkas' own former Border Patrol chief testified before this committee in March of last year that according to the statute, DHS does not have operational control. Secretary Mayorkas' pure dishonesty was on full display. Again, not a policy issue. To those claiming this impeachment hearing is against the Constitution and against the separation of powers, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas are the ones who have trampled on the Constitution and the separation of powers by ignoring a co-equal branch of government. As far as I understand the Constitution I swore an oath to at age 17 on the plane at West Point, Congress writes the laws and the executive branch executes those laws. But that is exactly, absolutely not what Secretary Mayorkas has been doing when it comes to our country's immigration laws. In fact, he's been spitting on those laws and thus the Constitution in the last 3 years. Impeachment is our final remedy. We're left with no other choice. This is also not a resource issue. Democrats are wrong when they claim that the reason this border crisis is happening is because there aren't enough resources at the border and that Republicans have refused to fund the Border Patrol. First of all, House Republicans have voted substantial increases in funding for CBP above the president's requested amount. In fact, funding the Border Patrol operations and related southwest border requirements increased $2.2 billion since FY 2021. Additionally, House Republicans in the FY 24 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, where we fund the government, increased border security funding again above the president's proposed budget. On top of this, H.R. 2, the Secure Border Act, would fund a Border Patrol force of 22,000. Yet did any Democrat here vote for that? No. It's the definition of hypocrisy. Secondly, Secretary Mayorkas actually asked for less money each year to fund detention. The one thing that is a deterrent to people coming and making that trek. Third, it won't matter how many resources we have at the border if the policies don't change and follow the laws written by Congress. President Biden's supplemental package would do nothing to secure the border between ports of entry, and it would do nothing to stop the flow of migrants to our border. No, every cent of Biden's supplemental package would go directly toward funding mass catch and release policies. That is a non-starter. That's what's created the crisis in the first place. This is clearly not an issue of funding. DHS has had less funding under the Trump administration for border security, yet our border was far more secure. Funding Biden's supplemental package won't fix the crisis at the border. It will fund it. Again, it's not a funding problem. Secretary Mayorkas's complete disregard for the laws passed by Congress have had a devastating impact. That's what we learned today. Everyone knows the numbers. As one Texas sheriff has said, and I quote, "It's quite frankly a tsunami of death that has crashed into the United States over our southern border. It's killing Americans wholesale, and it's just an epic slaughter manufactured by the cartels. If you don't secure the border, it is going to continue," end quote. Slaughter is the right word to describe what fentanyl is doing to our country, to our young people, to many of our sons and daughters. What else do you call 100,000 overdose deaths in 2021? And a comparison was made earlier today between incarceration rates of native citizens and immigrants. Well, whatever that is, it misses the point that every crime committed by anyone who's here illegally is a completely preventable crime.
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
shut the border, those lives are saved.
I said that
To
earlier.
prevent those crimes, you need only enforce the immigration laws on the books, which is exactly what Secretary Mayorkas is willfully not doing. This hearing is titled "Voices for the Victims," the heartbreaking reality of the Mayorkas border
Because the
crisis.
dude was like Garcia,
Jamie Noble.
our congressman for Long Beach, had his graph up, and he was like, look, legal Americans, Native Americans, natively born Americans, they perform twice as many crimes. It didn't say what kind of crimes, it was violent crimes, it said crime, as the illegal immigrants. And the illegal immigrants, they were actually twice as much as the legal immigrants. They had that on there too. They were even lower. Legal immigrants perform way less crime per 100,000 people than legally or naturally born Americans. But the thing is, if we didn't let those illegal immigrants in, then none of those crimes would be here. Him saying, well, look, they're performing less crimes than the naturally born Americans. Doesn't fucking matter. They're performing crime. 800 out of 100,000 of them are getting in trouble for some shit. What is that?
Daughter Kyla Marie Hamilton no longer has a voice. Josephine
Why they
Dunn's
get in
daughter,
trouble?
Ashley Marie Dunn,
They should be on their
no
best
longer
fucking behavior,
has a
dude.
voice.
Or get
That's
kicked
why
the
we
fuck
held
out.
this hearing today. It is our duty to
probably
be
not
the
even getting
voices
kicked out.
of those who can't speak for
No, they're
themselves.
not, 'cause
and to
her
demand
murderer got let loose,
accountability on
apparently.
their behalf. And finally, to Secretary Mayorkas, who couldn't be bothered to show up today. Secretary Mayorkas, you have one job: follow the laws and secure the homeland. Yet you allow criminal aliens to walk across our border, to spit in the face of our country's laws, and to exploit vulnerable migrants. Secretary Mayorkas, you have one responsibility: follow the law and secure the homeland. Yet you allow massive amounts of fentanyl to flow across the border and poison tens of thousands of Americans. Secretary Mayorkas, you have one duty: to follow the law and secure this homeland. Yet you refuse to let our Border Patrol do its job and keep criminal aliens from coming across the border, or allow ICE to deport all criminal aliens when caught. You had one job, one responsibility, one duty, and you have refused to fulfill it. Over and over again, you have refused to follow the laws and to secure our homeland, yet you shrink your responsibility. This is utterly disgraceful. Now, I'd like to make a few other points. Someone today has made a point, I can't recall if it was a member or the minority witness, that if you remove the secretary, there'll be no change because they'll just put another guy in there like that. Well, I have a duty to the people of Tennessee and the people of America.
Tennessee,
That if we have a lawless cabinet secretary who refuses to obey the laws written by Congress and who refuses court orders to cease and desist, totally disrespecting
Dude, I gotta take
the
some
two
pictures
other
of some
equal
weed and
branches
shit.
of
I didn't
government
realize
in
they
our
were gonna be talking
Constitution.
so long. I'll be back.
I have a duty under the Constitution to remove him. And it doesn't matter if the devil I don't
So I gotta
know
do some
is
stuff.
worse than the devil I do. My duty is to remove him, and I will do my duty. There have been some, I think, we'll say disingenuous comments about our efforts to get Mr. Mayorkas here today. We have tried for months and months to get him to come and testify on the border issues. The only time he's come is when he's constitutionally or legally mandated to present the national threats briefing. He came with the director. I was glad he was here for that. He has not worked with me to be here. In fact, today he decided to meet with some Mexican officials who come from Mexico instead of being present at this hearing. That ought to tell you where his priorities are. Now, some people have suggested, of course, that we could pass some more legislation. Well, again, I did say, what's the use if he's not going to abide by it? But you know what? H.R. 2 sits over there on the other side of the building. Well, actually, it's that way. I'm not directionally challenged. It's that way. Amend it. Take the parts you don't like out of it. I think that's the process. And then it comes back over here. We go to conference committee and we work it out. You don't just sit and leave it sitting on a desk and say, you're not writing legislation. Well, yeah, we sent it to you. And the process is you amend it in your committee, vote on that amended version in the Senate, and send it back to conference. So don't sit there and say we haven't done anything. That was months ago. And I have to address the ranking member's suggestion that we would use these young women as political pawns to make a political statement. I am offended by that. His closing remarks could have been made at a political rally. It's despicable to suggest that I would use the two of you as political stunts. I'm trying to show that every American is unsafe right now with these ridiculous border policies. What happened to you ladies and your daughters could happen to any American. And the reason they've happened is because the secretary isn't following the laws passed by this body, both Republicans and Democrats. And if he were a Republican, I'd be saying the exact same thing. Has nothing to do with politics for me. I spent 24 years prepared to give my life for this country. And at times I thought I might have. No, what matters to me is that document that I swore an oath to defend. And this secretary has spit on it by saying that co-equal branches of government don't matter to him. I'm sorry, he's got to go. I thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony and the members for their questions. The members of the subcommittees may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we would ask that the witnesses respond to those in writing pursuant to Committee Rule 7D. The hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Without objection, the ranking member is recognized.
You know, we've talked several times about the rules, and we can disagree. We're Democrats and Republicans. But I call your attention to House rules that you referenced my comments that they were despicable. That's against House rules.
Actually, calling you despicable would be against House rules. Calling your words despicable are not. I can even say it's dishonest what you said. I can't say you're a liar. It's very clear, and I've made that distinction before, actually gaveling down comments made by a Republican. She actually, in that case, called the secretary a liar. She didn't say, others have said that those words are dishonest or that's a lie. You can say that. You can't say the individual is a liar. Your words were despicable. I didn't say anything about you personally.
Well, then I'm clear, as long as you didn't make Benny Thompson.
Yeah, I would never say that about an individual sitting in this committee. But I was very disappointed with your accusation that I would use these individuals as political pawns.
Mr. Chairman, your disappointment is fine. But one of the tenets of who we are as a democracy is that I have an opinion, and you have an opinion. And let's respect that. And so as long as you understand that we don't have to, we can disagree on the words. I was just trying to get clarification about that. And since you say you weren't talking about me specifically, then I'm fine. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The committee stands adjourned.
Oh, you were saying me. That's what I said. Oh, okay.
Texas and the White House are locked in a bitter standoff. Texas and the White House are locked in a bitter standoff on the border. The administration demanding Texas reopen a border park to federal agents after the drowning deaths of 3 migrants. The White House blames Texas for those deaths, saying the state blocked agents from rescuing the woman and her 2 children. But a new DOJ court filing has disproved that narrative, revealing the migrants were already dead when the feds requested access. Meanwhile, Texas is holding firm and refusing to let the feds back in.
They don't tell us where they're sending people, where people are coming across.
The white
they don't
Tahoe
tell us
cookies
about
this time.
criminal activity along the border.
Shit.
They don't tell us who they're letting in, whether it's terrorists or people that have committed crimes. They don't tell us where people are from. We have the obligation to control public lands in Texas. We're a sovereign state, and we plan on defending our borders.
More on this with Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. But first, let's go to Matt Finn. He's in Eagle Pass with the latest. Hi, Matt.
Good morning, Dana. Yesterday was the deadline the federal government gave to Texas to reopen this park back to Border Patrol agents. As it stands this morning, we have not seen Texas allow the federal government back into this park. And Texas DPS tells me that's because Texas feels it is just better at deterring migrants from crossing the river here into this park because Texas feels the Biden administration wants an open border.
We're trying to prevent illegal border crossing so that we don't see this loss of life. It's not normal. It's not humane for anyone to cross a river, including children. But it kind of contradicts what we're trying to do. And it really shows how the federal government is attacking Texas for trying to prevent that, because what they want to do, they want to keep the border open.
As part of Governor Abbott's emergency declaration, the state of Texas is also now arresting migrants who illegally cross into this park and this state. And we just want to tell you from our observation on the ground, that is a massive change in procedure in this park, because for nearly 3 years, leading all the way up to this past December, migrants have not only been able to freely cross the river into this park, sometimes they were ushered across the river by the United States and then processed by Border Patrol, which is part of the reason Texas says it kicked out Biden's border agents. Texas says Border Patrol was a magnet for illegal immigration because migrants were able to stand in Mexico and actually see other migrants who crossed and were being processed here in the park. However, Border Patrol argues being kicked out of the park reduces the ability for Texas and the federal government to respond to emergencies to save lives. And we want to briefly remind you why this particular park is such a battleground. Just last month, there was a historic surge of migrants that illegally crossed into this very property, overwhelming Border Patrol and the state of Texas and actually forcing the closure of legal ports of entry. Now, this morning, a much different scene as we're standing here. Texas has heavily fortified this park, put up razor wire all along the river, and we are seeing Texas National Guard actually push back migrants, saying, do not enter here into the United States. Dana.
What a situation, Matt Finn. Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
I'm Steve Ducey. What's this? I didn't see this
پیرام کجا رفته مشکه مهان چطور رفته منگو بابا کار مشکه اپا یه تا گو پاره هم
Pakistan's hitting Iran with stuff.
شکر الله بگو نه دار مانتا نه پنجره بل شکر الله
وسط فينا السودان نقلي كوري اما وسط قد تقلير
Good afternoon. On Sunday, Secretary Blinken will depart for his 4th trip to Africa as Secretary of State, traveling to Cabo Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Angola. Over the course of the trip, the Secretary will highlight how the United States is strengthening our long-standing engagement with African nations and institutions and delivering on commitments made at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit to benefit both Americans and Africans. This trip will advance a policy agenda that is responsive to priorities shared with our African partners along 3 core lines of effort. First, we are accelerating U.S.-Africa partnerships to advance global priorities such as cultivating sustainable and resilient food systems, strengthening health systems, and addressing the challenge of climate change. Second, we are deepening mutually beneficial economic ties between the United States and Africa. And third, we are working together and elevating African leadership in promoting democracy, respect for human rights, and security. These three lines of effort are solidly anchored in the U.S. strategy towards sub-Saharan Africa. As Secretary Blinken said in his August 2022 speech in Pretoria, our partnership is rooted in the recognition that Africa is a major geopolitical force, one that has shaped our past, is shaping our present, and will shape our future. America's prosperity is tied to Africa's growth, and African voices are vital to shaping the most consequential global conversations. The Secretary looks forward to continuing that conversation and making progress on all these issues during this upcoming trip. With that, Matt, over to you.
Okay, so not to cast any aspersions on the Secretary or his, the importance of Africa to the administration, but this will be the, I mean, he's spent more time overseas so far this month than he has at home. Is there a reason that he doesn't want to be here?
I, as someone who, like the Secretary, has spent a lot of time away from home lately, I think I can safely speak for him and say that he would love to be spending time at home, seeing his family, as I know I would, and I'm sure I think most days my family would love to see me. But there are a number of pressing challenges, and that's the job.
Okay, so in terms of this trip. It's coming, he's just done this big Middle East trip, and he went to Davos, which is slightly less urgent a task, but now Africa, and you have the situation in the Middle East compounding. Ukraine is still an issue. We have the situation with the Houthis in the Red Sea, where there was just more strikes today. Is he comfortable, spending time in Cape Verde, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and Angola, which are, important. I'm not saying they're not, but they are not the, most pressing issues.
So I would say that they are incredibly important countries that require U.S. engagement. We have challenges on the continent of Africa, but as I said in my opening remarks, we also have a lot of opportunities that the President has made a priority and the Secretary has made a priority. So I think it's important that we make this trip and important that we engage in all the issues that I mentioned, from promoting democracy to deepening our economic ties. But I will also say that one of the things that you've seen the Secretary do during his travels is that no matter where we are in the world, he still tends to be focused on other challenges. And so you've seen in the Middle East, when he's in the Middle East, he's often on the phone with leaders in other continents, working on challenges in those continents. And when he's in Europe, he's been on the phone a lot with people in the Middle East. And I'm sure that will be the case of this trip, that even while we're in Angola and Nigeria, I would suspect we will be having calls with, that he will be having multiple calls with leaders in other parts of the world.
Okay, and then off this topic, and before I'll let other people go on to Gaza and that situation there, but I just wanted to ask you really quickly about what your read is, what the administration thinks of the situation between Iran and Pakistan right now, and how concerned are you that this could escalate into potentially, at least on one side and maybe on both sides, a nuclear conflict?
So we are concerned about escalating tensions in the region. It's been something, as you know, we've spoken about a number of times. It's something we've focused on. We've been incredibly concerned about the potential for escalation since October 7th, and that's why we have engaged in intense diplomatic efforts to try to prevent escalation. So I will say we noted the comments from the government of Pakistan about the importance of cooperative relations between Pakistan and its neighbors. We thought those were productive, useful statements, and certainly there's no need for escalation, and we would urge restraint on all sides in this case.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Just so we are clear, in this feud between Iran and Pakistan, triggered by Iran, who are you standing with? With the terrorist regime of Iran or with the non-NATO ally, major ally, Pakistan?
So I think I made pretty clear yesterday that what we think about Iran's attacks, not just the strikes it has launched in the past 3 days against 3 of its neighbors, but its long history of funding terrorism, of funding instability, and sowing discord in the Middle East. And that's something that we have seen contribute to the conflict in Gaza. You've seen Iran, the principal supporter of Hamas for years. They are the major funder of Hezbollah. They are one of the major funders of the Houthis. So we've seen the consequences of the actions that Iran has taken to add to regional instability, and that's why we continue to take actions to hold Iran accountable, but also send very clear messages to Iran that we don't want to see this conflict escalated in any way, shape, or form, which is the message I just sent from this podium.
If it does escalate, which again is not after Pakistan, can Pakistan rely on its major ally?
So I don't want to get into hypotheticals. We don't believe this should escalate in any way, shape, or form. Pakistan is a major non-NATO ally of the United States. That will remain the case, but we would urge restraint in this case. We do not want to see escalation and do not think there is any need for escalation.
Can we come back to Mars House Caucasus?
Yeah.
Sure. Just to pick at that a little bit, you're sort of treating the Iran-Pakistan tensions as part of the spillover from Gaza. Do you see this as connected to that?
No, I don't think it's in any way, shape, or form connected to Gaza, but whenever you see things, see strikes in the region, given the tensions in the region, there is the risk for an increase in conflict, which is something that we're trying to avoid.
But do you assess that the initial strike was somehow, somehow is inspired by or related to what's been happening elsewhere further west?
So no, it is in no way, shape, or form is or should be connected to the conflict in Gaza.
I have more on Gaza, but if we're sticking on this,
you can go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Israel yesterday, the Israeli military occupied and destroyed the Isra University in Gaza. I mean, this is probably number 10 of all 10 universities that they have destroyed. And is it the assessment of this department, of this government, that this was a legitimate target?
So I can't speak to this individual action. I don't have independent information to verify that, but I can say that we continue to urge Israel to avoid damage to critical infrastructure. That would, of course, include universities, and to ensure the protection of humanitarian and medical sites. That has been something we have urged from the outset of this conflict. I will make the point that I always make, that it is very difficult, and again, I'm not talking about this particular site because I don't have information about this particular site, but it is always difficult when you see Hamas use those civilian sites to hide its fighters, to launch attacks on Israel, but it doesn't change the burden that Israel has to comply with international humanitarian law and avoid strikes, avoid military action against humanitarian infrastructure.
But there seems to be no evidence that there were any fighters, in fact, any presence of any kind of military presence in the university itself. But that, we've seen, you keep saying that you want Israel not to destroy the infrastructure. Yet we have seen almost the total destruction of all infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, roads, cemeteries. They just, they excavated a cemetery, for instance, and took bodies, whatever. I mean, this is not exactly tell us in any way that the government of Israel is really paying heed to what you tell them, in any way, by any measure. They're not listening to you.
So we have seen them take some steps to add civilian infrastructure to deconfliction sites. There are other things that we have urged them to do that we want them to do better on. It is an ongoing conversation between our two governments, and something that the Secretary spoke directly with the leadership of Israel in his trip last week. But again, there is also this problem that Hamas does continue to hide in and under civilian infrastructure. So when you see a strike against any one piece of civilian infrastructure, to assess the validity of that strike, you have to know what it is that was there, and we don't always know that. At least I don't know that when I'm speaking from here.
Yeah,
and I suspect that a lot of the people writing about it don't know it either. It's very hard to know the facts on the ground.
Okay. The West Bank is basically, the situation is just getting completely out of control. The Israelis are doing their excursions on a nightly basis. They killed 10 yesterday. They keep going into these refugee camps on the West Bank and so on. They have been struck by unmanned aerial vehicle, by drones and so on. They have been struck even by fixed wing a couple of times at the beginning of the month. So I just want what are you doing to sort of calm the situation down in the West Bank?
So I will say that Israel faces very real security challenges, and it has the right to defend its people, and it has the right to carry out counterterrorism operations.
Right.
Those need to be carried out in coordination with, or in compliance with international humanitarian law. We do remain deeply concerned about maintaining stability in the West Bank, and we continue to urge Israel to take all feasible measures to protect civilian lives in the West Bank, just as we encourage them to do in Gaza. But they do have the right to carry out legitimate counterterrorism operations.
In a territory that they have occupied for over 56 years, right? I mean, they go in, they know everything about this area. They occupy it. They go in unprovoked, you know. And you're saying that they have to defend themselves against a defenseless population.
So unprovoked is a big word, Saeed. And I would say that they do face security challenges and they do face security threats, including from the West Bank, and they have the right to carry out counterterrorism operations to deal with those threats. Yeah.
Just on the ongoing, diplomatic efforts, the conversations. It's been 27 days since the leaders of Israel and the U.S. have spoken. Did the secretary hear any indication while in Israel that the prime minister thought it would be productive to have another conversation soon?
So we maintain ongoing dialogue with the government of Israel at the most senior levels. The secretary obviously engaged not just with the prime minister, but had one-on-one meetings with the defense minister, had one-on-one meetings with Minister Gantz, another member of the Israeli war cabinet. And of course, the president has spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu on a number of occasions. I'm not going to speak to either the private conversations that Secretary Blinken had with Prime Minister Netanyahu or the tempo of conversations between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu. But we always have ongoing dialogue at very senior levels, and I will say we have no inability to make our messages clear to the government of Israel.
Sure, but isn't the tempo of leadership exchanges something that you pay close attention to? So, with China. So does that lack of leader-to-leader engagement of late suggest that diplomacy between the U.S. is faltering or at an impasse, or simply that there's nothing for the leaders to exchange views about?
I would not read too much into it. The secretary just finished a week of diplomacy in the Middle East, including several days when we were in Israel and engaged with the highest members of the Israeli government. He, of course, is not the only official in the United States government to have traveled to Israel in recent months. You've seen officials from the White House. You've seen Secretary Austin travel to Israel. And, of course, the president himself traveled to Israel and has conducted a number of conversations with the prime minister. And I'm sure that they will speak again. But I would not read too much into the tempo of those conversations.
Before we leave this topic, can I just say, so have you seen Prime Minister Netanyahu's latest comments about that he's rejected your guys' assertion that the only way that Israel is going to achieve long-term security and peace is with the creation of a Palestinian state? This is obviously not new. This is something that he has said for some time and told you all directly last week, even. But I'm just wondering if you have any particularly new reaction to him being apparently in this situation the roadblock, your ally, your partner. All the Arab states are on board, at least according to what you guys say, with post-conflict Gaza future planning, but Israel's not. So
let me echo something the secretary said when he was in the region last week, and that is that Israel faces some very difficult choices in the months ahead. The conflict in Gaza is going to end. It will end. And at the end of that conflict, someone is going to have to rebuild Gaza. Someone is going to have to govern Gaza. Someone is going to have to provide security in Gaza. And one of the things the secretary was able to achieve in his travels through the region last week are commitments from other countries in the region that they would participate in the reconstruction of Gaza, that they would participate in helping establish Palestinian-led governance of Gaza, but they would only do that if there was a tangible path to establishment of a Palestinian state. But the question is actually bigger than that, because the question is not just about the short-term future of Gaza, but it is about how you solve this long-term challenge that Israel has, which is how Israel ensures real security for itself and how it ensures that October 7th is never repeated again. And the opportunity that Israel has right now before it is that for the first time in its history, you see the countries in the region who are ready to step up and further integrate with Israel and provide real security assurances to Israel. And the United States is ready to play its part too, but they all have to have a willing partner on the other side. So we will continue to reiterate to the leadership of Israel, the government of Israel, and to the people of Israel that these are the opportunities that they have. These are the challenges that they face, but there is no way to solve their long-term challenges, to provide lasting security, and there is no way to solve the short-term challenges of rebuilding Gaza and establishing governance in Gaza and providing security for Gaza without the establishment of a Palestinian state. And so this is clearly going to be a conversation. We've had direct conversations with him, and now we're having a public conversation as well. But it's going to be a process.
You think that Netanyahu is basically squandering an opportunity for real lasting peace for his country?
I don't want to characterize his remarks, but I will say that there is a historic opportunity that Israel has to deal with challenges that it has faced since its founding, and we hope the country will take that opportunity.
All right, and then what makes you said at some point, at the beginning of your answer, you said at some point the war in Gaza is going to come to an end. Why are you so confident of that? I mean, the situation right now appears to be one in which this is going to be never ending, and the youth who survive in Gaza, Palestinian youth, have been radicalized to the point where, or seem to have been radicalized to the point where there isn't going to be an end anytime soon, even with the creation of an independent Palestinian state?
That is such a good question, Matt. I will say we believe that the short-term conflict will come to an end. We've had conversations with the Israeli government about that, about how they will transition to lower tempo operations. But they see an end to this conflict. We see an end to this conflict. But you're right.
Do they? Are you convinced that the Israelis do see an end to this conflict?
I'm convinced that they do. But to get to your underlying question, that does not solve the long-term challenge. And we think the only way to solve the long-term challenge is to offer a solution that answers the legitimate hopes, dreams, aspirations of the Palestinian people.
And the last one, based on Saeed's question about the demolition of the university. I don't know if you've seen the video. It's pretty widely available.
I have seen the video.
It looks like a controlled demolition. It looks like what we do here in this country when we're taking down an old hotel or a stadium. And you have nothing to say? You have nothing to say about this? To do that kind of an explosion, you need to be in there. You have to put the explosives down, and it takes a lot of planning and preparation to do. And if there was a threat from this particular facility, they wouldn't have been able to do it.
So I have seen the video. I can tell you that it is something we are raising with the government of Israel, as we often do when we see
raising as
when we see to ask questions and find out what the underlying situation is, as we often do when we see reports of this nature. But I'm not able to characterize the actual facts on the ground before hearing that response.
Yeah, but you saw the video.
I did see the video. I don't know what was under that building. I don't know what was under that building. I don't know what was inside.
But it doesn't matter what was under the building, because they obviously got in there to put the explosives down to do it in the way that they did.
Again, I'm glad you have factual certainty about it. I just don't.
All I have is what I saw in the video.
I just don't.
And I think you guys saw it too.
But I can say we did see it, and I can say that we have raised it with the government of Israel.
And it's not troubling to you?
We are always troubled by any degradation of civilian infrastructure in Gaza, but without knowing the actual underlying circumstances. I'm a little hesitant, I think for reasons that should be understandable, to pass definitive judgment on it from this podium.
Can I ask you just a follow up, not on this issue, but on something that you said. You said you see an end to this conflict in the short term and so on.
Yeah.
what does this end look like in your view?
So we believe that there are military goals that are achievable for the government of Israel, but to get into the point I was making, that ultimately there also needs to be a political resolution, and there needs to be a political path towards statehood for the Palestinian people.
I understand, but this conflict, I mean, how will it end? How is it going to end?
I did not bring my crystal ball today, Saeed, so I'm afraid I'm not going to offer any predictions.
You've become quite an expert at this.
What's that?
And I'm saying you guys have a great deal of expertise that basically can give you sort of a direction on how this is going to end at one point, whether it's next month or in 2 months or whatever.
So I am not going to make predictions about it, but we do believe that this conflict, as all conflicts do, will end at some point, and that there needs to be a political path forward for the establishment of a Palestinian state. That is the only way, not just to answer the legitimate hopes, dreams, aspirations of the Palestinian people, but it is also, and this is critical, the only way to provide lasting security for the Israeli people. I promised you I'd come to you next, and I'll go to
Matt, thank you. I want just to follow up on the Israeli Prime Minister remarks. I know he didn't say something new, but he said that he informed you that he doesn't support a Palestinian state. Did he inform you? Because it explains a lot. He didn't speak with the president since December 23rd.
So I will speak to our side of the conversation, and I will let him speak to his side of the conversation. But what I will say in speaking to our side is that the points that I just made publicly from this podium about the path forward, the opportunities for Israel, and the challenges that Israel faces are points that Secretary Blinken made very clear in all of his meetings with leaders of the government of Israel.
Okay, you said also during the Secretary trip in the region, he heard from the leaders and they are willing to engage with Israel.
This is
Do you characterize Prime Minister Netanyahu as a willing partner to engage or for peace in the region?
So I think certainly we have seen the government of Israel want to engage with its neighbors. You've seen the government of Israel normalize relationships with a number of its neighbors already, and it wants to pursue further integration. It wants to obviously normalize relations with Saudi Arabia, and we have been making progress on that and believe that progress is still possible to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. But the point that we have made to Israel is that to achieve those goals, to provide security assurances for Israel, it's going to take Israel making some tough choices as well.
One more question on Lebanon. I know that the risk has been high for a second front or bigger front. There's a front going. But given the new statements by the Israeli leaders and also the threat from Hezbollah, do you see the risk is higher on the northern border?
So I don't want to, assess any change in risk, but we have always thought the risk was high for escalation in the northern border since October 7th. And that's why we have made it a focus of our diplomatic efforts since October 7th in making clear to Hezbollah that they should not escalate. You saw the president speak on October 7th itself, making clear that any enemies of Israel who wanted to capitalize on this situation for their own perceived benefit should not do so. And that's a message we've continued to send loud and clear. And we've engaged in diplomatic efforts to make clear that there is a path to de-escalation, and we think that's a path that ought to interest both Israel and all other parties in the region.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Simon, go ahead.
Just come back onto the Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments. So your response seems to be, and what you were saying in the region is, you've outlined very clearly for the Israelis how there's an opportunity here, right? But what they need to make these tough choices. But clearly, with these comments, it's kind of drawing a line under that and saying the current Prime Minister is not willing to make those tough choices. So, as well as offering an opportunity and saying here's a great solution to all your problems, are you also offering some kind of pressure, or what is it that you're actually saying to the Israelis we will do if you don't accept, or are you just going to hold your hands up and say, well, we gave them an opportunity and they didn't take it?
I don't think we need to offer any kind of pressure. The pressure is reality. The pressure is the reality that I just laid out, that without a tangible path to the establishment of a Palestinian state, there are no other partners in the region who are going to step forward and help with the reconstruction of Gaza. There are no other partners in the region who are going to step forward and help establish Palestinian-led governance of Gaza. There are no other partners in the region who are going to step forward and integrate with Israel and make further assurances about Israel's long-term security. So that's just the reality. It's not the United States exerting pressure or not. It's the reality of the situation that Israel faces. And without making some of these tough choices that we've outlined, that will continue to be the reality, and there will be no actual solutions to any of those very real short, medium, and long-term problems.
So if there's, you know, you're basically saying that their current position is only going to is not going to lead to any solution. There's no way that this will be solved. Does that mean cutting? You know, do you continue to supply weapons and other support to an ally that is not listening to the warnings that you're giving?
So I know that's a question I get a lot, and I will answer it by saying, you know, Israel is a longtime ally of the United States. They're a longtime friend of the United States. And there are friendships, and not just at the government-to-government level, but there are long-standing friendships between our two peoples. And one of the things that you can do when you have this kind of long-time alliance and long-time friendship is that you can have these very frank, candid, and sometimes actually quite difficult conversations, both with the leadership of the country and with the country at large. And that's what you saw the Secretary do in his last trip, where he didn't just lay all this out to the government, he laid this all out publicly in a speech in Israel, that was in a speech in Israel. And we will continue to make that clear publicly. We will continue to make it clear privately, because we do really believe the choices are stark.
But the message is, I guess, that you could read from that is that U.S. support for Israel is not at risk, no matter what choices they make.
So our support for Israel remains ironclad, but that doesn't mean that there are no differences between our two countries, and that there will not be any differences between our two countries. We have differences with all of our allies. There are things that we don't necessarily see 100% eye to eye on. But again, I think the question here is less about a difference in opinion about a path forward between Israel and the United States. The question is really more about the opportunity that Israel faces and whether they will grab it, because this is not a question of the United States pressuring them to do anything. This is about the United States laying out for them the opportunity that they have, in part because of the work that we did, that Secretary Blinken and the President Biden have done to talk with other countries in the region to make clear that there is a path for further integration. There is a path for real security assurances. But again, we can't make those choices for anyone. They have to make them for themselves. Olivia, and then I know I have to get to some of the other hands in the room.
So if there's something else
Yeah, no,
about
go
Gaza
ahead.
specifically. Well, so a day after the SDGT designation, the Houthis' attacks in the Red Sea have continued unabated, arguably intensified, targeting U.S. interests. The U.S. is now the sole power conducting strikes on Houthi interests. So where is the international coalition that the U.S. had worked so hard to galvanize in order to deter these Houthi attacks?
So if you look at the coalitions that we have assembled there, people have a number of different roles. There are more than 40 countries that issued a statement making clear that they condemned the Houthis' attacks. There is a coalition of more than 20 countries that we assembled for Prosperity Guardian to defend against the Houthis' attacks. There are all the countries at the United Nations Security Council who voted to make clear that those attacks are unacceptable. And then there are the countries that participated in direct military action. And of course, that is a smaller group of countries. That's always going to be the case when it comes to action of this nature. I will say that we will continue to use all the instruments of military power, and that includes, all the instruments of national power, and that includes not just military power, but it also does include our diplomatic efforts. We think it's important that other countries of the world have made clear to the Houthis that these attacks are unacceptable and that these attacks must stop. And we will continue to use our sanctions authority to deprive the Houthis of resources and to further our efforts to crack down on people who provide them with finances or provide them with military equipment. But we have been clear that we've said from the outset that we did not think that the attacks would stop after our first military strike, that we would have to take further action. You have seen us take further action, and we're committed to continuing to do so, because the attacks on commercial shipping are just unacceptable. They don't have anything to do with the conflict in Gaza, and they need to stop.
Right. I recognize that the statements were made, the resolutions were passed, but I mean, just as an example, you saw the president of France saying that France declined to engage in these more kinetic activities out of fears of escalation. So is the U.S. risking being, again, sort of the sole power undertaking this more military-focused kind of activity?
I don't agree. I would not agree with that characterization, only because of the reasons I just outlined, which there are a number of countries who have made clear that these attacks are unacceptable. And we are the ones who, of course, are leading the military response to actually add some teeth to that statement, but we certainly think the diplomatic statements are important as well. Janie, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. The Russian ambassador to South Korea said in an interview with the South Korean press that he was ready to improve relations between
This lady cares
Russia
so
and
much about South Korea.
And he wanted
Every
a
day.
high-level dialogue between South Korea and
South
Russia.
Korea.
How can you explain Russia's intention to Russia dual action toward South Korea while engaging in military cooperation with North Korea?
So I have not seen those specific comments, so I'm going to decline to comment on them from here, and I'll take it back and get you an answer.
Yesterday they held
Yeah, I just didn't see the specific
Okay,
comments.
second one. Do you have anything on the United States and South Korea, Japan representatives of Korean Peninsula meeting in Seoul?
Let me take it back and get an answer on that as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Very quick question on Bangladesh. What steps will the United States take in response to the reported sham election in Bangladesh involving the undermining of democracy and imprisonment of thousands of opposition members? As you mentioned in your statement, that election was not free and fair.
So we do remain concerned by the arrest of thousands of political opposition members and by the reports of irregularities on election day. We share the view with other observers that these elections were not free and fair. We regret that not all parties participated, and we condemn the violence that took place during elections and in the months leading up to it. We are now encouraging the government of Bangladesh to credibly and transparently investigate the reports of violence, to hold perpetrators accountable, and we all urge all parties to reject political violence. Go ahead.
Matt, in light of an NBC News report yesterday that describes President Biden and Saudi Prince Salman's frustrations with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who refuses to accept a Palestinian state as a required pathway to peace, what is your response to Prime Minister Netanyahu and evangelical Christians who oppose the establishment of a Palestinian state to divide Israel?
I think this is the point in the press conference where I just say IBID. Is that how you pronounce that? The term you see in IBID? Is that, so I have it wrong? IBID? I think I've spoken to that at some length, probably at too much length. So I'll refer you to my earlier comments.
Okay, then follow up. Do you expect Iran to cease their hostilities against Israel if Israel agreed to a Palestinian state, given that Iran's Ayatollah has called for the total annihilation of Israel?
So one of the things that the Secretary made clear when we were in the region is actually the answer to Iran's aggression against Israel is this further integration with other partners in the region. Iran clearly is not interested in peace with Israel, but other countries are. And there are other countries that are willing to step up and normalize their relationships with Israel, to integrate Israel further into the region, and to have real lasting security agreements with Israel. And what that would do is it would further isolate Iran and isolate the groups that Iran funds, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and at least take some steps to depriving those groups of the political oxygen that they use to recruit new members. So it's precisely because of the long-term threat that Iran poses to Israel's security and to the security of the entire region that we think the establishment of the Palestinian state is so important.
About Iran also, since the head of the snake is Iran that is fueling unrest in the Middle East, what do you see the U.S. and its allies can do to stop their aggression?
So, as I've said a number of times from this podium, we will continue to take actions to deter Iran's hostile activities. We will continue to take actions to hold Iran accountable for its activities. We've imposed more than 400 sanctions on Iran since the outset of this administration, and we will continue to take whatever actions are appropriate.
Thank you, Matt. A question on Syria. NGO Forum warning on the escalation of hostilities between the Turkey and SDF. From January 13 to 16, 2024, 14 verified strikes were conducted across northeast Syria. At least 6 civilians were being injured, and at least 26 critical infrastructure sites are either severely damaged or out of service. This is what they mentioned in their report they published yesterday. I understand that Turkey is your NATO ally and SDF is your local partner. They are fighting against ISIS with you. So how does the United States is trying to make these two parties to get together and de-escalate the situation?
So let me take that back and get you a
not one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Iraqi Prime Minister says that the US-led military coalition in Iraq is no longer needed. I understand that you are in Iraq on the Iraqi invitation, but now the Iraqi government repeatedly says that they don't need the US-led coalition to fight against ISIS. What's your assessment? Do you think that you still need to be there to face the ISIS? How do you see that?
So I will say that we are there at the invitation of the government of Iraq. There is a process that we go through to engage in dialogue with the government of Iraq, and we will continue to engage in that process.
Well, let's remember that you got there first without the invitation of the government of Iraq, and then you stayed, and through repeated administrations, while the Iraqi parliament, after the invasion and the return to their sovereignty, they have asked numerous times for U.S. troops to leave, and you guys have basically given them the finger and said, no, we're not going anywhere. And that was not just the Obama administration or the Bush administration, but also the Trump administration and now this administration.
I am aware.
Is there a process ongoing right now, a discussion with the Iraqis about the eventual withdrawal?
I am not going to get into the substance of our conversation, but we have an ongoing process with the government of Iraq to talk about exactly these issues, the status of our forces in Iraq, and we are there at the government of Iraq's invitation, and beyond that, I don't want to discuss our private diplomatic conversations.
How many times does the invitation have to be like rescinded before you actually agree with it?
So I don't think I'm going to accept the premise of the question, but I will say that we engage in ongoing and private diplomatic conversations about all of these issues.
Telling them that's very nice, but no thank you, we're staying.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, member of the media in Pakistan have reported that Pakistani authorities consulted with the U.S. before the airstrikes in Iran. Is it true?
I do not have any private conversations to read out.
And sir, India's role in assassination attempt on Sikh activist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu was highlighted at yesterday's congressional hearing on transnational repression. So, is there any update from India about their internal investigation on that assassination attempt?
So I will say that there is that is the subject of an ongoing Department of Justice investigation, or I should say, ongoing legal matter, law enforcement matter, and because of that, I'm going to decline to comment.
So when you say that the election results in Bangladesh were not credible, free, or fair, does this imply that the U.S. will not recognize Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's fourth straight term?
No. I'll go ahead.
Thank you. Lots of stuff has been heard about Iran and their activities. Is the U.S. at all happy that Pakistan took the action to at least teach them? Because after a long time, somebody has taken step to go inside Iran, or
So I did speak to this earlier, and what I said was that we are concerned about escalating tensions in the region, and we will continue to urge all parties to show restraint.
Okay, one more. Elections in Pakistan are happening, and you are hoping that the escalation will not grow. And the elections are such that Imran Khan is out. Obviously, his foreign minister is arrested. His interior minister is arrested. Many of his party ticket has been taken from him. Are you going to just comment the same thing you did to my colleague about Bangladesh elections? After the election, you're just going to regret it, or are you going to say that the elections are not being held fair?
So I'm going to say what we say about countries all over the world, which is that we want the elections in Pakistan, as we do all over the world, to be free and fair, and held in a manner that allows the Pakistani people to express their will, and we will align our policies to achieve that objective.
Just last one.
Yeah.
Prime Minister Modi is going to inaugurate the Babri Mosque in a couple of days. It's the same site where more than 2,000 people have been killed. Does it suit the Prime Minister to go to a place where it's already, from decades, it's an issue that has created a lot of hate between Hindus and Muslims, and Prime Minister Modi is doing this special ritual before going, and he's going to be there for the opening of a Hindu temple. Is that a good leadership sign?
I just don't have any comment on that. Alex, go ahead.
Two topics. On Nagorno-Karabakh first. I was hoping you could update us on the latest efforts about the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Last week, Special Advisor Bana was in the region to carry Karabakh talks, but he avoided Baku. Any reason why, and also any sense of what he heard in Armenia, any message he conveyed?
So I'm not going to get into the exact substance of those meetings, other than to say that we welcome the work towards peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We support the sovereignty and territorial integrity of both countries. We hope they will sign a durable peace treaty that recognizes such sovereignty and territorial integrity. The sooner the better. The parties have made significant progress over the past year, and we encourage them to maintain momentum, building on past negotiations and conclude an agreement.
Thank you. And second topic, today marks 3 months since the detention of Radio Free Europe reporter also Kurmashova in Russia. Do you have any message to her family, to 2 little daughters who are also American citizens, to colleagues at RFR who are, some of them are American citizens, and watching and wondering, 3 months in, the State Department still refuses to recognize the detention as wrongful?
So I would say that it is a case that we continue to focus an enormous amount of attention on. It's something we continue to look into. And as I have said a number of times, that just because we have not made a wrongful detention determination at any point does not indicate anything about the work that we are doing or about what our future posture may be. We are constantly gathering information in all of these cases, assessing facts, assessing the law, and helping guide us to what ultimately will be the right determination.
I understand that, but when push comes to shove, when you offer something to Russians about American citizens detained in Russia, you did not include also last time.
I just don't have anything further to add on it beyond what I just said. Well, that'll wrap for there, unless Matt has
as I did yesterday, I have one last one on Guatemala.
Yeah.
So after I asked you at the last question of yesterday's briefing about Guatemala and criticism or complaints from some people about your policy towards there, well, not just after, it was about 4 hours after, as I was walking out the door, with no heads up that you guys were going to do this.
Give me a heads up what time you're leaving today, and I'll try to make sure we make any news before that, so as not to disrupt your commute.
I want to leave right now, but anyway. So you guys put the former by 3 days president on, you put a travel ban on him, essentially.
Yeah.
And so this is a guy who, while he was president, had annoyed the U.S., this administration, with his policies, particularly on migration and other things. But what I'm wondering about is the timing of this, because these designations take some time to do. So is it fair to say that this administration was considering doing this while he was still in office, that you held off until he was out of office for whatever reason?
I will answer that by saying whenever we take any sanctions action, we look at that action and the timing of it and try to achieve both the maximum impact, and we try to minimize any downside risk. And so in making the determination about when to impose this sanction, obviously, as we said in the statement, we had evidence of his involvement in significant corruption. We did not want to take any action that might have hurt our ability to achieve our goal in this, our goal in Guatemala, which was not just a free and fair election, but the actual ability of the duly elected president to take office.
Okay, but a decision like this isn't made, the process of this isn't started and then finished within 3 days.
Correct.
And clearly you had, if you say you have this evidence against him for massive corruption, or I don't know what the adjective was in front of corruption, but if you had some significant evidence of significant corruption, why didn't you act against him while he was still president?
So I don't want to get into the exact timeline, but the point I was making here is we, in looking at how to maximize the impact of this, did not want to take any action that would impede what we were trying to achieve, which was a free and fair election. And remember that there was significant risk of the duly elected president not being able to take office, and we had to make an assessment whether any action we were doing would add to that risk.
Well, so you keep saying maximize. You wanted to maximize.
In fact,
you minimize.
No. Did you say no? Minimize the risk. Also, the risk that I'm just outlining.
Well, okay. So what is maximizing the impact? What does that mean? So how did this announcement coming 3 days after the guy left office? So how did that maximize?
What I said is, as a general statement, we're trying to do two things: maximize impact, minimize risk.
Yeah.
And I think what you just heard me outline is a risk that we were aware of, that we were trying to avoid. That any action that we take that might in any way impact the president-elect's ability to take office, which, as you know, was
it did not go without hitch.
It didn't. Exactly my point. It did not go without hitch, and we did not want to do anything that might make it more difficult.
Holding off on this was part of the reason, or part of what allowed him to eventually take the new president to take the oath.
I think that establishes a causal link that I was not prepared to make, but the point I was making is we did not want to add to risk in any way.
Okay, but then when you talk about maximizing the impact, wouldn't the impact be maximum or most? I don't know what the Latin is. A maximus impactus. If you had done it while he was still
not if
head of state.
Not if we raise the risk of the elected president, the duly elected president, from not taking office. No, that would not have maximized the impact. All right, well, in there. Thanks, everyone.
I love that song. Well, did the Pentagon say anything that matters? Probably not. Fuck, man. Wow, there are riots going on in Russia. Snowball fighting. Oh, they're throwing like chunks of ice at them probably though.
Алчинова Фаиля Фаттаховича признать виновным в совершении преступления, предусмотренной частью 1 статьи 282 Уголовного кодекса Российской Федерации, и назначить ему наказание в виде лишения свободы на срок 4 года с отбыванием наказания в исправительной колонии общего режима. Меру пресечения Алчинова в виде подписки о неуважении ближайших поведений изменить на заключение под стражу, взять под стражу в зале суда.
Biden talked about high-speed internet investment. Got the metal shields.
Всем, кто приехал меня поддержать, всем огромное спасибо. Я это никогда не забуду. Я свою вину не признаю. Всегда боролся за справедливость, за свой народ, за свою республику. Поэтому, иншаллах, еще увидимся.
Почему избивают? Ну вот смотрите, что делают, смотрите.
Дай команду, дай команду.
Вот что делаете?
Мы будем обжаловать. Я не понимаю политику Хабирова, вот, который сейчас народ приехал поддержать меня. Я не знаю, что будет дальше. Вот реально не знаю. Я не хочу, конечно, мы этого не хотели, но всем огромное спасибо, кто приехал поддержать меня.
Let me say, Food Line saves you money on groceries no matter where you shop. Well, here's a good example. Before Food Line opened stores in Jacksonville, Florida, shoppers paid $850 million a year for groceries. In the summer of 1987, Food Line opened stores here, and the competitors started lowering prices. Within 6 months, according to industry figures, grocery prices in Jacksonville had dropped 6%. That's $50 million a year the people of Jacksonville have to spend on things that are a lot more fun than buying groceries.
Saving money on groceries. That's what Food Lion is all about. Jacksonville is not an isolated example of Food Lion's ability to penetrate a new marketing area and force competitors to lower prices. The story has been repeated from the Tidewater to Tennessee, from Delaware and Maryland to Orlando and Tampa. And it has earned the Salisbury, North Carolina-based company a reputation as America's fastest-growing supermarket chain. Opening an average of 2 new supermarkets per week, Food Lion has grown from 1 store in 1957 to one of the top 10 grocery chains today.
Oh, I didn't mind the crowd. It was worth the wait. And I'd say this beats all of the stores that we have in Florida. And I come all the way from Green Cove Springs. That's quite a drive.
Yeah, my first impressions, I went first to the produce, and the prices are marvelous, and it looks fresh and tasty. The apples look almost like they were painted. They're beautiful.
I really like the prices, and I think it's going to be great. We're just welcome to Jacksonville.
To the average grocery shopper, the reason for this growth is simple. Food Lion sells groceries for less than any other supermarket in town.
Nobody in Florida can beat Food Lion, and I'm so glad they decided to come and see us.
But the real secret of Food Lion's success is how the company saves the consumer money. It's a formula composed of complex buying and warehousing techniques, rigid cost-cutting measures, a simple but aggressive marketing strategy, and incentives that provide tens of thousands of Food Lion employees with outstanding benefits and opportunities for advancement. Food Lion's unique concept of volume buying came in 1967. Food Town, as it was known then, had struggled to maintain mediocre results for 10 years. But all there was to show for the effort between 1957 and 1967 were 7 stores and $6 million in sales. Then Ralph W. Kettner, one of the founders of the company, decided to try a new idea.
I took 6 months' invoices from the warehouse, went to the Mango Motel in Charlotte, and for 3 days and nights I reduced every item we had in the warehouse, the price of every item. And we had roughly 3,000 items, so the average reduction was 10%. Now the offsetting factor was what increase in sales we had to have to break even. I finally came to the conclusion that if we had a 50% increase in sales, we'd break even.
The new low-price theme became popular overnight, and although greatly refined over the years, it is still the basis for Food Lion's system of buying and warehouse accommodation. During the next 10 years, the chain grew from 7 stores, each with less than $1 million in sales annually, to 55 stores, each doing $4 million per year. Today, Food Lion stores average $7 million in sales per year. The growth in number of stores over the past decade has been impressive, from 106 stores in 1980 to 664 at the end of 1989. And we believe in nurturing this growth by constantly updating stores. Every 3 years, each store receives a minor remodel, sprucing up with new paint, etc. And every 10 years, Food Lion completely strips a store, putting in all new equipment and making it look like the newest unit in the chain.
That's cool.
We learned a big lesson from A&P's decline in the 1960s, largely because that company failed to upgrade store facilities and ignored what the customer wanted. Where Food Lion's growth has taken place is important
Give me what
too.
I want.
As you can see, much of the expansion since 1980 has been concentrated
There's
in
2
the
in Tennessee
Carolinas
back
and
then.
Virginia.
I've never seen
We
one.
call this our ink block strategy, saturating an area that surrounds one of the company's distribution centers. This represents a tremendous savings for the company. The fixed costs of distribution, gas, oil, driving time, wear and tear on equipment, and the like are lessened. The cost of advertising is less too. There are more stores per newspaper ad and television commercial, more exposures per advertising dollar spent. The cost of supervision is reduced also. Store saturation means our supervisors can cover more area, again lowering the fixed cost of salaries, benefits, and car expense. As a matter of fact, since 1981, area supervisors' store coverage has increased from 10 stores to 14. The growth in number of stores since 1980 has been accompanied by a steady increase in sales. Much of this is due to a formula that concentrates simply on being a better supermarket chain this year than last, not getting caught up in the 5-minute wonders of the business, like the big push into generic products several years back. Many competitors took on generic products in a big way. We didn't, and it paid off. Remaining focused like this pays off in profits. For example, many competitors have jumped on the bandwagon to bigger stores. This has hurt their profitability. Food Lion has steered away from large superstores, unlike many of our competitors, and built more stores which are more convenient to customers. And as you can see, this focused approach has steadily enhanced company earnings. And it may be interesting to note that if we simply saturate stores in our existing states of operation, similar to North Carolina's level, we would have more than 1,700 stores with about 40 states to go. In his book, In Search of Excellence, Tom Peters talks about doing 1,000 things 1% better. This describes a way of corporate life at Food Lion. Our success is not in doing any one thing much better, but in doing 1,000 things just a little better. Take advertising, for example. We only spend 1/3 to 1/2 as much as our competitors. One reason is we spend much less on newspaper advertising than our competitors. And we advertise
Yo,
our
I remember those
concept
Breyers-
of doing business,
those Breyers
how we
cartons.
save the customer money, and not weekly specials. Here are 2 examples.
Here's Tom Smith with another way you save at Food Lion.
I want to show you how a banana box can save you money on your food bill. Most supermarket warehouses use fancy containers like this to pack the weekly health and beauty aid orders for their stores. But at Food Lion, we use banana boxes because we buy lots of bananas, and the boxes they come in don't cost us 1 cent. These would cost us about $200,000 a year. That's $200,000 a year. You don't have to pay for groceries.
Here's Tom Smith with another way you save at Food Lion.
Would you believe the tires on this trailer save you money on your food bill? You see, Food Lion has about 500 trailers, and every time a new trailer is delivered, we replace those 8 new tires with recaps. Then instead of buying new tires for our tractors, we use the trailer tires. A new tire costs us over $300, a recap about $80. That saved us about $1 million. And at Food Lion, when we save, you save.
The president of Food Lion appears in about 1/2 of all
those
company
safe?
Commercials written and produced
Recapping.
in-house without any
Illegal
advertising
now.
agency. Another big savings. The savings on banana boxes and tires that Tom Smith talks about are representative of the 1,000 things done just a little bit better.
Yo, you remember those old
The
ass
first
grocery
new
carts they were
forklift
just
ever
pushing?
purchased by the company
See, it was
still
forever.
operates in the warehouse.
It's like
Each
one of those
Food
flat
Lion
nose
rig
Mack trucks.
travels
I was about to say, it's like one of those. It reminds me of those.
Rigid preventive
Whoa.
Each of Food Lion's hundreds of stores has its own local banking relationship. And every month, 5% of those accounts are reviewed to see if lower banking fees have become available. And if they have, changes are made. Each store's energy usage is closely monitored by computers at headquarters. This has enabled the average Food Lion store to operate on $1,000 per month less in energy costs than the competition. Multiply that by 650 stores, and the savings is almost $8 million per year. Food Lion's philosophy of business is steeped in the divinity of simplicity. We believe complexity adds costs. That's why there are few committees at Food Lion, only task forces to work on specific projects, such as a new warehouse, and then disband. The company has developed cookie cutter stores with standardized layouts and prices. Just think of the savings. Stores with the same specifications allow a core of builders to build stores faster and faster. Standardized layouts mean one person at headquarters decides where everything goes in each store each week. Much less costly than having more than 600 managers spending 1 hour each week doing the same thing. Standardized layouts attract customers too. Shoppers can go in any Food Lion store and know exactly where the coffee or the cereals are. This is one of the reasons Food Lion's same-store sales growth in recent years has been 8%, much higher than the average supermarket. And every Food Lion store has the same prices on products that go through the warehouse. This not only creates customer goodwill, they pay the same price for a can of corn at the beach as back home, but a single price zone is much more
Navy
efficient.
Lieutenant.
One competitor, 1/3 the size of Food Lion, has 12 price zones. Just imagine one key executive deciding 12 sets of prices, 12 computer runs instead of one, a sign shop that has to produce 12 different sets of signs, and an advertising department that has to design 12 different newspaper ads. Of course, all of the cost-saving measures and volume buying techniques.
Oh, look at it. They used to open in the front. I forgot about that.
That's
When
why
those
Food
carts were
Lion has
better,
increasingly emphasized
why did they stop making
customer
them?
consciousness in recent years. Here at company headquarters, an entire department responds daily
more
to customer
expensive.
comments. Many of them solicited ourselves by surveys. At Food Lion, we believe there are 3 keys to getting and keeping customers: price, service, and location. Food Lion not only has extra low prices, those extra low prices are the same in every Food Lion store, whether back home in Salisbury or in a resort area. Such uniform pricing, which differs greatly from most supermarkets' practice of zone prices, goes far in maintaining customer trust and confidence. We also try to emphasize the service aspect.
So
of
you get the same
supermarketing,
price groceries in
balancing a good
California
level
as
of
in
service,
Mississippi?
such as
Oh, no,
bagging,
here.
parcel pickup, loading, meat cutting, etc., with their impact
sloppy.
on prices.
He's sloppy with his meat
as
cut.
we have mentioned before, we listen to what
Look
our
at the paper
customers
bags.
want.
Look at the paper
A good example of
bags.
this occurred several years ago
They still have them,
when
but
the
you gotta ask
majority
for
of
them.
customers said they preferred bulk produce instead of pre-wrapped fruits and vegetables. The result is a product you can pick yourself. In recent years, there has been a trend in the industry to build huge superstores. Food Lion has resisted this move as a convenience to the grocery shopper. Rather than build one large store in an area and hope that people will drive across town to shop, Food Lion has saturated markets with several stores. Besides being a convenience to customers, these stores also offer more economy
you
of
wanna go shopping in a
operation,
suit.
savings that help keep prices low.
That's the same video from earlier.
I spend too much time in the
Look at
grocery
that hair.
store. Money
Got the
and
perm, big
time
perm.
to spend it with someone that doesn't appreciate my business.
Look at
And
that
I really
Sprite
feel
can.
like
Look
that
at the tab
the people
can.
here at Food Lion
Oh my
do.
goodness, that Sprite can looks just so
If
classic.
supermarketing today is a battlefield, as some marketeers have observed, then the soldiers on the front line are the store employees and the people who lead them. We believe our employees are critical to our success. Retail supermarketing is a friendly smile, a courteous response, the professional appearance. And it doesn't just happen. Employees must be trained not only to cut meat
That was like
and
the
buy
printer
groceries,
manual
but to
that
manage
IBM on
time effectively and have a positive attitude. Training is available at all levels of the company, not only to help employees develop
the
in their present
trainer.
job, but to prepare them for management
I'm gonna
careers.
shave it all off, man.
It not only helps you on the job, it also gives your supervisors an indication of how much you're interested in progressing in your job with Food Lion.
I see what you mean. Well, Mr. Ferguson, let me go on record that I want to be in the management succession program if I'm qualified, and tell me where I can find out more about it and the Food Lion Library program.
I'll second that.
In this company video, employees who are interested in furthering their careers with Food Lion learned about the company's comprehensive management succession plan, a program designed to move people up to supervisory positions. Videos such as this, along with hundreds of books and home study courses, are available to all employees through the company library. There's even a video that describes Food Lion's benefit program, considered one of the best in the supermarket business. Here, an employee dreams about all of the benefits that are available to employees.
Whoa.
Everything from hospitalization and vacations to profit sharing and dental care.
I'm in the heaven of
Because people are precious to us at Food Lion, attitude surveys are routinely conducted on a set, periodic basis for all departments, gauging the perception of our people as to how things are going. We want their work experience to be a great one because it will show up in their attitude to customers. Voice groups are an important fact of life at Food Lion, too. These are our version of quality circles and voluntary sessions done as requested in any area of the company. Here, a group of employees identifies concerns or opportunities in an area and suggests solutions for management. Management must then either implement recommended solutions or work to achieve a satisfactory solution. Of course, we realize that financial rewards play an integral role in motivating people. That's why, years ago, Food Lion implemented a profit-sharing plan for all qualified employees and a stock option plan for various stages of management. The profit-sharing plan has been particularly effective in helping employees decide that there definitely is a future with Food Lion. Food Lion's stock option plan has paid great dividends, too. As you can see, the value of this plan
$1 million. I'm going to be rich. What do I have to do to get that?
By the year 2000,
$10 million in 1990.
2,000
I think it's an employee training video.
150,000 employees with over 500 supervisors. Such growth is attractive to people who believe in themselves. In many companies with little or no growth, advancement often depends upon retirement of the boss. With our growth, opportunities for advancement are numerous. Those who stagnate
Donuts are looking
do
fire.
so only by choice.
Yo, you could be black
When
and work
company
there?
recruiters
Hey.
visit prospective job candidates across the country, the hard chargers want to work for Food Lion because they know hard work pays off. Growth pays off for the company, too. The economics of scale go up, and costs go down, increasing our relative advantage in cost control over our competitors.
Bit me earlier. I'm happy about
For
that
example,
shit.
we are now the largest purchaser of supermarket equipment
bled
in the
from
country.
it, dude.
So you can imagine how a refrigeration supplier would light up at the thought of 100 or more new Food Lion stores in a given year. Such equipment needs are bid out in total for an extended period of time, too, not on a
Look how
basis like so
perfectly
many of our
stacked that all
competitors.
is. Get out of here.
And
Looks
last,
like
growth favors
a
the
museum.
stockholder. Our experience has shown that if we look after our employees and our company, the shareholders will be taken care of.
Those people are so happy.
As the 21st
Oh,
century
kid's
approaches, the
haircut.
grocery business stands on the threshold
Mr.
of
Dirt.
change. On the horizon of the year 2000,
He still has
we
that
see
haircut.
robots in warehouses, advanced
34
in-store computers,
years later.
and in-store tasks that are more mental than menial. But at Food Lion, although we prepare for the future, we are not distracted by it.
Yo,
Each
that
day, we
haircut
look
too.
for
Is that a
magic in the
dude?
mundane. Retail
That's a
is,
dude.
after all, detail. The detail of sweeping floors, smiling, cleaning
Dude,
bathrooms,
90s
pricing products,
haircuts
greeting
are
customers
ridiculous.
courteously. And we
This is
believe our
1990.
devotion to such detail not only ensures success today, but prepares us for whatever the future may hold.
Oh, that's it. That's the title of it. Formula for Success. 1990. I bet y'all were like, this ain't the 90s. Yeah, we looked stupid. Yeah. They got a bunch of different videos for Food Lion. There's one here called Profile of a Growth Comp. Some other thing, man, to get the people's blood pumping, to get them worked up, to get them wanting to play an 8-bit game. 8-bit music. This is PUBG time.
Shopping for today. You may want to just go ahead and get two of them.
Show me what you got, lady.
113973. I don't have a ton of
It's a
those.
John
Of course,
Primble.
it's a John Primble. We're not going to see major depth in that. But 113973, our sweetheart of a special.
Look at that Primble, baby.
Okay, for the case folks out there.
Dude, my dad was
Amanda
always
searched high and low for
a
this
big
knife
case
today.
fan.
Glad you found it, Amanda.
Like he had a case that he carried around with him all the time. Little bitty
Courtney
one with a
found
red
it.
handle.
It's teamwork around
Special.
here.
It was expensive too for what it was. A little pocket
And
knife.
This
They're known for
is
being
such a
expensive. Some of
popular
these knives
knife
on
by
here
Case. It really is,
feel
I
like they're
think,
straight
their number
scams.
one seller.
The cases,
in,
I know for sure,
This
are
folding
expensive,
hunter line. And
usually.
a matter of fact, we only have
For
two
pocket
choices
knives.
in stock right now in the folding hunter. I believe the other one is Bone Stag.
USA, US,
And they're quite a bit more
fucking
expensive. So
boy.
this, by far, is the affordable
Bone
route. But this is done in the
Stag.
rosewood. It's a
That-
jigged
This
rosewood.
blade that it has here seems to have a very
great leather sheath,
interesting
of
grind
course.
on it.
That's what I do love about Case. Everything that they put out there, whether it's the sheath, whether it's the knife, it is going to be like the best quality. So you've got to, and I really think you need a sheath with this. Some guys will put it in their pocket or their jacket or their overalls, but you know, it's a pretty big knife. Here's the other side.
Look, it
So
has
they
another
jigged the
side.
rosewood. They stopped making this knife a
Jigged
couple
rosewood
of years
means
ago. We
it
haven't had
looks
them
like
in
it's
the
wood
show
here. You see how
really
it's got
in
these
years.
bumps in it?
And that's because
make
some
little
of the
divots
bigger
in it.
knives, their fixed blades and things like that, they
Gives
put
it more of
into
a grip.
temporary capacity. And
Bony look.
we're trying to catch up on their pocket knife line, basically. So we
They
finally
jig
have a
bone
few of
too,
these
though, I
back in
believe.
stock. It's
They do the same thing, give it a little more grip.
$110.63. Item number is
Feel a jiggity with it.
13760 on
Oh,
that
look at
case folding hinter.
that.
And it's
Yo,
you
it's
think
like
it
a
looks
razor.
good here? Wait till you see it in person.
Is that for shaving?
Okay, we have a brand
It's a
new
cowboy shaver.
lockback razor. This is one of our knives with a strong message on it. It says saved. So in the Christian faith,
What the heck?
you know, this
is where you cut the
one of
penises
the
off
greatest
with
days
this
of your
thing.
life, you know. And what happens, let me show
Oh
you
God,
on
can you
this,
imagine if your preacher gave you this
what
after you
we've
get
done.
baptized? Here's a knife, boy. Now go
So
cut
you have
something.
the writing on the blade. I'll have to turn
cut
it here in just
somebody.
a second so I can read it.
For by grace
and then
you have
on
been
the
saved.
handle, it's white smooth bone. Saved by grace through faith. That's what's on the handle. So on the blade, for by grace you have been
Yo,
saved
she didn't put some
through
lotion
faith,
on
and
and
this
get
is
them
not
nails
your
professionally
own
done.
doing.
Yo, what the
It is
fuck
the
am I
gift of
looking
God.
at?
That's
Ew.
Ephesians.
Lady, your nails
Well,
are all
that's
busted
lasered.
for being on
So if
TV
you
like
know
this.
someone
I've seen better nails like that on dates I've been
this
on.
is who was recently saved, or just want to give them a great gift out. Maybe they also
Probably
were
did,
baptized or
man.
whatever.
Look, they're not even
it is
fully
definitely
done. This
a
seems two
giftable
coats. It's got,
item
I can
and
see
something
through the nail
to
a little
really
bit. It's just
document
sloppy
the
on the
occasion.
ends.
You know,
she's got it
item
all
number
over the
is
tips and shit.
113.
Her cuticles look like they're tore the fuck
03.
up.
It's just
She
called
ain't pushing them
Saved.
back in
It's
time.
$18
Letting the
and
cuticles get gross.
75 cents. But the artwork on
I've been
that's
told that I
so
could be a hand
beautiful.
model by
We do a lot
people.
of the artwork that you
That's
see
weird
like that in
when
house.
you told that too as a man.
It's typically, you know, an expensive
I do
process. It
have
costs
really
you more
nice
than that
fingernails and
if you were to just get it lasered on your own.
and things.
So I'd love to be able to offer items like
It's
that.
the nails
where
more than anything
It's already
to do
done.
it.
You don't have to do anything other
You
than
got
order it.
shitty hands, dude, for doing
Okay,
this.
this is also one of our just crazy good buys when it comes to
Fake
Damascus.
Damascus,
It's
dude.
the little
You can't
chipmunk.
trust Damascus
And
anymore,
it has
dude.
olive
You
wood
really
there in the
can't.
center. You also have some walnut and just
Damascus,
this great
I
Damascus
remember,
blade.
dude.
So
I
this
I've
one's
been into
7.5
knives and stuff for a long time.
inches. I
I mean,
noticed
30
too you have
years.
some extra filing here.
I would get their catalogs
looks
when I was in
good.
high school. Be looking at them, like
And of course,
drooling
there's a
over
leather
getting
sheath.
a cool knife or something.
Topping that off with
I was in the
another
Boy
great,
Scouts and
you know, leather
stuff, so I've always-
sheath. $16.87.
So,
The little Damascus.
Damascus used to be
chipmunk.
expensive
You
and
know,
rare.
in the past,
and then
Damascus has
all
been
of a sudden,
so expensive. Like this knife would
yeah,
cost you $200.
and then all of a sudden, and then all of a
5
sudden
years
now
ago.
they're all cheap and shit. They're not real.
And when you do
There's
spend that
something-
much money on a
something's
knife,
not
you
real
wouldn't
about it.
dare
It can't be real.
take it to the job. You wouldn't dare take it hunting. Well, now you can. Like if you want the durability of Damascus,
I don't think it's real
the
Damascus. Because
toughness
here's
of
why I say that.
Damascus.
Someone just
Here you
recently
use that
posted
knife.
a kitchen knife that they got was Damascus.
$87. It's kind of
uh,
crazy, I know. And look at how beautiful that handle is. Now this will sell
Someone
out
else,
this
I
week.
think,
There's no
gifted
way
them one
those
at the same
will
time.
make it
The pattern
any
on
longer than
both
this
of them
week.
was
So if you
exactly
want
the
the
same.
Damascus chipmunk,
The pattern
I would
shouldn't be the
call in
same
as
on
quick
any
as
two
possible.
knives
113
if it's real Damascus.
864.
So I think there's a lot of
Item
fake shit
number.
out there.
Well, this is beautiful. Michael Prater just sent us this.
Damascus
And it
knives
is
are
on
one
a
of a
hen and
kind.
rooster. One of the
everyone.
things I love about hen and rooster.
It's like a fingerprint.
You have that quality. And then Michael Prater, he makes it even better by
I got
customizing
a
it
Prater
with a
knife.
stone handle. So this is your golden jade jasper stone handle. It is one of the go-tos by Michael Prater. And here we have this bird and trout knife. It's 6.5 inches on the size. I love those smaller skinners personally. And you have his
I do.
signature laser there
what
on the
that thing
blade.
is.
This is full tang, of course.
Dimension made.
This little bird
What are
and
we
trout
looking
knife.
at right now? What are we even looking at?
You don't
Yo, that's
see
pretty
a
sweet
lot.
looking though.
You don't see Michael Prater customize this
That's
a lot.
for your
So I'm
lady.
hoping he does a
See,
whole
with that
series of
boot,
these. I would
have
love
some
to
dude
see
trying
every
to rape
stone
her.
handle that he has in stock
balls.
on that frame. And when he does
Heck yeah.
continue like that, then you're also able to get
Dude, my
a
mom,
great collection
she
going.
was a
Now,
waitress
you
when
can collect
I
this
was
knife
younger.
or you can carry it.
When you're both
and
here,
use
I
it.
guess.
I mean, it's $68.75. That is just really
My dad got her a
preference.
Derringer.
You want to carry
take
a
to
good-looking
work,
knife?
a
You're covered.
357
You know,
Derringer.
you want to collect a good-looking knife? I
The
get
first
it.
shot
But
was snake
Golden
shot,
J.
which is like
Jasper,
microscopic BBs.
all those different shades of green, and then
way
you have
smaller
that
than a
gold
regular
type
BB.
of a web
And
webbing.
and the
that
second
you see
shot
there
was
on the
hollow
handle.
point.
Just $68.75.
And he said to shoot the first shot at their balls, and if they keep coming at you, shoot the second shot.
By
It's
Michael
only 2
Prater
shots.
recently. Now he
at
just
their
sent
chest.
us this, and I have
that would
already
definitely
put
stop
in
them.
a request.
That thing was so hard to
I would
cock,
like to
though,
see
man.
this
And
Wild Horse
the
Jasper
handle on it
a
was only
whole
like this
lot
big.
more
You know what I mean?
frames.
The barrel
So we'll
was
see
bigger
if,
than the
if
handle.
I get my wish. But Wild Horse
They were
Jasper
scary as shit to shoot.
originally
For
was
me, even.
one of those
I got,
outstanding
well, big
stone
hands, though. I think it
handles
made it
that
more
we would
scary.
see on painted ponies.
I could only fit 2
When
fingers
we
on
first
it.
started seeing Wild Horse Jasper. And then there got to be a time where Michael couldn't even get it. So, of course, you got to be able to find the supply. But Wild Horse
I
Jasper
don't even think you can
just
get those
has
things anymore.
such a,
You definitely can't get up here.
you know, it's just this raw, authentic stone handle. To me, it is just gorgeous. And I love the painted pony Jasper.
Wait,
I
if
love
it's
that too.
stone, why
There's
does
just
it
something
say-
special about the Wild Horse Jasper to me. You will get
On
his
the
signature
description.
there on the blade. These gumbo canoes are great because, you know, they're big knives. Those are 4.5 inches on the size. And then you have these, also these bold
All right.
blades. You have 3 really.
Well, I guess it's time to go in. We got a new season here on the pubs. It should be the new thing here. The newest little video, because I haven't seen it yet. You normally plays one when there's an update. What is this? Oh my goodness. They're collecting data? Wait, do I have to accept it? Terms of service, privacy policy. Of course I have to accept it, because it won't give me the confirm button until I do. I just sold my life, dude. And this is like the South Park episode where they sign the small print without reading it. And you actually just sold your soul to the devil. Alright. Well, there wasn't a video, bro. Bro, what the fuck? There definitely should have been a video. Alright, let's get this stuff up. Get this on underway. We gotta get the little pass and shit. See what we're looking at here. Where's it at? On add-ons? Oh, is it? Wait a second. Where's the pass at? It's free this time? Pass normally in here. Driver pass. Dude, why isn't it letting me do this? Dude, I forget how I had to do this last time. I couldn't do it on the, man, crazy. Well, let me do it on the console. I have to do it somewhere else. I forget where I had to go last time. Oh my god. You think on here worth this shit anyway? Alright. I just have the BP and the XP boost. Everything's female, man. Look at this helmet. I wouldn't use it. And one of those is good. 15,000 BP. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cool though. A skin for that, I don't have. I really don't like this vehicle very much, but it'd be cool to have a skin for it though. So that is something. I don't know if I've ever even seen a skin for that one. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool too. I wouldn't mind having that. Cause they look, like the 3D, how they're like behind the character like that. It's pretty neat, huh? I think they're behind him. What's we got here? I'm a survivor. Oh, there's one of those. That's always good. Those are worth like a decent amount. They're hard to get. What's this? Oh, G coin, 500 G coin. That's $5 right there. $5 back off of it if you get up to there. Oh, well, it's 2024. Ooh, that's pretty slick. 2024. I bet the higher one looks even better. Oh yeah, 2024 Kang. Nothing much really going on up here though. Then you get that a bunch. But yeah, I'm not able to upgrade. I can do it over here. Oh. See, I want to do the second one. I don't think it's going to let me do it from here though. I have to buy it from the PlayStation Store on my phone. That's what I had to do last time. Like, it allowed me to put the money on here, and then I just had money on. It was kind of like, really? Y'all tricking people on here, bro. And to get money on their account. The PlayStation app allows me to get it. It'll have it, like, it doesn't have it in the store for some reason, dude. Those are always over here. Normally they would be over here. But because they changed something to where you can't buy it with G-Coin, you have to buy it with cash now. For whatever reason they did that. It pissed a lot of people off too because they had a G-Coin sell on Xbox. And then right after that, they decided to implement this change and people were unable to spend that G-Coin on the new pass. They're like, really? Oh, some bullshit for that. Okay, so here it is right here. Dragon's Rise Premium is $15. Just skip some levels, which I'm going to do because it's $10 more. It's $10 more, and I'm going to get back that $10 more anyway with some of the stuff they give away. Plus, it gives 2 survivor chests and 2 keys with that also. So I don't know if that. Let me see if that gives it with the regular one. I don't think so. Yeah, you don't get shit extra with the regular one. This just unlocks the pass. So the two and 2 also. So let's do it. I gotta add a card. Add debit. Alright. Discount code. And got it. Go into the credit card. Alright. I gotta enter my password because my shit gotta be locked down. Just in case. Okay, and boom. It should start downloading now. Wait.
Downloading. Download it, bro. Okay, so I owned it now. So now when I go over here, isn't that true? You could do, like, I can buy a game from the PlayStation app and it'll download it onto my console before I get home. Say if I was at work or something. Pretty wild. Okay, so this should be online now, which it is. So we're good there. Oh, and so we got some of these already. How many of these coins did they give me? Only 5? Alright. So BP, yeah, I'm gonna go and get the BP unlocked. Next I'm gonna get the extra BP unlocked for this one. And I got some automatic upgrade to level 30, but where's the upgrade? That already... What did that mean? Oh, I see. Wait. It unlocked it to level 10 maybe? That would happen? Does anybody know what just happened? Oh no, just a second. Hopefully. If I can... I clicked on the wrong thing. So I'll just need to search up what I just got again. Look at it. It says, oh, 10 levels. Okay, 10 levels. Gave me 10 levels. So I'm able to pick from any of those 10. And, yeah, in those containers. So it took it right. Alright. And oh, there's the new stuff is there, dude. Oh wow, they're including that? That's interesting, dude. That is huge. That they're including the 5 schematics and the 500 in here. I mean, it's pretty awesome because they normally don't include that unless there's not. Well, there aren't. I guess these aren't actually progressives. That's why they're in there. Okay, that makes sense. These are pretty sweet though. Let's see what they look like. Boom, boom, boom. I would want this one. I want that one, dude. Light blue. I wouldn't mind getting a few of these ×5 schematics and some of these 500s. Everything else in here is like whatever. I already have this. But I think I already have that too. Got that, got that, I got almost everything in here. I don't have that, I don't need it though. Got that, got that, got that. Got almost everything. I don't have that, but these are like the really low end ones. No one really gives a shit about them. They're like, oh man, I got that. I guess I got something. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Oh, I thought I was supposed to have 2 of them. Oh, okay, I gotta open it. Wait. Weird. I thought I said I was supposed to have 2 of them and 2 keys. It didn't do that part. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, did I just get shortchanged?
No, this isn't working. Definitely not there though. It's gonna give it to me first pull. No questions asked. Yeah, right. Alright. So, oh, here we go. It's supposed to give, yeah, 2 survivors chests and 2 keys. It didn't give me that. Where are they? It says it right here. Pretty whack. What if I, hold up, I bet if I close it out and open it back up, they'll be there. I bet. It's just glitching out a little bit. If they're not, I just got gypped though. Okay. I need those keys, man. I need those cases. I need that. I need that, man. I need that. I paid the $10 extra. It's supposed to be there. It's part of the package deal. Don't make me hit you up, PlayStation and Crafton. I'll get my things. Don't make me do it. Go over that shit. See here. Oh, I think. Oh, fucker, they're not there. Oh, yeah, they are here. Boom! There we go. Now it's unlocked and open, and look, we're looking at the right things. Okay. So, oh yeah. Now I got 50 of those instead of 5, bro. I was like, 5 of these things? How was it even unlocked to begin with? Did I just get an extra 5 out of nowhere? So now, where are they? Oh, they're different. Okay, they're the different type. Let's try one. So, oh, this can have 10 artisan token, epic or higher. So is it better than this? Upside epic higher, custom gear imprint, custom gear imprint, service. Oh no, but I think these are better. These have vehicle vouchers in them. I'm doing this one first. No, I'll do one of these first, and one of those. Or at least the mail thing. Okay, now one of these. Come on, vehicle voucher, come on. Oh shit, dude! I actually got a vehicle voucher and a good one because I don't have that thing, dude. I was just saying I don't have that one. And it gave me an extra bonus thing to open. Can you believe that? Is that the one that's in the thing right now even? It looks different, but the same color. Holy shit, that's amazing. Nah. Alright, let's preview. No, it's different. That one's got a dragon on it or something. For good for You're the Dragon. Yo, vehicle voucher hype. That's pretty sick, dude. With the shiny. Alright, let's make it. And it's free too. Since what are the chances, dude? Alright, let's get it. Pop. Let's put that bitch on. Let's get it in there. I can't zoom in, but yeah, I'm digging it. There's a one in here in the past.
There's a second track. Yeah, it's this one. Which is cool too. But look, you look at the engine components of this one. See how they're all blacked out? There's no detail to them. It's just black. Like a spray painted black almost. Alright. And like, look at some of the little small stuff on here. It's not as intricate. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the other one that I just got. There's more color going on in it. There's you can it makes that oil pan. I think it's an oil pan. Okay, wait, no, what is that? The cylinder head cover, maybe. There's a little more color difference going on. I like it more. The seat even has multiple colors in it. Sorry though, but now I'm not gonna give a shit as much about getting that one because I got that one now. It's gonna be more rare, I think. There's a lot more people will have this one because it being in the battle pass. Alright, so now let's see what we can get. Gotta get to level 1. Go ahead and get this other BP. And the other keys. We still got 45 of those things left, bro. I'm gonna hold off for now. I want to get this BP. Oh, I can already get this BP? No way. Hold up. I can get these. Holy shit, dude. We're coming up right now. Get these. Get some more of these. Yeah, might as well get the BP, bro. You going all in, ladies and gentlemen. What should I get? Oh yeah, might as well get that. I need that. Just in case. I get enough of it finally. The 8 coin? Yeah, I might as well put in the 8 coin. Hold up. And then that. More A coin. Yes, I need the A coin. Oh, it's an outfit. Outfits. One or multiple? Preview. One. Oh, is that the same way for this one? No, yeah, it's one. It's just showing 3 of them in the one. The 3 and the 1. Yeah. Alright. Now we can go back over here. They make this so complicated. Dude, I got 6 of these now. Alright, let's open this first. What we got here? What we got? What you got? What you got? Dude, I've already gotten that. I think I don't want it even. Don't freaking want it. Right now we get another imprint. That's gonna be impossible. It's probably not gonna happen. We got 4 of these to open. 32. And number 32 now. Any day now. Man, what is the deal with this? Do I have to press the button again? Keys just don't fit very well, maybe.
Come on, baby, we can do this. Put it together, game. You can do it. Pick it. Hard. Okay, vehicle imprint. Give me the vehicle imprint. What is that? A wig? Oh, come on, man. It's got chocolate on it, too. That's disgusting. Alright, so now in the store we got the BP. So we can go and get, I got 16,000 BP. How many of these I can get? 20. Let's get it. Alright, let's go. Got 2 chances right now. Boo. Boo, boo. Alright, is that everything? I've done everything. Oh, nothing. Yeah, I already got that too. And so pretty snazzy. I think that's everything. There could be a lot of people on right now. It's gonna be different. The game, like the gameplay is different now. There's a bunch of different stuff going on. I definitely need to debone a chicken later at some point and cut my grass probably tomorrow. Yeah, it's getting kind of shaggy out there. Gotta get it before my neighbor gets it.
And what y'all gonna do, man?
It's not too bad.
The grass isn't actually sprouting, I mean, like blooming. So.
Shit on blue or some shit.
Yeah, alright. My neighbor's grass, on the other hand, it sprouts and blooms or whatever all the time. Those weeds are getting in my yard because of it. One of the reasons why I'm letting my grass get kind of long to help counteract his weeds.
You agree?
Because it makes it more hardy. The root system gets. I'm letting it get kind of shaggy intentionally. For a reason.
Well, I got some money. What the fuck?
This guy's audio. You can hear his TV through his.
Anybody know how to use the money? Yeah.
But do you have a dog that you let piss on your neighbor's grass instead? Because you're... Where is he? Oh, shit. Am I there? What are we doing? What in the hell is this guy doing? Wrecked and it knocked the fish out of my mouth.
Why is he honking at the guy like crazy? Stop it. Dude, people are so fucking rude on this game. Like, you just killed somebody. There ain't no fucking hurry, dude. There ain't nobody around us. Chill out. The storm ain't even moving. You getting off? I never getting off. It's not necessary to harm. I don't think he didn't call it cab service. This dude just likes making noise, period. He's like, haha, listen to my noise. I'm sold on it. Well, oh. Over here. Oh no! Oh. He's on the roof. God damn it. He's on the roof. He's on one of the roofs, man.
Now you want to start talking.
Why do I need to tell you where shit's at? Can't you look for yourself?
Idiots should have been start talking.
Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. You're muted. I don't give a shit what you say. Idiot should have been talking. You ain't got headphones or what? I gotta tell you where people are at? Shit. Shit's annoying. Why were you telling me where everybody was? No one else is shooting at this fucking guy. I don't give a shit. I'm ready to leave their stupid fucking team anyway. I'm killing everybody for them, dude. I'm getting tired of it. Good. You scrubs suck anyway, man. Fucking idiots.
Blue didn't even fucking shoot at him while the dude's driving past him. I'm already the MVP of the game for them, because they wouldn't have made it this far if it weren't for me. And he was bitching because I didn't talk until now. Like, who the fuck are you, man? You're shit at the game, and you're telling me I should tell you where. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not your dude. I'm not your play-by-player. I tell you where shit's at when everybody's so stupid that they can't see it. Well, that's when I get upset and have to say something. Didn't hear him calling any fucking thing out either, come to think of it. Well, now you're going to say something. Oh, okay, well now I'll start saying something too. How about that? Two can play this game. Yo, four. Oh, they did too much with that one. Now I can open another thing over here. The game knew I was upset, trying to make me happy. Come on, imprint. Come on, I mean vehicle. Oh, baby. Vehicles. I got the bunny outfit. That's worse than anything else in there. The bunny outfit. I never want that. Like, what does he want us to start saying something? When was he... What? The lobby? He wanted to tell us about his new chili recipe? Now you say something. Now we're fighting. We could have been talking about chili this whole time. We could have been talking about chili. Was he the horn honker? God, that's a good question. I don't know. Probably. I think it was actually. He was mad because he was like, I could have been telling y'all to get in the car there. Get your ass in the car with me. Get your ass in. What are you doing now? Come on, we gotta go, boy. You listening to me? I know you listening to me. I heard you say something.
Now you say something. I could have known you was listening before. I could have been talking all kinds of shits to you. Is that it, buddy? Man, that's a good question. I would like to know if that dude was the horn honker or not. If somebody could just roll back the footage and see if that was the same dude talking as that was driving. I was driving that whole time, the same color. I think it was orange.
Ain't gonna get that level 3 shit, man.
Boy, that last game gave me the shakes, dude. During that high adrenaline pumped little segment there,
green going,
where my teammates were shit and I was the MVP on the overpass. You know that. He wanted to leave. Remember, dude? He got in the SUV and was ready to leave. As that dude was peeking me up on the top, and I was like, "Oh hell no! I can get these dudes. I got something for them." Yeah. He was trying to leave already. They didn't want to even do any of that. They just wanted to run away from everything. There's so many people that play this shit. They just want to run and hide. They don't want to get any better at shooting. They know they're shit at shooting, so they just go hide and try to win like that. They just want to win. This right here, this is some pretty fucking smooth weed. It's for 2022. It's rated by Freezer since 2022. 10/8/2022. It's White Tahoe cookies. Oh my god. Oh well, looks like we picked a good place to land. Fuck, here they come. I gotta get it done. Why can't I fucking jump, bro? I need to get some heals. Is this the same fucking goofball that shot me when I landed? He's still in the same fucking area? Man, you're a pussy. Everybody that plays this game's a fucking pussy. Just kill me already so I can go to the... Here, there you go. Come on, my teammates not come up here anyway. There you go. Thanks. We don't remember any of that, dude. All that was stupid. Why dude, I even look at where we landed, but it must have been a really fucking stupid spot. For him to land before our other two teammates, and there was somebody already there with a gun by the time I got there, shooting at me. Like, they landed very stupidly. I'm doing my own landing again. Next game, my landing. I pick. They don't want to go with me? I don't give a shit. That's where I'm going. Fucking idiot clown. Anybody that's fucking a clown, fuck you. Oh, I'm not playing with you ever again. With clown people, I'm gonna check next time. Are there any clowns on my team? Oh, hold up. I want to kind of change this real fast too. Since I got the newness, let's get a customization here of the old lobby. Edit the lobby real fast. Just put on a little bit of something different. Go to the bikes, put this bad boy in the slot 1, you know, even though I can't stand this as a vehicle in the game. little different sound, a little less abrasive. Shits to you. What's that? Shits to you, my friend? Oh, I should put Simon's food in the fridge. He's gonna sleep all day, probably. Almost. No, I gotta get 2 more, huh? What do we gotta do over here? Forgot we gotta do stuff. Loot 2 pans, 2 adrenaline syringes in total. Oh goodness, I'm done using heal, travel. I just had to travel, bro. Get 1 kill with a throwable.
But other than that, yeah, it's pretty dope.
Penis.
Can I get that new smoke grenade too?
Oh, never mind.
I see there's a chance for 5 schematics too on that one, so yeah,
it's gonna be like, she's gonna be on for a while. Probably like 130 days, I think. Plus, even though if you don't like get it, you can like buy it from
I suppose.
They're pretty much wasting your scraps if you use it on anything
except schematics.
It's supposed to be 1,000 only? I doubt that.
Yeah, it's only 1,000.
Oh really? It's already in there?
Yeah.
That is cheap.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better than like 6,000.
4,000, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, what's the 6,000 one? I could have sworn there's something.
I saw 45.
Or that is the chroma. Oh, maybe that's what I did. That's literally all I want.
That's why I got like, the other smoke grenade. Just waited until I bought some shit.
Which one is that again?
The blue smoke grenade from the last one. Last update. Where they have orange, purple, and blue.
Destroy 10 titans. My bad. I was looking at my message. Or challenge.
You gotta find that one, that gold bar.
Like, you just find it laying around? Is there many of them, or?
I don't know, Beck.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out you, Beck. I don't know.
True, yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to watch anything. I just want to learn everything by myself here. Or like, you know, teammates that just brought up before.
I haven't played with my first time playing them right now. Or probably play like 2 more games. I'm like halfway from my fucking loot crate, my death box, Halloween. That shit gave me like fucking 6.
Six what?
Polymers. I got like 6. Hold on.
1,000
polymers. I think I need like 3,000 polymers to upgrade it.
Getting them pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It shows you all the ones you could sell. Attachments. I'm assuming it's just all attachments.
Oh, for 50? For 50? For 50 boodles.
Because it has like a little dash mark to like the things you're picking up on the ground.
Gotta use the stun gun.
Just got
oh no, the
coin.
JS9s. I got
Oh,
the
yeah,
JS9 3 times.
Oh, you gotta pick it up or?
Yeah, I killed 3 people with it.
That was funny. I gotta pop 10 tires. Like holy shit! If everybody in this lobby has to pop 10 tires, doesn't mean no cars around here. The first 75 Battle Royale coins. Wanted to sell these attachments, but I ended up dropping them all. I don't know how much I'll actually make. Because otherwise I'm gonna be running around with like no ammo or some shit.
How the fuck do you know how much things you have? Coins or whatever.
75. Yeah, man, I'm gonna go check out this.
Every time you need a JS9, what the fuck, oh, like there's something on the map flashing.
Yeah, that's what I was
Is that
looking
a
at.
That's the EP right there.
Yeah. Wait, where'd it go? Disappeared.
It's
Oh,
still there.
there was just something else. It didn't look like that.
What the fuck's going on, dude?
I don't know. Weird. You see, it looked like that right there.
EP. Oh,
yeah,
like zzz.
Yeah, but like, what are the pulsing in there?
Let's go find out, bro. Probably
Charging back
shockwave.
up.
Because the EMP zone, it changes, so it's kind of like the EMP's going off when that happens. So if you're there and you got a vehicle, it's going to stop working. It changes.
The cars too?
Yeah, cars, anything electronic is going to stop. Even supposedly sights. I read that I guess the red on the reticle might not be there anymore in those areas. You know, or not the red, whatever color your reticle is, it might not be digitally there anymore.
Okay.
So. Y'all didn't read the notes, man? Watch out, professional squad. OMG.
I used to a lot, but like I said, I'm just trying to not look at anything and just find everything in game, I guess.
Be surprised.
Yeah, more of that, yeah.
Oh, sorry, took that away. Nah. Surprise, motherfucker!
Well, like I said, I mean, if it's my squad, then I guess it's fine.
Let's go purchase some shit from that fucking market and shit. Wherever those motherfuckers are. Go find them.
There's a level 1.
The what?
Right here.
Okay.
Shits to you too, the sister. Shits to you too. Shits to you too. Shits to you too. Shits to you too. Hey. Hey.
I'm kind of blind. I need to They're in there. I'm right here. Throw some nades in them motherfuckers. Yep.
Two on the right side there.
What the fuck is
Oh,
that?
hell no. Get in there.
Oh, pussies. Pussies. It's nothing but pussy shit, dog. Good shit.
Get in the garage. That barrier.
Barrier didn't work for me. Shit.
In front there. I believe it's the last one. What
the fuck you think you're doing, dude? Just because you got that chroma shit, bitch. Yes. Okay. Good looking on those barriers, shit. Fucking reminds me of fucking PUBG Mobile and shit, bro. What the fuck?
I seen the first set. I didn't think they was gonna be dropping like a bunch like that. They showed up pretty quick too, I guess. Oh man, this guy has some shit on him. Got your JS9?
You're being calm, They're like, throw down your shields, possible, please.
They're like, broken arrow.
Can you buy meds? Oh, you can buy that armored vehicle.
How much you got?
I have 75.
75.
Here. Here's my money right there. Take it. Split it up. Get the armored vehicle for sure.
Yeah, I'm selling all these.
How much you have?
I had.
What is this?
Oh, I'm gonna have enough here.
Here,
I'm at like 850 already.
Oh, for sure.
Yep.
Pick fucking
attachments,
3 up,
you get a
2
lot
up,
of
fuck
money.
it.
Let's go.
Yeah, move that car.
Oh, apparently it's just one.
Oh, that's alright, that's alright. That's all we need.
I have no knives. Yeah, perfect.
They don't have no A's in it, or there's no first. Oh, they don't. There's attachments and shit.
Alright, I got some.
Oh, I didn't see these guys' bodies.
Sick.
Wait for me.
rotate it.
Yeah, they probably.
Even the back tire has like a little bit of shield on it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can't shoot out the window. Oh, that window. Roll down the window.
I read in the notes though that you can on console, you can on PC, but on console the windshield's normal. That's what it said. I don't even tested it yet.
As like getting shot at?
Yeah, both. Apparently, it's just a normal windshield. It just looks different. That's what it had it in like quotation or the parentheses, this asterisk. But I haven't tested it.
That's not good. Doesn't even barely uses up any gas, dude. I was there, but it's like normal. Yeah, I don't know if it looks back over on the top anymore.
Do 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 do. Be hard to drive with this. Stuff on the windows. Hard time to go.
Honestly, this is more like the Burnham too, like the enemies, they can't jump in.
Can't jump in.
Like, you know, like the different squads can't jump in. But like, you know, other vehicles, you know, you can just like hide in there or something. Cause this car would be so OP to be hiding in. Be able to see shit. Is there any other...
I wonder if this shit gets shredded fast.
True.
Oh, they're on the top. I hate going to motherfuckers like this on top, bro. They just fucking two-tap you in this fucking...
We could go to the edge of the circle, deploy EP, and land on them.
They're probably gonna shred us by the time up and down.
But, yeah, we need someone to bring the car back up, though.
Fucking flying car.
Trying to kill him.
Yeah, they're up there for sure. Yeah, like this, yeah, no.
Fuck. Canceled the...
They're really up there?
Yeah, yeah, they should be. I do a circle. And this one.
Oh yeah, in the back, in the back. Oh, get in, fuck. Oh, we still getting yeah.
I guess.
We'll hook this up. Fuck. We're jumping down now.
Keep going up here.
Yeah. One stayed up there.
Two of them up top stuff.
They just fucking ran it right in front of them, bro.
Oh, I had a fucking smoke launcher in my hand. I thought because I got out. I got out.
No. Fucking laser me in the air.
With the fucking smoke launcher in my hand, dude. Damn, because I was trying to keep us from getting shot back there. I meant to have a different gun in my hand when we lifted off, so then when I landed from the parachute, it would pop out automatically, and the shit just got all confused. Wrong fucking thing.
What are you doing?
It threw me off, I slipped.
You ran it right next to my body.
Oh my god. I was thinking that. I was so afraid.
People are easily amused.
Yes, yes.
Could have gotten that dude. I couldn't have anything to shoot at him. I had a perfect headshot on him, man, but I was like, I couldn't even shoot the smoke round at him. It was empty.
What the hell? Are you like in the mountain?
This is torture, dude. Having to just sit here. And that Jeep we were in ain't worth a shit. That ain't worth the money. I saw one of our teammates get shot while he was in it. What's the point? Can't shoot out of it, but they can shoot us in it.
He's probably worried about the top guy. I might have just got knocked actually.
You know what I mean? Like, what's the point if you can get shot out of it? It's supposed to be an armored vehicle that you pay more for. But
Fuck. Oh no! I got shot for something. Oh shit.
yeah. That car sucks. Waste of money. Waste of coins. Whatever those are. Battlefield coins. Not being able to shoot out of it really is what, like, dude. That's why people don't like getting in the other thing, the other armored vehicle. You just kind of feel like stuck in it. My goodness. Oh, 10 of them. Holy shit, the mother load. And boots. And boots. That's the bonus, the boots. Bro, come on. Hey, at least it's something I hadn't gotten before. I put those on? No, those aren't, they don't have the same style. If I have enough to go to the next level on anything, actually, it would be nice. Not this one, I want to go to the next level. Nope. What do I need? 58? Wow. Man. Nice low rumble when that one starts, and it's nicer. Now there's a long way to go. Why are we in that car? Guess we got all three big cars. Look at. I gotta put some special on it. Boom. Why are we going that way? Oh shit, we're going to an EMP zone. There you go, check them for shit. No. Alright. Oh, I just hit another EMP zone again, apparently. Out of nowhere, we got hit with a second EMP zone. That's kind of annoying. My teammates just leave me also, so that. Oh, whack. God fucking damn it! Did you see this stupid shit? This motherfucker ran into 2 of my smoke grenades and made them deflect over there. I'm over it. I'm just gonna fucking run away. Fuck away from these idiots. Yo, 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 yo. This isn't good. I see him over there. He's smoking, so he's hurting. Oh, that's definitely not good either. I saw him just up in there. Thought I did. Fuck, where'd that person just go? Dude was clueless. Dude, I was looking to the left. He was looking straight at the ground, apparently. My teammate, they just got ambushed by those dudes that were right next to him. Apparently he doesn't have a headset on. Something stupid. There they are, all three of them. And he just goes trotting up in front of them, or what? How's this happen? Oh, we don't get to see it. We don't get to see it. Why? Why did he feel the need to run towards that compound? Not the smartest decision to make. I don't push compounds like that, man, especially by myself. Shoot him out of the compound. That dude just ran right up to it and didn't even pay attention to it, apparently. They got us all ambushed. Yup. What I saw. Oh, we got another one of those. I need those. Well, I got two of those. Yo, that's so trippy. Two of those in one match. I killed someone with the last bullet in my clip twice. Oh, that's rare. Oh, we got enough for a spin. Got enough for one smoke spin. Ah. Bah. Bah. Is it really in the scrapbook for only 1,000? That is. I could buy it right now. One of these colors. I can get the one I want. I need those scraps to upgrade my gun, man. To get the schematics. It's the only thing. $207, so we need 93 more. Not making any progress here. $11. How do I get to 3? Oh, I gotta be level 21. I'm only at level 11. Jeez, I'm so low on the levels. That's it. I see. The levels. Really remember this OTC person. You guys? Oh no. Come on, man. I didn't mean to do that. Didn't let me back out. Do 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 do.
Anybody there? Hello? What the hell? Just call me this time of night.
What's up, Jimmy?
Yo, you think Jimmy's cracking corn? And I don't care. It's Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. You think Jimmy's cracking the corn? Brock Wilson in the building over all the way over there on Kick, man. I can barely even hear you over there. It's so far out there, you know what I mean? You kickers. Y'all out there kicking, kicking it. You kicking it out there on Kick? Hey, cheers, man. Me too. We're going to kick together. That's a rhyme. I bet this is a rhyme. Number is it? 7. No, it's astounding from Cows. He's fucking weird.
Man, that's the building.
What the hell's Cows at? Whoa. Oh, motherfucker.
Yes, ma'am. What's up? You always get?
Yeah, there's somebody over here, man. He just hit me with a grenade.
Little boy.
Oh, he's throwing shit. He likes to throw shit, apparently. I need some health, dude. Oh my god, I hate that fucking gun. Fucking shit gun every fucking time I get it, dude. The guy didn't even have any helmet on. The stupid... The Dragunov? I'm not picking it up again. That's the last time I gave it a chance, dude. Honestly, I could have taken the dude out better with the other gun. Easily. The thing's supposed to be better for something... Anyway, done with that stupid shit. It's the worst gun in the fucking game next to the one of the shotguns, probably. Hey, Blue, what you doing? Just hanging out over there? Moron. Alright, I'm just gonna leave you. Bye. Have a good one. I don't know, I'll let this guy actually kill me. Fuck it. Since he's coming up here. There you go, buddy. Kill me. Hurry up. Stupid ass fucking teammates. So one of them's talking to his fucking boss and you're fucking out of it. Great. That's how I saw that. I don't know who's who. Like, I put 3 or 4 shots in that dude. No one else must have put anything in him. And it was only the one, because that was the same dude that came up to get me, was the guy I was shooting at. Little baseball, I got one. Look, 0 damage. This other dude, 0 damage. He's on the other side of the fucking map, pretty much. Idiots. I can spot an idiot when I see one. I know an idiot when I see one, dude. I have a trained eye. Brock, are you an idiot? I can't see you. Come here. Get closer. Nope. Ah. I think it's Danish. Stony cow. Why do these smoke spicy sweet? A whiskey with complexity and structure. Oh, it is Danish. They don't know what they're doing. Know what they're doing, man. Somebody needs to get over there and show them boys how to do it. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, I can't hear my teammates. Can they hear me though? I can hear them. Oh, we got a female on the team.
What's up, man?
What's happening? What? What you doing, Blue? Oh, fucker. Man, now you're waiting too long. I bet the port mission on old Blue. Port mission.
I'm just getting back into playing this game.
You're just getting back into playing? What? Blue wants some goofy shit. He wants to try to jump last minute or something. I'm just gonna go over here. Actually, here. How are you doing, confrère mon cher? You having some roast beef tonight? Beefy. Sounds absolutely decadent, I should say. I do know decadence when I see it. Beefy. Here's some beefy. I don't want it after all. I thought I wanted it. Some say you sound a bit of a retarded. I don't think so. I sound exquisite in my manner of speaking. Yes. I speak. It's how my granddaddy spoke. It's how my granddaddy spoke. I've already been there before. I smell my scent. Where's... Dude, I was in a program. I've been in a couple programs growing up, throughout my life. Me and this one dude would do like these characters while we were eating. That was my character. Yes, the queen is going to be happy. Like I always cared about what the queen. If the queen wasn't good. The queen shall not be pleased about this. And his character was like, I don't know, just like another like lord or whatever that was in the, like we're like knighted people, you know, and those type of people. We get each other cracking the fuck up doing that shit, but more him than me though. He fucking wouldn't be able to hold himself together with my like, my... I don't know, man. I don't know how he's doing, man. I think he relapsed. Yeah, a lot of the people that I was in programs with were in there for meth, or like I mean, even heroin, like hard shit. Were like really bad alcoholics to where they were like, I mean, drinking a whole fifth a day or whatever. This guy's doing. Whole half gallon a day. So, like, I hope he's doing alright. His dad actually works at the VA, man. I know I'm like doxing some shit, but not really, because I'm not giving his information out there, but like his dad is actually a counselor at the VA for drug and alcohol. And like I think his son, I don't know if his son went back out or not, man, honestly. I think he might have for at once at least afterwards. That dude was funny though, man. That dude was hilarious. He'd have me rolling. Cause he was willing to like, you know, he'd do stupid shit like that with me, but he wasn't. But he was like one of the cool people in the program at the same time. Like, people were always, he could make anybody laugh, but everyone couldn't make him laugh. I couldn't make everyone laugh either, but I could make him laugh. A weirdo. Yo! He was like a popular kid in school. One of those dudes. I wasn't. Look at more bullets, dude. Even though most of the kids in my class probably would be able to remember who I am, just because I was one of the weird dudes. I was one of the most weird dudes in my class. There you go, this guy's got the same skin I got. Damn it! Now I need a different one. This is my setup right here. These two right here. Oh my god. These two right here. I got my long range SLR, looking pretty decked out. You're looking at like $600 right there probably. It's stupid, I know. This one, decked out to the max, probably looking at $1,000 to $1,200. Actually, probably. I don't even know, dude. I try not to keep track of it. I'll get less nauseated. My should be pretty on here, dude. Oh, I got pretty gun. Look at that thing. Pretty gun right there. That's a fucking pretty gun. That's a look at the detail on it. It's got the look at that. Look at my butt crack. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh. I need to change to my level 3 bag though. I'm tired of seeing this one. This is my holiday bag. You know what I'm saying? Boom, 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 boom. Are you ready for this shit? Where are these people? I thought that was it. I thought it was go time. Damn it, we're getting sniped at. Oh, I need to get some shit in me. I'm gonna take 2 of the pills. I do have a level 3 vest on, so I'm looking pretty good there. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. There we go. A faster step in the run. Right there? Oh, where is this guy? Hey, man, can you mark him? I don't see him. I need to know where he's at. I can kind of tell the direction, but... Is this guy actually even shooting us anymore? I love how my smoke looks like it really blends in with the grass, man. I didn't like it at first, but I really like my smoke the best now. Brightly colored and shit. It's more like camouflage smoke. It's more camouflage smoke than regular smoke. I got the best smoke on for the game. Hey Bubba, what's going on, man? I've never seen anybody else with it, so that makes me happy too. Oh, that was a hit. away, come on, no, this one. How's your day? Mine's pretty good, man. How's yours? I'm chilling. After getting over the bullshit from this morning, with the, just seeing the, it's like mildly infuriating what's going on with our border and how nothing's happening. But now it's afternoon, not thinking about it, time, doing all right. Going in on number 17. Oh, fuck. Once you do that, oh no. Bitches, that's what you fucking get, you stupid motherfuckers. Oh my god. There we go. Why can't I? Oh, I still didn't pick up the... I need to heal. Okay. Fuck me, dude. What the f... Okay, this isn't good, We got people from other side. Right when I fucking get healed, I get shot. This is some shit. What is happening right now? Fucking pussies, man. Yeah, he would have actually been better off just reviving me if that's all he had, because I could have given him some first aid. Oh, that's a lot of flavor. That's a bourbon with lots of flavor, and I bet you I said I liked it before. Number 17. I bet it's a Remus. Let's see what we got here. No, it's a Frey Ranch. 4 grain straight bourbon whiskey. Frey Ranch, yep. Yeah, Frey Ranch gets people saying they like it. They do that. Do. Dude, my electricity bill this month was $225. Welcome to California. I have 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Pretty much, that's it. It tastes like it's probably a high rye. It does say 4 grain though, so got 4 grains in it. You still doing the Modern Warfare thing, Bubba? Still playing that? Woodsy. Resurgence, yeah, but those statistics don't count towards your game, like towards anything supposedly. Like your stats don't count. That's what I heard one of the streamers say. Where's this fucking idiot going? Alright, I'm going over here. You're an idiot. You're following me somehow. This whiskey's funky. It's a little funky. I remember Resurgence, so it was like Alcatraz on Call of Duty Blackout. And I would play Alcatraz back in the day. I would do solo Alcatraz runs. Damn it. Come on, bro. Slipping. I was pressing the button, it just didn't work. Don't come over here. What are you doing? Should I go with the... I'm gonna go with the car. I haven't went with the car in a while. The sniper action. I would like to have a little more mid-range on my gun right now, though. And I'm going to switch to the shouty for close range. Got a little more comfort to it. Like, this is actually a gun that does some damage as a secondary or a third. These are always good for the car. Alright. Oh, I need that.
Good.
They don't shut the doors beyond themselves. They're probably not very good at the game. That's just how it is. You'll notice that. I play with some people that, some squads I'll play with, you'll notice all the doors are always shut. That's when I know, okay, these people play. You know, these people are mindful. For multiple reasons. This open door, if anybody doesn't know, gives away our location from very far. It lets someone know there's somebody in this village from very, very far away. They can scope in on this and be like, oh, that door's not supposed to be open. Someone's over there. Also, if they run over here, this makes them waste time. Because they're like, oh, there's nothing here. Boom. There's seconds that they could have been doing something else or they didn't do because they were looking to see if something was in there. They couldn't see that it had been searched already. I like this. I like this. Spray range. Alright, it's alright. It's a decent bourbon. For as cheap as it is. Because I think it's fairly cheap. I'm gonna go up here. No. I'm gonna go over here where he's at. I think he's at this lockdown now. Yellow's way the fuck out there. Okay, I'm just gonna go and kill this guy real fucking fast. However, PUBG is more of a hardcore game. I feel so. Yeah. Like that dude. One shot, one kill, boom. Get out of here. It's more realistic, man. You get shot in the head with the real, like in the real world with the sniper rifle. You're probably gonna die. Even with the helmet on, depending on the caliber. And yeah, Modern Warfare is made for kids, I think, just because it's super high adrenaline, high intensity. They like to feel like that spark, you know. I'm older. I don't want to have a fucking heart attack for nothing. I get sparks out of this just from like in-game situations because I know how freaking hard it is. I know that all I have to do is get barely hit and I'm dead. So I gotta be on point, dude. Dude, some of these games I'll be shaking at the end of them. I got so much adrenaline pumping because I know that I gotta get right. I better get my shots in. This dude literally is... Yo, Blue, you're literally just running from us and shit, trying to put us in danger. What are you doing, man? Could you, like, hold up for a second or something, motherfucker? You see us behind you, don't you? What do you... Do you want to die?
I actually don't.
Hey, we're chasing you down. Huh? Play your game. Alright, fuck you then. You do your own thing. Bye.
Right, exactly.
Bye, bitch. Alright, you do. I was trying to be cool with you. Yep. Bye. Muted. You two hang out. Fucking idiot. It's a squad game, dude. If you want to do your own thing, play solos, you fucking idiot. This dude acting like I'm doing some weird shit by trying to catch up to him. You know what I mean? He's like, just do your own thing. I didn't realize we were playing solos, dude. Oh, no, we're not, actually. I'll meet up with Yellow, dude. Oh no. Oh, you got lucky. I didn't know he was there. Yee! Squish me. Oh man, y'all some pussies. Hey guy, they saved me from having to spend any more time with the fucking idiot team. I'm good. I'm good with that. Ay, ay, ay. Dude didn't even care that we were trying to catch up to him. That's just shit right there. Like, we didn't have to care. We didn't have to try to get with him and, like, join up so that we could be a team. I didn't have to do that. Neither one of us had to do that. I chose to do that. Another dude was following me over there. Like, people don't even care when you're trying to, like, be there for them. Kind of thing. They'd rather you not care because that's what they're used to in the real world. Right? Is that it? His mom and daddy don't care, never have. Daddy's probably locked up. Mom's a prostitute. I should have brought that up with him. We could have gotten to the root cause. We could have group therapy on that motherfucker. Idiot. 9 times out of 10, the people on here are retarded. Let's see about these.
I ain't had nothing to do with none of this. With my
Oh, y'all retarded? Oh, not. Why retarded people play this game? You notice that? Anybody else notice that? Like straight retarded. And gay retarded. All the retardeds. Am I the only one that's noticed that shit? God dang it. Well, the retarded people on here. Are they hosting the Special Olympics this month or what? I had a dude get mad at me because I was like, hey man, we're trying to catch up to you, dude. Do you not notice we're trying to, like, we're chasing you down? We're your teammates. He got mad at me for trying to chase me down. He's like, do your own thing, motherfucker. What? It's a squad game, you know that, right? Oh man, let's do this. Alright, we're together. Wherever y'all trying to go, I'm trying to go. Unless y'all dropping late, then I'm gonna get scared. So we should probably get for that line before that plane crosses us. We should probably drop. We have a little less bullshit to deal with, maybe.
Oh, you hungry?
What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? Wait. About this? You think this is a good spot? Fuck it. If anything, we got a little something next to it. Maybe they'll go to the track instead because it's gonna seem to be more fruitful. Don't see anybody so far. And we only gonna be able to get the bare basics here. Probably, maybe somebody might only get one gun, but we'll all have some. And the level 1 bag over here. Is that us dropping late, or?
What's up?
Was that us dropping late there, that last drop?
Yeah, that was me.
Alright.
And there's me, sorry.
No, I'm not talking shit. I'm just making sure. Ain't nobody else here with us. I appreciate the late drivers because y'all get to kind of survey the land and see what's going on. We get to grab the guns, y'all get to let us know if there's anybody else here with us. Kinda. Gee. I think this is the one, man. We got 2 people mic'd up. Y'all seem cool.
I hope it's the one. I've had some interesting matches the day before.
Everything's smooth with me too. I just don't talk that much.
Okay, we got all 4. Alright, well, we need you. I get it.
High. Nah, I don't get fried. I just like go along with the flow. I just started playing for real.
Oh, good. I'm just looting up and then coming your guys' way.
Oh, we all together.
Yeah, this dude low key sound. Not him. Who's the other guy?
Hi, guy.
Yeah.
Why you say that?
Yo, he low key sound like Eminem kind of.
No, he don't.
He does sound like Eminem.
Sound more like Jay-Z.
I got a mercy pickup.
Nah, I ain't no rapper.
I need a book bag.
How do you get up here? Oh.
Got a lot of knives.
Oh, that's a
There's
Excuse me. Sorry.
Dude, you burped the same time I burped. That was cool. We're Burp Brothers.
Shit. Burp Brothers. I'll put you.
Is that a JS9? What, they just got even better.
Yeah.
Just dropped a ton of 5.56.
What that was that? What that JS9 was just at?
Yep. Yeah, I like the JS9.
It's killer.
There you go. Oh yeah.
Stando?
Got an AR flashlighter here. Oh, where are these fuck are you talking about? It's my grandma already. Did you mark them? Where are they at? What building they in? I'm looking for the fives, man. Where are the fives? Where are the fives? I think somebody picked them up. Alright, we trying to use this emergency pickup? Well, shit, yellow, god dang, man, you're way the fuck out there.
Don't worry about it. You go, do what you're doing. I'm gonna get a car and come that way.
Damn, man. So, we probably don't even want to use the CP. Because...
Use it.
Well, no, because, we don't want to get all the way to the center of the circle, then we're way fucking far away from you.
Don't worry about it, brother. I'll make my way there.
That didn't work like that.
My fault, my problem. My fault, my problem.
We probably run this circle though, because if we take the EP, then it's going to be a dead giveaway when we're coming back in.
Got a buggy, I'm coming.
Where you going? Oh, we got one running across.
Mark him? Oh yeah, I see. Damn, I need a fucking scope. Oh, I got a hit though. Iron sight, motherfucker. Oh shit!
Damn.
Iron sight, motherfucker.
Yeah, you smoked his ass.
Man, if I'd had that dragon off for the 8 times, I'd have still missed him though. Stand that guy.
That's what I'm shooting, the dragon off for the 3.
I can't do anything with
I hate
that.
that dragon out, but I'm in love with it now.
It
hits good.
Took a shot.
He got a lot of recoil to it though.
Yeah, but you got that thing lined up properly.
I can't.
Supposed to be flying.
I ain't gonna lie, I fell in love with the Mini 14 now. It was a dragon.
Yeah, I like the dragon and the JS9. The JS9 with an extendo mag and the silencer.
Over a hill, hit a rock.
Where y'all going? I'm going on this, I'm still looking for a scope real quick.
I was gonna hit these houses right in front of us. Straight ahead.
I had went on this basketball court or this tennis, whatever.
Hey,
Find tennis court.
Extra scope, please. I need one too.
I didn't know where my
It's,
ping. Oh, my
it's a
ping's
2-time right here, but
I take that right now. I got the iron sights for one of my guns and a red dot for the other.
Am I going the opposite way?
You could
Yeah,
always
where you
sell it
going?
too, I think, if you go to one of them things. I'm just trying to
Where'd
get in the
y'all go?
zone right now, dude. I'm blue.
Damn. Yeah, I'm on the opposite end of you. Oh, shit.
I'm in now. What we got? Orange then taking off from us somehow.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you.
In-game challenge.
Okay.
Reward sent to your
I don't know what the hell that reward challenge thing is. How do you get that? Where is it?
I just got something.
Yeah, but where does it go though?
Just gave me something.
Did it go straight
Your
onto your
inventory.
gun? Or when you're...
It goes into your inventory.
Interesting, okay.
It just gave me a mountain bike.
See? How'd you do it?
I got some stuff over here if y'all need anything. There's level 2.
I don't know. I did something, I guess.
Holographic sight.
Tony Burks.
The heck is... The heck
What's up,
is
Tony? I say hi.
the heck is Tony
Yeah,
Burks?
About to call him back. You know what I
Yo,
mean?
what's he up to? Is he got all the ladies? Yeah.
No,
we got to
that's
ask,
Tim.
We got to ask him. Ooh, shit! I got a 4x scope.
I'm coming in hot.
What happens? Yo, what happens if you find a gold bar? What's the deal with the gold bars? Just a bunch of money?
I don't know.
Apparently they're gold bars.
You need a scope.
There's like, yeah, no, I don't know yet. I don't think so. I think there's gonna, well, there's a holographic, I guess. I don't. Talk me over for now.
You said what?
I'm not sure yet.
What have you changed your mind?
No.
Might as well leave. Don't we gotta work at sea? Yeah, hold up.
Where'd that 2 times go over here, yo?
I usually don't leave it to.
Oh, Green, you need a ride?
As long, yep. Why am I gonna get in this motherfucker?
Cause your
picked up
fat
some-
ass can't fit.
BB coin.
Oh,
The fuck is BB coin?
who is this guy? Right here in front of us. Another one here to your left. Right here by the tree.
BR coin? What's BR coin?
You can buy
I
stuff
got
at the
some
store.
BR coin.
I got some BR coins. I don't know. You said buy stuff at the store?
Yep.
Yo, you've officially been pimped.
Tried to pimp my ride.
Ooh, 8 times. Anyone need it?
Oh, I could definitely
Oh shit. Yeah.
Take it. Anyone want a 6 times? I'm dropping my 6. Here's my 6.
use a 6.
I'll
I
take
could
the 6
use
shit.
any of them. Like I say, ACOG
Yellow
from
mark.
fucking Mawson. Or M24, I mean. Anything.
I'll drop
Y'all don't
a
have
4,
anything.
bro.
You got,
Dropping a 4.
where's that?
Suppressor SMG.
Where's the 4?
All here on the bike.
Okay.
6 times in the bathroom.
I grabbed that
Pop.
6.
Gotta go again. Circle's on coming. In it.
6 5. There. Somebody want a 4 times?
I just got one from his pile, so I'm good on now.
All this time you guys need a scope?
Oh, you didn't hear me?
Far away.
You said I was
running
far
it.
away.
I'm running it.
I'm running.
Who's that to our
Yo,
left?
man.
Oh yeah, by that house. I see him. To the left.
Orange, we're running. We got quite a distance on you already, Orange.
Fuck.
Orange a
I
little
didn't.
low.
It's a car still there. I mean, that Doom buggy still there.
Kinda smoky. Oh, who's this?
Sounds like he's going away.
210?
Where you at?
Probably leaving where we run into.
He just went into the smoke.
See if your brother's ready, Mackenzie. Okay.
Oh, you took the bike. Smart guy.
Had to
This
catch up
dude's
to
right
you.
here.
Yeah, it's way smarter than using the buggy. It's just quiet, nice.
Ooh, self AED. Thank you. Another 4 times. Someone needs.
2 by over here. Anyone needs it?
Yeah, I need to get rid of this emergency pickup probably, just for the hell of it.
Got it?
Yeah, we don't need that.
Open it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Open it. Distraction.
I'm trying to do. I can't put it right here.
Got a holographic sight if anyone needs that. I don't know why I picked that up.
So it's taking up all my
M24?
space. We're actually taking it though, right?
I need lightweight.
No.
Are we taking it?
I mean,
We could take it. Maybe land up here, away from the flight path.
yeah, is there anywhere high we can really? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just thinking away from the flight path. Let's go on those mountains. Are we taking it? Yes or no?
Fuck it.
We could
Taking
jump on
it.
it.
We're
But
taking it.
Okay, where are we going?
You like yellow? Is this a mountain? Yellow?
There's a drop right there, but it's gonna have too much with it. Not a full drop.
Make it yellow?
Make it yellow. Yeah, I think so.
Yellow?
we could go right to that top of the mountain right there.
Which one?
Oh, I popped my fucking shit already.
Right. Jumped already. Oh,
I thought we were
yeah,
going to
I see
yellow,
it.
but I'm shooted out, man, so I'm gonna be floating my ass off.
Can you make it to yellow here? The mountain?
Yeah.
Oh, the mountain, dude. I'm going to the mountain for sure. Yeah.
Even if you're at the
I'm
base,
going to
it's
the
always good to
tippity
have someone
top.
at the base and someone at the top. Guys can at the top can scout, and if it gets too close to the mountain, the other guys on the bottom can run around and take them out.
I made
Last
it.
time I came
think
up
I'll
here,
make it
there was
to
a
the
guy here
top.
with a ghillie, and I was walking around. He was right beside me and killed me.
Somebody shooting at us.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I'm getting shot at.
Guess it's tough to see where from
Sweet, I'm up here. I'm here. Alright, we're up here. Yeah, somebody, where's that coming from? Somebody shooting at us from down there, from the east.
I'm shooting.
Oh, it's you?
He said, I'm shooting.
Because somebody was shooting me when I first landed. I didn't know.
Where are you?
The
Oh,
heck?
you're above me.
At the very top.
You above me?
I was looking at the drop, nobody's there.
What am I missing? Green. Where's green?
I'm down here, like, right under y'all.
On the bottom? Oh, I see you.
Not on the bottom, but, like, in a little cut.
I see you. See the guys. Mark it, call it out. See nobody.
Not yet.
She tells him,
I don't see nobody yet.
Big city here, and then we don't see.
Dude, we're right in the center.
Yeah, we're good. We should be good for another.
This is the one I told you on that feeling.
what, in that extension cord. I sure gotta go get that stuff
I
together.
got one 105.
Mark it.
Get on my zone.
105. Where? Way out?
Yeah, way out. I marked
The
it.
house?
Yeah.
Oh, I see him inside. He's looking around. In the
One
window.
right outside. There's one outside. Boom. Damn.
Car
Right
pulling up,
underneath
2
orange.
cars pulling up at 1:30.
Oh yeah, I see him. Getting shot at. So there's someone in that house right there. In the
I marked it at 105. There's a team
There
over
he is,
there.
right here. Guys, right here. Yellow mark. Right there, car.
Can't fucking see from up here.
I got these fucking bushes in the way.
They have no clue where I am.
Trying to look for your yellow mark too.
Car. Yep. Someone's in the building, green building, mark.
Car at 105.
Yeah, it's like 3 of them in that building with the green mark.
Yep. 105 car.
Yeah. Right there by the building's an orange mark.
Beef, get out of the way. Oh,
Dude, I don't remember how to
Here it
zero
comes,
my
coming
gun.
to the yellow mark. Well, someone sees us up here. Someone's shooting at us. Like 40. Where's this car? Below us?
Yeah.
Yeah, on my side, where they came out of the house at. She don't put some more.
Oh, that guy's still in that building here. I see him in the window. Something at 75 or something shooting at me. Oh, I see him. Here. Yellow mark. At the tree.
Somebody run into that spot too.
Yellow mark. Oh my. Guy's standing right there. Knocked. Finally. Here, yellow. Two guys on yellow. Gotta be a bot. Don't forget about Orange Mark House. I can see him on the top level.
Yeah, I can't get a 6-5.
Second window over on the top. There's got to be someone down here at yellow.
Crazy, 93.
Oh, shit.
Because he called. There he is, yellow mark. Running.
What?
Is that Arcade?
Yeah, that was me.
Get him or not?
No, I'm gonna hit him in his head though. I popped one of them in the head.
There he goes again. Yellow mark. One guy's up there.
The other, somebody trying to
Knocked
save
him.
him.
Knocked him. Nice. Done. Where the smoke come from?
Dude right here trying to save him.
Where? He's in the smoke?
Same spot where the smoke at.
Shooting the shooters.
Nah, there's three of them down here. Oh shit.
See if my grenade will reach him.
Oh shit. I'm jumping. On yellow. I'm going to yellow. Yeah, he's right here on me. You don't. There's two of them. One right in front of me.
Everywhere.
Killed him too. Got them both. Blue, how'd you die? Someone shoot you or you hit the ground?
You got one kill. Got smoke already? Oh shit!
Oh shit, somebody sniping.
Yep, on the left. I think it's the house that we were looking at before.
Go smoke again.
I threw two. You guys okay?
No, I'm down.
Both of you down?
I'm crawling. Yeah, I'm crawling to somebody.
Okay, let me just keep an eye on out here. Who's shooting at you guys?
Somebody's reviving me.
You guys got more smoke? If you got more smoke, put it down.
I do. I'm trying to. But I gotta get revived.
I got it right here.
Already threw one.
Okay, so
I'm
it's
checking
gonna
these
help
guys over
smoke.
here. No, smoke's good. These guys got smoke. There's two bodies over by me.
I got another smoke in the dump it.
Dump it! Did we find this guy?
Oh, he's shooting.
Okay. He gotta be in.
I don't know, I just threw another smoke.
They just down me. I got a 75, I ain't gonna use it yet. I'm crawling to the smoke. Oh
Guys
shit.
had no smoke.
Did I use self-revive?
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I don't know where the fuck they're at and I ain't got no smoke.
Gotta be the house. We gotta move. Oh. At this rock right here, yellow. Quick, get it.
That motherfucker was a waste.
He's only gonna be on the right. I got self-revive. Don't worry about me. Right hand side.
Damn! I just threw a grenade.
Nice, Blue. Is he dead? Where the hell are these guys running to? Oh, I see him.
The goddamn sniper got me. The same fucking.
Got one. Knocked one.
He wrapping his bet, his little cut.
Oh, there he is. Blue ping. Blue ping. He's trying to take me out.
Oh, it's two of them.
I need to get picked up too. God dang it, y'all got a smoke.
Knocked one. Hang on. Give me a second.
Oh, no. I'm gonna die. There it goes. Boom, dead.
Where are you? Oh, shit, brother. Sorry.
You're not my brother. You let me die, motherfucker. It's really that simple. That's how I see it. I see my brother now. My brother. Is he your brother? Yeah. Number 8. I have no idea what number 8 is. That smells good. There were 2 of them there, dude. There were fucking 2 of them. One had his dick in the dirt, the other one was shooting. One of them should have been picking me up. That's how I see it. There was only one guy shooting at us. It was that sniper. That's all I saw. I pinged him for everybody to get him real fast, and somebody should have been picking me up. That's how I saw it. I would have tried to pick me up had I been one of them. There's one for suppressive fire, and there's one to pick up. Now, if there's a 1v1 situation, it's a little different. I gotta take care of who's shooting at us first. If I got somebody there to shoot at the person or shoot them, I can pick up. And they laughed like it was a joke or something. It'd be nice if you could self-res. Yeah, I mean, you can't, can you? They had a self-res or something. They just happened to pick one up, right? Because I don't, that's up for, if they added that in this update, it's the first I've heard about it. Ah, this isn't very good. Let me see again. Pretty average. Yep. Rossville, Union, Rye, yeah. There you go. That's why they're trying to bundle this one with better whiskeys in some of the liquor stores. It's alright. It's a bourbon, but right. It's a, no. This is a rye, but 7%. That's not this bad. Alright, why are we all following Little Risk Hey? Let's see some. They're level 157. I'm not following them. I'm not following anybody actually. Unmark my follow button. And let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. None of them are talking, dude. None of you are talking, so I'm fucking Rambo. I'm Rambo, motherfucker. Do you know who I am? I'm Rambo, John Rambo. I just got back from the war. To treat me like shit. John Rambo. You know what I've been through. You know where I've been, what I've seen. I'm doing pull-ups. Oh, look, now I gotta self-revive. Now I will be the laugher of laughers. How about that? Huh? How about that, S.A.?
I heard we had some niggers in the party.
What? What does that mean? Why would you say that?
That's just what I heard.
You're an idiot. What the fuck? A fucking idiot. What the fuck was that? Wow. Some people weren't raised right. That's a very ladies and gentlemen. That's what it looks like when your parents fuck you in the ass when you're sleeping. That's what it looks like. That dude's ass got annihilated as a baby boy, probably. That's sad. He probably got so much daddy dick when he was a kid that now he's thinking about being a tranny. Sounded like he actually sounded like a tranny. That was you. What? What was that? I just heard something for a second, but then I didn't hear it. That was cool. He must be getting mad. Oh shit. Hillbillies. They're gonna hillbilly, aren't they? Hillbilly is gonna hillbilly, that's what the hillbilly does. He's a hillbilly, gonna hillbilly, when a hillbilly was. Hey! Fucking loser.
Bro?
Why do I keep hearing shit? Yo, what's up?
Bro, why the fuck you killed me for?
Oh, he killed you? Damn,
Yes.
That's fucked up, man, because he's a hillbilly. He's an idiot.
Hey, bro, watch your tone.
I don't even hear what he's saying. I muted him.
That's crazy. You killed both of us.
Oh, no shit. Damn. Should I go try to find him? So go on a mission? I have a car, man.
Fucking pussy ass nigga, man.
Some people just...
This fuck ass nigga just killed me and fucking Rise and keeps calling us fucking niggers.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
Like, real shit.
If I was closer, I would try to do something. I would die with the team. Far away.
I don't give a fuck what he is. He a pussy.
There's a car. I could try to run him over. I'm on a mission from God. I'm gonna run you over, Green.
What's his name?
Howie, I think.
Howdy. Alright. Let's see. Verbal harassment report.
There you go. You're going down, buddy. That's before I run you over.
Spamming. Let's see how many more.
Oh, he's at a mercy pickup, you little pussy.
Intentional team kill.
He's gonna go in deep now.
On me.
Gotta make my car faster.
Oh,
If this works or not. Oh no. Look at this guy. You're mine, buddy. Little bitch. Oh, you going all the way to the other side of the map, you would. Damn, I'm gonna run out of gas, dude. Oh wait, if I'm gonna get close to y'all's things, the blue ping, or the orange ping, are both of y'all's things there? I can get them real fast. Let me see. Oh shit! I get over there. I'm in the rice patties. All right, we're going. I have no idea where to look though. Doesn't give me anything. But there's a thing there to bring them back to at least. Alright, where are they at? Yeah, somebody's coming here. Where are they at in here?
He can't memorize back.
Where are they at in here? Where are your things at?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's your chip at? Is it at the ping?
What? Say it out loud.
It's not at the ping. Where's your shit at? Why are you listening to her more than me right now? Where the fuck is your shit at? God damn, y'all are retarded. I'm playing retarded people. You're all retarded. Holy fucking shit. Why do they have me muted? Why does he have me muted right now? He's got me muted, but not the fucking... You know what? I don't even give a shit. I'll get my gun.
Oh, that's funny. Hey, Rise.
He's listening to the fucking idiot.
There's been multiple
dude.
reports on this guy on PUBG.
Instead of listening to me trying to bring him back to life.
Someone there.
Whatever, man. I give up talking to that dude. It's worthless. He's listening to the fucking racist dude. Why don't you just mute the guy? That's what he wants, is for you to be bothered and to listen to him. You're giving him exactly what he wants.
He got killed by someone named Splendid Bullets. 6 days ago. He's killed 3 meters.
Oh my god.
Happy Howie.
Are you fucking sick, dude? I shot the motherfucking guy right in the chest, right when I got out of the vehicle, but he somehow was able to kill me. Okay, it's good. I got it. I got a fucking self-revive. Holy shit!
Let's see what the definition of wetback is, Raz.
Why is he continuing to fucking talk to this guy?
A Mexican living in the U.S., especially without official authorization.
Ah! Holy shit, there's 3 cars right there. Oh my god, come on, bro.
I'll show him he dying. Man, Blue, you still team up with this dude?
I'm still what? I tried to find your card. You were listening to me.
Brother, we ain't got no card because it's a friendly fire.
There's no blue chip because it's friendly fire. It's the first.
Obviously it is.
I never heard about that. I don't think that's the case. What do you mean, obviously? Because you said so?
Well, you better run.
I don't run for that dumb shit. Come on, man. Running for it.
Blue, you better watch your back. Green might shoot you in the back of the head.
You saw you
heard
want
that?
him
He said
to.
he's gonna kill you, Blue. What you know about that kind of music? Here, let me play some racist white people music since you want to be racist.
heels, man. Why didn't either one of them have heels on them? A little something. Hit me from up top, I think up top. I lasted longer than green did though. That was the last one alive on the team. Oh, behind me? Wait a second. I'm over here. I can hear it. What? Oh, there I am. Yeah. There was somebody else though up top who was shooting. That was just bad luck. Shitty team. Definitely, the shitty team definitely contributed to that. Was not a nice game. What are you talking about? I was just running the whole time with the shit talker. I was picking stuff up and running. I don't even think I got any kills. Oh, 3 kills? I don't remember them happening. Like a shit game because I had shit team. The dude, I don't know, man. I'd been those guys I wouldn't have hung out to talk shit with a guy. They weren't even trying to be brought back. That's what pissed me off. All because of some hillbilly. And I'm not making any rank in the pass, huh? I think the pass is harder to... I'm still 13, okay, at least I'm 13. I think I gotta be like 21 to get to the next. What else we want over here that matters? Okay, we can go and unlock everything from this one. I'm gonna put this one on right now. That's kind of cool looking. Ain't it? Little dragon. Pretty dope looking. It pops. It pops to the lettering because those white letters now are going to pop out. Yo, I dig it. It's new too. It's brand new. It just came out today for us. Yeah, I got that freshness. I got that freshness. I got that Dragon Man. Can I do though? Let me see. I need to use winter drillings for inch to get 1,000. Have I gotten any of the weeklies yet? Oh, I'm really close to getting a couple more weeklies, so. Loot 12 healing and boost items. And traveling vehicle. Traveling vehicle is almost done. And then we're going to pop over to the next one on that one and have 7 available to spend. 7 available to spend on tier 1. So we'll have, yeah, we'll have stuff. I'll probably get the parachute. Very crisp looking. It's kind of blurry. But what are you gonna do? Simon 8. Heck yeah. I was good to see Simon 8. Now he went back to sleep though. Eat and sleep. Eat and sleep. My buddy. My buddy. Buddy.
Insight, foresight, more sight, the clock on the wall. I get a feeling there's gonna be a riot. Insight, foresight.
Producing.
From listening to records, I just knew what to do. I mainly taught myself. And, you know, I did pretty well, except there were a few mistakes that I made that I have just recently cleared up. You know. I'd like to just continue to be able to express myself as best as I can on the instrument. And I feel like I have a lot of work to do still. You know, I'm a student of the drums. And I'm also a teacher of the drums, too.
Blue, you're my boy, Blue. Brandon Ferrer was here, man. Yo, when was that? That was 20 minutes ago. Now y'all know how I feel. Respond to 20 minutes later. Here's man.
Jouted. Alright. Jouted.
I didn't do it intentionally though. My bad, dude. Nobody was here. I didn't know nobody was here, man. It's just me. It's Sister T. Yo, Korea in the house. Hi. Zen Soul. Appreciate you, man.
I got a team behind me.
Oh man, I barely overshot it. Look at
They're
that.
landing on the roof of the big mall. Or whatever that building is.
Doobie. Whoa.
There's that at least.
That was way too loud.
Some kind of lightsaber.
Saber.
It looks like a lightsaber, but it drops these big fucking triangles of like that you hide behind. Giant concrete things that so when you throw it, don't be standing under it.
Why'd you do that? Why did you waste them? You buffoon. The buffoonery is unencourageable.
Yeah, I can't say I back it up, but I do understand it.
So you're an interpreter.
In the special needs section, yes.
Oh, this is special needs night. Special
Yeah,
Olympics training is happening right now on PUBG, I heard.
Oh,
That's what's happening, yeah. That's why there's so many of you.
Paid right now. I should be on the clock.
No, you don't get paid for the Olympics.
That's true. That's true.
You pay for it, for all the training you gotta put in.
Yeah, apparently somehow. That makes sense.
All the money, training, it's always rich kids that are at the Olympics, isn't it? Because their parents have the money and the time.
I mean, it's not necessarily poor people.
Usually not. Every now and then it can be, I guess, if a richer person scouts them. Yeah.
what I mean?
Like Sabrina and Katrina, or whatever, the tennis sisters.
Like, oh, this. Yeah, it's like Tanya Harding, where it's like, oh yeah, she was like from a poor family.
Yo,
so
for
it's
real?
huge that she made it to the Olympics.
So that's why she was hitting on girls' hamstrings and shit, huh? That was crazy. What was her name? Mayorkas? No, not Mayorkas. That's the border dude that's doing nothing. Oh my god, there was somebody just fucking chilling up here. What the fuck, asshole?
Yeah.
Holy shit! I thought that was one of y'all for a second. Then I was like, nope, just start shooting. Shoot and ask questions later.
He missed me.
Well, who was that? My Tanya Harding, and what was the M lady? What was her name?
The other one?
Yeah, the one that she hit.
Who's the other lady? Nancy Kerrigan.
Oh, it's Kerrigan. It was K. Okay. Yeah, that was wild, man. I was remember when I was a kid watching those Olympics.
Oh man, yeah. She gets blamed for it, but she didn't do shit, man.
Oh, really? Really?
No, it was her partner that like hired the guy, like, and she was just like trying to compete, and her partner like accidentally hired some douchebag. Well, not accidentally, but like he hired some douchebag to like come and fucking like.
Her male partner?
Like,
Were they fucking?
her abusive, yeah, it's her abusive ex.
Oh, her.
Like,
I thought you
yeah,
meant like her skating partner. Okay, okay, like her actual
no, like her
butt buddy or whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, her abusive
Damn.
ex-boyfriend hired this guy to like come like crack her knee. And then the guy was like, "I'll tell everyone what he did." He narked immediately.
Interesting, man. That ruined her career, though.
Go down alone.
We got somebody here with us.
Sounds that way.
Don't die, Orange. Come on, bro. Stay alive.
Alright, hold on.
Orange is gonna die.
I'm pushing to orange as best I can.
I don't see him. Aha, bitch. There's one more. No, it's one of you, maybe. Never mind. I think it's blue. It's blue.
Somebody else.
Is there somebody else? I don't know. Just be alert, just in case. I think it's one of you guys. I heard though.
One more.
You saw another one up though.
No, I just finished them.
All right, cool. Oh, here we go. Anybody see the car? We got a bar.
Oh shit.
On a bar.
Okay.
I got a grip of sodas.
I got some drinks and some drugs.
Sody pops. I got 9 energy drinks. Stack. You found one?
Alright.
Sweet. Blue. You're my boy, Blue. Did I already tell you that?
The next best dude.
I'm running as fast as I can. Please don't honk at me. Show your play. What does that mean? How do I do that? Show. Am I already showing it? Korea now. This is where this game is actually from, Korea. So it's really cool to have someone from Korea in here. It's a Korean game. Yo, Africa TV. Africa TV. I don't know how to say it, actually. I don't know if that's correct. Hopefully I'm saying it right. I have really bad guns right now because I have 2 pretty much long range guns, so I mean this one can be a more short range gun, but it's a burst fire, not really my favorite. Keep myself topped off here on the energy drinks. That way I have the ultra fast movement. See in that top little quadrant of bar, it's ultra fast movement. And then it goes down to fast movement, and then it goes down to regular movement. So just in case, you know, it's good to have it up there, but... And I think it also helps to heal more quickly. Switching a more long-range weapon. Oh my goodness. Hey Bill, what's going on, man? Bye-bye, dude. Hey, take it easy, Africa TV. You have a good night as well. Or good day, huh? Have a good day. And Korea. If you're in Korea, it was nice meeting you. See you next time, hopefully. Here we go. God dang it, where's the short range go? Alright, at least now I got a short range.
Got a fair bit of money, but nowhere to spend it.
Where is a better short range weapon for me? Doo 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 doo. Oh, I want that though. I kind of want this. Some of it. Pop, pop, and a pop. Probably went up here. Probably went up here, right? Nope. Let me out of here. There's one. I'm taking this. I need to let loose with some shit. Yeah. Crap. I'm cropping it up now, biatch. We got the brop. This is the one I was on before, dude. I recognize that balcony loot. Oh, what's that? Is that a piece of candy out there? He's too far though. Do I not need these? Come on. Do I need that much? Yeah, in case. Just in case. Just in case. Should I switch off of that? Probably. Alright, let's go. Well, when they leave, these losers left me. Simon? He's sleeping. Wait, I left this food in the... Wait, what did I do with it? I put it in the fridge, I guess. Yeah, that's what I did. Until it's dinner time. I put the foil over it, put the fridge. So you get the fresh dinner when he wakes up, so it's not sitting out the whole time. Drying out. I mean, he could eat it then. It's not like it hurt him. The food I give him, dude, I can leave out for 12 hours and it's still edible for him. Not gonna hurt him. They said that you can only leave like wet food out for a couple hours or an hour or whatever. That's bullshit. That's stupid. Cats eat out of dumpsters, dude. Their digestive systems are evolved into being able to take stuff like E. coli and the stuff we can't handle, they can handle. They're used to their digestive system. I looked into it. This guy's outside of my range of being able to see him, or I'd be pinging his ass right now. There they are. That was close. Where is he? He kept going. This fucking bitch. He hits behind something over here. What did he hide behind? There he is. My teammates are just doing their own thing. I was living fucking right next to them and they're just like, hey, look, I can run now. Look, nobody's shooting, I can run now. It's a miracle. Makes me itchy just thinking about it. I need antihistamine. I need antihistamine. What are you coughing at? What are you coughing at? It makes sense. Alright, I got emergency flare. I don't want to forget I got emergency flares. Put those right in my pocket so I can be like, pop, emergency flare time. Oh, is it time? Is it time for me to get up in there with them? To show the people the power of the emergency flare! Oh shit. What the fuck was that? Who was that? That dude was in between us. Trippy, he was a bad guy. He was in between. He was gonna die so badly. He was surrounded by us. Nothing but us. Pure muscle. Muscle and mayhem. That burps. This thing that burp didn't happen because it was embarrassing. One pop burps like that are embarrassing. I need something that's got a little more growl than that. I'm so full right now. Alright. What do I have way too much of besides the 7? Alright, I'm gonna drop half of those. Yeah. Get a smoke grenade in the mix. We think somebody's in here or something while we chilling. What we doing? Everybody, everybody, where is everybody? Pum, 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 pum. Express delivery. I'm saying though. Oh, no, that's somebody. It was that antenna. This antenna right here. When I was seeing it in the distance, it looked like somebody in the corner of my eye, like somebody was running. Yeah. Whoa, there's only fucking 2 people alive. Only 2 people left. This is weird. Yo, if we lose this, we're retarded. All of us are certified retarded. There's 2 people left. None of us are communicating. We're getting separated. I'm looking to the north. Just kind of keep in mind as to the north. Everybody pick a fucking. Okay. I'll get up there, orange. Don't. Okay, we gotta get up there. Gotta get up there, bro. Get up there. Alright, one's down. There's only 1 left up. Oh my god, I might get hit in the head with a brick or something. Where's that thing going? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm genuinely scared that I'm gonna get squished. I saw the shadow from that thing, dude. Alright. Dosho on Twitch. The Dosho on YouTube. You can come hang out, man, anytime you want. Remember me. I'm here with you. For boys, for buddies. We can just search John Doe 1980, but it's spelled exactly how it is on here. Find me, man. Find each other.
Right in front of you.
We can be buddies forever. Oh, he's suppressed. You little shit. You saw it? Okay, where is he?
Oh. No, it's our friend here. The next best dude has a suppressed revolver.
Oh, that's him that's doing that. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Look out, he's throwing another barrier, so shit's gonna drop out of the sky. Southeast.
Southeast.
I heard some suppressed fire that wasn't.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh damn, he got me. Y'all get him. He's right over here. Yeah, he's right there.
Right on John Doe.
Oh, you little bitch. Y'all get him. Y'all get him! What are y'all doing?
Push him, man.
God damn. Y'all some pussies. Y'all gonna die one at a time right now and lose the fucking game for us. I can't fucking believe this shit. Push him, both of you. You know where he's at. Go kill him.
One go left, one go right. Go.
Oh my god. This is actually. I saw this. I knew this was gonna happen, dude. I'm always with fucking retarded people, dude. Holy shit. I'm always with retarded people. They should have both pushed as soon as I said he's over here. They do is still laying down. Stupid. Fucking stupid. Wait, there's one guy left. You're over here laying down? We should always stand up, staying vigilant, able to move quickly. Not able to be shot while you're laying down, which is hard. It takes forever to get up when you're laying down in this game. And you're super vulnerable. And he wasn't even in any kind of high brush. He was like in some cabbage or some shit. Stupid. Dude, if people would fucking pay attention when I'm doing and just do what I'm doing, oftentimes we'd probably win. Because I don't do stupid shit. I try not to. I try my best because I got people watching. Like, if I do something stupid, people are going to be like, hey, why are you doing stupid shit? I try my best. I've been doing this for 12 hours a night sometimes for a whole season. Or, I mean, I'm talking like a whole summer or a whole winter. Or like, I've done this before even streaming even for that amount of time. 12 hours sometimes. Before streaming was even a thing with other games. 2005 with Battlefield. Fucking GoldenEye, back when it was a thing. I was addicted to that shit. Perfect Dark. We going back to the Nintendo 64 days with that shit. That's late 90s. Just got a lot of idiots on here. People on here. Like, I don't need someone that's like acting like we're in a tournament. But I need someone that's not acting like a fucking retarded Special Olympics special needs player. That's all. Is this too much to ask for? They definitely should have shot him while he was shooting at me, dude. Everybody should have rushed over there as soon as they heard him shooting at me. We were all that close to each other. They could have killed him easily because he had to reload. He has to reload, man. He's got to. They weren't looking at how many people were left or anything. They're not cognitive of that type of shit. They're not to that level, I guess. Like, I don't want to have to tell people everything, I guess. I like a squad that can just work together and know what's up by looking at the... I even said something like there are 2 people left. And then that person got downed. I figured everybody realized now there's only one person up, standing. I didn't realize I had to fucking tell everybody. There's only one person now, guys. Go get him. Bruh, that's the kind of thing. It gets a little annoying. I feel like they're retarded. So I gotta like hold their hand for everything. I called that shit also, I think, earlier in the game. Or it was last game. I talked about how we could have 3 people left, a whole squad left, and one guy will kill us all because they're doing dumb shit. And there it goes. There's case in point. It just happened again. I was pretty much the sacrificial lamb there, and I was okay with that. Going in and calling him out, showing him exactly where the guy was. I was okay with that because I was like, yeah, we'll get the dub. Fuck it. They'll pick me up. And I saw that dude was dick in the dirt like that. That's when I got a little pissed off. Let's see. Let's switch this up. Let's switch this up. I got 2 different calibers here. I got a little more ammo. That's our boy coming on with us, coming to hang out. I appreciate him coming to kick it. I do. Yes, sir. I know that I have to be better than most people that play this game, dude. And sometimes I take that out on them. Not that I'm like the best in the world or anything, but I'm not the worst. Or am I? Shit, I might be the worst. Maybe I've just tricked myself. Actually, I need those. You know I need that in my life. That's the Demerol. Even Sister T knows what they should have done though, and she doesn't even play the game. Psst. Amateurs. I've yet to find one of these places for the thing, for the cashing in. My chips, I don't have hardly any at 100, but dooby dooby doo. Doo dooby doo. Damn, 2 of them? Some of that. Get some of that action. Get up there, boy. Damn, so many 4x scopes. Lots of 5. Oh, small cash. Lots of 5.56s. 7.62 more cash. I got a couple more of these. 50, 182 are full on ammo. That's all I need. That. Let's free the birds. Where are they at? Oh, they're up top. I'm sorry, birds. What's he doing? I don't know, it doesn't even matter, dude. We're never gonna find a place to use those things. I don't. I took something. I don't know how much I took. Alright, see what we're working with here. Now that. Oh, wait a second. We got a compensator here and a compensator for that. 2 compensators. Now let's see what we're working with. They got the barrel. This is a special barrel actually. You won't see this very often because it's really hard to get. I don't know. It actually is though. And this, I don't know, this is probably pretty basic. It's not everybody's gonna have like a skin for any gun, but so it's kind of a cool one. It's splattery, it's colorful. Oh, and now we got a pan. Can't show the pan. Why can't you show the pan? That's whack. Can you show the... Hold up, can you show this? Then we got the taser. We can tase a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Are you ready? I'm just gonna tase. This is the only weapon I'm allowed to use this game is a taser. Until I tase somebody that can use another gun. I might change the rules later though. Oh, look at the dojo. Oh, I can't punch. Huh! 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 Oh, shit. I don't think this one's for sale anymore. In the shop, actually. It was because a certain event was going on. I want to flip over. There it goes. No, there it goes. See, it was the PNC 2023 was going on. That's when I got it. I like the whiteness of it. There aren't many white pans. The whiteness of it. Does anybody else know what I'm talking about? It's creamy. Anybody else like the cream? You like the cream? Who likes the cream? Who likes the cream? Who likes the cream, baby? Who likes the cream? Who likes the cream now? Who likes the cream? Who likes the cream now? Baby, 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 who likes the cream? Ooh, yeah. Who likes the cream? Who likes the cream? Who likes the cream? Who likes the cream? I just lost like 10 subs probably. Nah. You like the cream? Oh. What? Do I like boobs a lot? What does that mean? Dude, come on. That has nothing to do with cream. I like cream, dude. That's what it makes me think about. Get crazy with the cream. Get all crazy with it. It's everywhere. There's so much fucking cream everywhere, you know what I mean? In my dreams. I can't even move right. It's so viscous. Sloshy. Let me, and then it starts. You know what I'm saying? Taking the cream in me. Taking it in me. That's the best way. You got a cream problem. Suck it in ya. What an asshole. What a fucking asshole. Why does this guy sound like he's shooting with a laser gun? Oh my gosh, we got 550. Stunning. I'm a stunner. Doobie doobie doo. Sucks to be that dude. Doesn't it? Ooh. Shoot, I need more room. I need more room, I need more room, I need more room. There we go. Alright, now we're suited and booted, baby. What am I up to on this bad boy? 344! God dang, I was just at 333 not so long ago. Try to get that bitch at 1,000. Are we leaving? What are we doing? And this is a decent long range gun. I don't QBZ. Do the QBZ? Wait, is it QBZ? Oh no, the QBU. Still though. Yeah. QBZ is a shorter range gun. The Fugs? Boobs a lot. Is that a song? Sir Boobs a lot. They call me Sir Boobs a lot. Oh, it is a song. Gotcha. So many sodas. So little time to drink them. I just gotta drink. I just gotta keep grabbing them and drinking them, you know? Ooh, shit. I gotta get rid of some sodas for that. Extra smokes. Damn, it only gave me 1 smoke for 4 sodas. Oh, yep, that's pretty much what it gives. Anything else I can get rid of? The money, the bandages. Maybe 2 bandages will give me a no. 2 bandages and 1 soda. No, not all sodas. Alright, 2 sodas. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna take the sodas then. And the bandages. Nope, just the sodas. Okay. Sip and dip. That's how we roll, baby. Speaking of which, and then I'm chilling. We're in the circle, like shit. We all chilling right now. Number 20. I don't remember what number 20 was. I don't remember what any of these were, dude. It's the 3rd one of these I'm on. It's official. I have burped. I wouldn't buy this one either. Where's it going? All teams is running off. Out of the zone. Yo, where y'all going? Y'all running out of the zone or something? What's happening?
No, I don't know where homie's going. I was trying to get a visual on these people shooting over there, but. Alright, I got one right down here.
Alright.
He went down the stairs. Alright, there's a car right by that thing too, so there's probably a squad. Yeah, they see me.
That's him shooting?
Yeah.
Blue's about to flank him though. I can't see him still. About to go in for it though. Nice. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So that's what he was doing. That's what Blue was doing. He was the master flanker. The met. Do you like the boobs? Like, kinda like the boobs a lot. You gotta like the boobs a lot.
You know what? That might be my car.
Freaking mandatory.
I can't remember where the. Oh yeah, it sure is. That is.
Don't. Then you're breaking the rules of the Lord.
Balls of Jesus. Jesus loved a titty or two. Jesus loved a titty or two. Oh shit, there's somebody right there.
Right over there, Red. Just past my ping. He's just...
Oh, what the fuck? There's one more backside. I don't know what happened. I'm down.
I'm looking.
Here's here. Yeah.
Got him.
Oh shit, he's self-reviving. Oh, good shit. I don't know. I didn't get up for some reason. Whoa, god dang it. Get out of that. See if I got it.
You good, bud?
Yep. So we got a vehicle? We running this?
We might as well just run it. I don't think we got much left.
That's true. Damn, this is gonna hurt then. Yeah, we're gonna die.
Yeah, I know it.
Damn. Well, Ray might make it. I ain't got shit else to work with myself. Oh my gosh. Oh, fucking, I can't believe I made it in.
I got 10 bandages.
Alright, I'm on the other side of this barrier.
There's 5 bandages.
You in. Can't believe I made it in.
Just take them and go. I haven't had an ending down here. I don't think I ever. You got eyes on them, Blue?
Did anybody hit this crate up over here?
Oh, this is where those Kung Fu Panda stairs are.
Somebody,
yeah, I think they're on
the
top
northeast.
Of that tower. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the far tower.
I haven't seen yet.
shouldn't have got out. Shit, I don't know what he was thinking. Thought that was a safe space or something. Poor guy. I don't think there's anybody else there.
Is this him?
Yeah. Oh, there's a... That thing's enough. So anybody C4?
Nah. I don't. I got a grenade.
Yeah. Our best bet's him jumping out of it.
I got a C4.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah, I got one.
When you slap that bitch on the side of that thing, you can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, you can blow them up by shooting at them.
Well, that too.
Left
the
side
C4
of
does
that
it.
tower.
Oh, they're
He's coming
stopping.
around right now.
You gotta shoot the back half of it.
Oh, there's somebody right there. Look. Oh, this guy's gonna come at me right now? You wanna... Oh, there's somebody else. Okay, I see him. I see him. He's a 105 East. Oh, god dang it. There's somebody right there, dude.
Yeah, there's somebody right on that side of the tower.
And there's somebody down below us too. I mean, east, northeast now. He's in the smoke over there. Man, I'm gonna run out of bullets very soon. Okay, this isn't good. Shit. I don't know what I was thinking. Right, I gotta get to the drop. No.
Oh,
fuck.
Well, come take my bullets if they get me.
Oh fuck, we gotta move. God dang it. Oh shit.
Sorry guys.
One guy down.
I got one of them. Oh, we're all dead. GG. Game over. Oh no, there's one person. There's 2v1 right now. 1v1 now. We got us a 1v1 situation here, folks. My smoke was I've aimed my smoke badly on that last when I overshot it over him. It should have been more direct at the tree. That's where I know I fucked up right there at the end. He's risking throwing stuff right now because it takes so long for that animation. What's he doing? Are you serious? Oh, why'd you? Okay.
Where's the motherfucker? What do you keep wanting to throw shit for? What are you reloading for? Oh my god. You had only shot at like a fraction of the clip and he wants to reload. If he wins, it's dumb luck. He lost. He lost. Okay. To the guy in underwear. Chili Bean was here at 440. Market Sparky. It's a league game. You know what I mean? Go 4 kills. MVP. Another one. And another one. We got it. I kind of feel like rolling
Another one.
I kind of feel like rolling the dice on some hideout shit. I know. Alright. Since it's the first night of the hideout. Oh, you're not supposed to see that. Boo. Boo to you. How you gonna get me, aren't you? Do it. Don't get me. You better not. I got invited to something right now. I'm in the middle of something. I just started doing this. Why can't I? Homie. Oh, there it is. Is it showing all that shit? I was just showing some other shit. I thought it was showing this. Was it showing this first? Do you know? Never showed this. It never. Never showed the bad stuff. What are the chances? Huh? What are the chances of it doing it? Are they 0? Are they freaking 0? That's what we got for now. I got a couple more tries. I'm just gonna give them some time to think about it. But they'll give me what I should actually get. Damn it. Hey, that 500 is not bad though. The 500, I need those. I need those for the SLR to give it a better looking suppressor. I want the peak suppressor, man. The black suppressors bother me a little bit. The Koreans are expert, it says, dude. The Koreans! Africa TV! What are you doing? He's right here.
Gotta every now and then just. That's a trick. I need that right now. No, I need this. No, yes. Oh my gosh, come on. What's up, Green? How you doing? You trying to touch my balls? You're getting mighty close to my balls. I like it. Let's go. Oh, close to my balls, where I like it. You're touching me, where I like it. Where I like it. Are you my daddy? You know how badly we're about to get fucked in the ass because this spot that he just picked because he's a moron? Did you not look at the other flight path? This place is gonna be so swarmed. I'm not going there, dude. Oh my god, y'all are all retarded. I'm going right here. I'm not doing that. I can tell already that's gonna have people with weapons chilling, waiting on us. This one is too almost. God damn, dude. What the fuck am I doing following these noobs into anything? Dead already, man. Y'all fucking idiots. There's a whole squad here, dude. Whole squad everywhere. This guy fucking wanted to land. I wish they would just put me out of my misery. They look like they're all bots. Definitely all bots. Oh, they're the bots. There's one of those things over here. Kirby. No, bots. I landed in Botville. But they're everywhere. They're up there too. I didn't realize that. Oh, it's on the map. Oh, was it on the map like that? The level. They are on the map. They're all on the map. Did you know that? This is a level 3 one, so it's got the best shit. I didn't realize where I was landing right now, man. That was my bad. Hey, Green, I'm sorry. I didn't realize where I was landing right now. This is like a level 3 thing where there's a bunch of hard-ass bots here. I didn't know that. What's this? Guys, I'm moving. Lame.
I'm really supposed to debone a chicken right now, but I might just go in for some quick and easy sardines again. Keep the protein intake up. I mean, a chicken can wait 2 weeks. I think a chicken can be in the fridge for 2 weeks and it's still edible as long as you reheat it. 2 weeks, like Total Recall. You seen that? 2 weeks. Sorry. So now the hideout's gonna give me the smoke. I have a feeling. I feel like now is the moment. Fucking bitch ass motherfucker gave me 0 golds again. It gave me 0 fucking golds again, dude. What is that? Okay, but at least I can improve. Whatever, dude. That's whack. And still can't improve this? Oh my god, I still need 500 to get that to the... Do you believe that shit? Can you believe that shit? Can't believe it. Now I definitely need some Deans. Sometimes you need some Deans, and sometimes... Yeah, definitely. I toss cooked chicken in the fridge 4 days max. Well, that's because you're a pussy, Bill. Alright. Billy the pussy. You're wasting food, Bill. It's that simple. And Jesus would not be happy with that. What do you think? What would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? Oh, echo.
Yo, Dre. Where we going? Free market.
I'm going.
Going to the other one.
Yeah, we changed it up. That's cool.
Red rum.
I can't be hearing me too, man. That's uncouth. Especially when I got the fish in my mouth. I'm sorry, fish. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, fish. Thank you for being you, fish. There's no ammo here for this gun. Alright. I'm not gonna get 5 rounds.
Emergency cover.
Not okay with that. Okay. Bubba, have you had your fish today? This is important, man. I want you to stay alive.
Black dog. Nothing here.
You're gonna have to have your fish on a regular with me. Everybody. Why do you think the Asians live so long?
No bullets, no nothing.
Hmm? It's the fish, dude. Is anybody with me right now except for Ted? Where's Ted at? Teddy baby. Ted's gone. It could be here, but he's busy getting laid. One of those people. Huh. Loser. Lost in the sauce. I'm just playing. I know. Imagine wanting to get pussy. Huh. Weirdo. Yo, I used to be quite the pussy getter. You don't even know, bro. I could get pussy. Right now, I could get pussy if I wanted to right now. I could be like, what you doing? Don't give a shit anymore.
Anyone want a M249?
I stopped giving a shit about vagina. Am I the only one? Probably. Only one on the planet. Besides all the gay dudes. I thank anybody and everybody who's here right now. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you wherever you're at, whatever you're doing. If you're at work, just chilling with me in the background, or you're just doing a little chores, or whatever. I don't know. You could be reading a book for all I know. But thanks for being here. How's your book? I'm running out of crackers, bro. This is bad. Oh, this is bad, bro. I anticipated having more crackers.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, I gotta feed the bird. Where's this poor bird at? Is it inside? Oh, it's on the second floor. There it is. Yes, you're free! Heck yeah. I did something with the birds. One more beautiful bird out there. Getting more snow tomorrow? Are you looking forward to it? You're gonna go driving in it, or what? What are you looking forward to about it? Playing in it? Do you get the snow ice cream going on? No vanilla, little sugar, little snow. You put a condensed milk too, man. I think you can just put condensed milk instead of sugar in there.
Walking in your car.
Some kind of milk. It's some kind of milk that's sweet.
I see those shots coming from.
Dude, I'm kind of jealous. I kind of miss living in California where they would have snow and stuff, have seasons. It's been a while since I've had seasons, you know. It was kind of, I mean, it was kind of cool having that, and it gave, I think it, for the people that live in those areas, it gives them more appreciation for when weather is nice, because they have that to deal with, and they can't leave the house, and you know, whatever. It can't. That's how it is sometimes in Colorado. It's so bad you can't go anywhere, or if you do go somewhere, it's a risk.
Sound like that shit down there to the left.
Yeah. Can imagine. Because now you don't have to drive anywhere. It's only if you want to.
Yeah, go grab it. Just come.
What? What? Blower, you don't have the windshield that does that? I don't know if I do either, actually.
Shots.
My crackers are crumbs at this point. Where's Blue going? Blue just decided to run that other direction. Where's where I got to go? Ah, dang.
Don't go in here, we're gonna get fucked over here.
You wanna loot this?
No, no, no. Fuck that shit. There's another place here, I'll show you. We make it in time.
Well, they're coming to get me, actually.
What is he doing?
What am I doing? Why are they driving all in circles?
Looking for a boat, bro.
Why are they?
Why we riding together?
I got. Yeehaw. Yee fucking haw. I love you, man. 24 years old, wow. Yeah. Still going. Dude, if this is the nasty one, I'm not drinking it. 21. What is it? Oh yeah, that is the nasty one. That was the mulligan one. I fucking don't like that one, dude. It's too sweet. Makes me feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, they're boxes.
Alright, what's 23? This is Christmas Eve. This is Christmas Eve. We're looking at a Rabbit Hole Boxer Grail whiskey, 47%.
There they go.
Where?
Right there.
I don't want none of this.
Ooh. About to go down, bro.
Right, oh, there they are, right on top of the hill.
Are we doing this? Alright. No.
He's right here. Right on that tree.
Why is anybody else shooting him? Come on, man. I hit him. Nobody else can hit him? Shoot him! Can you not hit anything? Come on, man.
Where is he?
Oh my god. We're all gonna die.
Shit.
The other guy.
No.
It's two more.
It's not worth getting. What do you mean?
It's two more. They on feet.
There he is.
They bought a tank. Where y'all at?
Oh, he got me right in the head. He's right here.
I got him.
They got him. Right here.
I can't. Somebody else.
I'm right here behind you. Ooh, there's another guy
Damn,
there.
bro. I know. You gotta be patient, yo. I'm gonna get you. We right here.
He's coming. He's coming. Get out. Go off.
What are you gonna do? I got these deans though, bro. You know what? I can eat more deans after this too. That's the thing.
I got all of them. Get they chip.
One guy there.
Hold up.
I can, dude. I have the capability of eating deans till I die. Right now, I can eat 24 deans packages. Do you dare me? How many donuts are we gonna get to fight? Just dean after dean after dean.
Got him.
Oh! Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Oreo Express. Sorry.
He's right behind the rock. Right behind the rock. At the corner of the rock.
All right, bro. Damn, bro. I just wish you would have been patient.
My
man.
penis.
It's penis, okay.
My penis. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you know what I'm saying, bro. Everybody knows what I'm saying. Let's get it. Let's get it. He's got this. This guy's so dead. You got this, buddy. Oh shit, there's two of them. Yes! Yeah. Oh. Oh shit. There wasn't two, you would have had them.
Run it back.
Turn it back, man. Sound the invites. Fuck it. Who cares? Thursday night. They do actually send out invites. Let's see. Dude, have I gotten too many omega acids for the day? I feel a little heartburn. That was a rhino mating call. Male. Okay, this is the one. This is the one where they give me the goods. They give me the smoke. They give me what I need, what I want, what I need, what I want. Come on, give me what I need, what I want. Give me a gold. Just give me one, not one gold. Isn't that crazy, dude? Not one fucking gold. That's crazy. Like a slap in the face, man. 3. Oh. Not even one gold. Oh, okay. Wait. We got one weapon. Well, there's some weapons though that I don't have yet, so that's okay. Okay, don't have that yet. Now we do. Not that I want that, but it's a new one. Okay. Yeah. One here. Okay, that's a new one. Oh, that's from. Okay, that's from the battle pass. That's a kind of a cool. I'm gonna actually equip this one for now. LMG. Okay, got a kind of Christmassy time one for that. And whatever. Okay. Kind of whack. Now, are we still not high enough on this to get to the next level? No, we're not. No. No, what? Oh, no, we are. Okay, we are at least on this. But I'm going to have to give up some of my schematic money. Alright, boom. Boom. That's why these are most like smartly used with first schematics. You need most of in this little world here. Alright, here we go. Boom. Boom. Boom! Let's go. Okay, now this gun's gonna look a little nicer with this little, because especially when it has a suppressor with the pink suppressor versus the black suppressor. I know it's not much, but the next level is having loot crate. So the loot crate turns into the cake. And that is pretty freaking sweet. Long range, that'll be dope. For like teammates of other teams, after I kill them, they'll see that when it pops up after I kill them. Like, I've never actually seen that happen next to me. So it'll be a rarity when it happens to them for sure. I'm really close to getting that. Just the next one. That's so far down on that one. This is so much money and time. Good combination of the both. I'm not even worried about getting to the top of this one, like I am getting this loot crate, because that's just cool looking. Alright. So we're getting there. We're getting there. I might have to put in more on this battle pass, unfortunately, to get there. But we're getting there. It's like bragging rights having this type of shit. I know it doesn't do anything for the game. It's just like maybe get some new person to come through here. They see that I have that and they're like, oh, maybe he's a streamer. Why does he have all that? He must be a streamer. I think that happens. Oh, Ted! I was talking shit to you a minute ago. We ain't on a date. That was fun. I was talking something. Was I talking to him? I was hoping he was listening. What ended up happening, man? What happened? I'm not like asking, did your penis go in her vagina? That's not what I'm talking about. Did it? Hey!
Very cosmopolitan. Very cosmopolitan.
Oh man, the stream deck's fucking up now. It only went in 2 times. You're like in, out, in, out. Ah!
Skinny penis.
skinny penis to your service. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Oh wait, you jumped out already? Did somebody? Fuck.
Yeah. Jump right now.
But I'm the skinny penis, dude. I called it, motherfucker. All right, why are you falling away from us? You want to get further away? You know what? I'm gonna shoot you when I get there. Acting all high and mighty with your fat penis. With your fat penis. I'll go here. Fuck it. You're too far away. Shit. We're gonna have company here, motherfucker. Shit. There's at least two. Alright, I'm gonna try to get a gun and head to them because they're assholes. I still want to be out there in the tundra. Nothing. I don't see him.
Where?
What's this idiot? Oh shit, he can see me though. I need a gun. Yeah, I need some of the longer range.
I have a SKS over here.
Yeah, you're far. Fuck it. We gotta get to you, man.
Oh, you're in the. We gotta go to you.
I mean, oh, yeah, kinda. There's a squad here, though. I don't think they're gonna come this direction, though. As long as we stay on this side and don't push them and wait for our squad to get to us, we'll probably be alright. See what else we can find over here on the other side down here. Oh shit! Yeah, they already see us here, dude. God damn it. I got tagged pretty hard. You see where he's at, Green? Oh no, you just...
Oh, let's go to them now. We're coming.
Alright, roger. This guy really wants something.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, what? Damn, man, I wasn't gonna look in the corner anymore. Hey, GGO, have a good one.
Oh, we're gonna get you.
They're gonna get me now. Well, let's just spectate them get me. Let's see. Ah, he's picking shit up. Dude, they're just chilling up there. Both of them. They're not getting anything. Okay, well he's up it off now at least. Alright, cool. Let's see. Somebody's walking right there. I just heard him over here. Yep, down there. Somebody's below you guys running. It sounded like to me, but I hear shit. I guess maybe it was you, Green. I swear I heard somebody, but it goes in Green.
I've just seen him running down here. I try to get your box right now. Where is he? Let me get your thing. Let me get the other guy.
Holy sheep shit. A nice dinner. Small Twitch streamers with my graphics art, if you don't mind. Can I show you some of my previous work? Yeah, man. Post it on Discord's regular chat. Everybody can see it there. Or you can put it in I have a self promo channel in Discord. You can promote your work in there. In case anybody wants to do that. I'll see it, and other people will see it.
Where's your box at?
Hey. Oh, fuck. I don't know, man. That's the thing. That's some bullshit, ain't it?
I think it's over there. Where is he at?
Yeah, it's down there. It's like wherever, like west of where you're looking right now. Yeah. Right down there, I think. In it. Because I was running on, there's my gun right there. There's one of them. But, so I ran, it might have been, it was on the, oh yeah, there it is. I see it in the corner right there. Of that building to the right of you. It's on the left corner. Yeah.
Yeah, where was he? Oh, he's up there. He's up here. Come get me, come get me. He's far away still. I know where he's at now.
Oh, but Green was going in my box. I thought that was you I was talking to.
Oh, I think he might have got your thing then, right?
No, he ain't got it yet. He was looking, he was going towards it. It's at the building adjacent to you guys, west.
Okay.
On the east side of it.
I hear someone.
This is watermelon? Watermelon?
I'm gonna get your thing right now, hold on.
Can't lie.
He's behind
Oh
me
shit, gave you a little look. Oh shit. It's awesome, Ted. Congrats, man. Before you know it, you're gonna get married, you have kids, gonna invite me to your wedding. I can't be your best man though, man.
I think
Can I? I mean, I don't know, man. It's Simon. Simon's. I don't know what to do with Simon. If I have.
I know. I gotta get the heck out of here. Let's go.
Did you get it?
Gotta get this
You're
guy
right
back.
there at
Yeah.
it. Sweet.
I already got it. Hold on.
You're a ninja.
I'm gonna go around.
Hey, there's that level 1 thing right there. You're right at it. In case you want to get some shit out of it. See, it's on the map.
I dropped my coins.
Oh. Bummer.
Oh shit. I think that's a bot. Someone near me.
Simon gets his medicine in 12 minutes. And more food. And more food.
Use it, I don't got one.
Oh, does he have it? One of them has it. Forgot about that.
Someone's bringing their boy back.
Oh, Blue has the Bluetooth transmitter. That's what's going on. Oh. He dropped it.
There you go. Alright, let's go get somewhere safe. I don't know where these guys are shooting from. So
Gluten free, my man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gluten fucking free. Ah, that's amazing. Gluten free!
Buggy. We'll take it to...
Gluten free, baby. But gluten free. Gluten free man. I am gluten free man. Gluten free. Cheers, Ted. Ah. Yeah.
Can you give your mom some water?
2, 1. Here we come, boys. I love you. I love you so much.
You guys already got off the plane?
Yeah, I'm off. I got off already. Oh. You ever seen your cat get off before? Freaky. They do it. They squirt on themselves sometimes from licking on it too much.
Oh shit, where at?
Oh shit.
Got him.
You guys are too good.
Yeah.
I'm not worthy.
Yeah, we're just...
You're just a human being, huh? I hear you. And I'm just a Homo sapien. Oh. You know what I'm saying? I'm homo as shit. I'm so homo. Homo sapien. Oh. I'm so homo. More homo than you. I'm so homo.
Now there's people nearby.
And you better be serious, okay? Especially if they're homo like us. That means they know.
Oh, I see him. see him. I see him. They're right here. Over that hill. Right there, right on top.
More or less homo than we are. More or less homo than we are.
Over there.
How are you feeling on this one? Dang it, where are they more or less homo than we are?
Oh, damn. Someone's on top of me. Oh, they're the same team. They're
Pick him
gonna
up.
try to flank from the left. Oh shit, are they sending a fucking...
Where is this idiot? He was right up here somewhere. Either at that one, or there he goes. He's at the other one. Idiot.
Got it?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Alright. Oh shit.
I guess.
Alright. What we got? Quite a while. Quite a run.
Roger. Yo, do we
Yeah,
gotta
boy,
follow? We gotta fucking thank you so much
Skinny penis.
for the follow.
Very cosmopolitan.
Shishmic. Seismic, I'm sorry. Seismic. Seismic. They call me seismic. They call me seismic. Dude, do I ever really have the... I choose not to have day cubs.
Oh, I see some people running towards northwest. Looks like he's going south. See him? Oh, there's two of them. One right behind you.
Okay, there's some.
Hey.
Wait, who's he? Is it him shooting? Okay, they're trying to hit us again. Don't get hurt.
There's a guy in this container. Around that area. Got him.
Yeah, you got him.
Oh, no one sees it.
These guys that left of us go though, they just disappeared now. Don't want to forget about them. They already know we're here because we were shooting at them.
Yep. I just don't know where they're shooting from.
Well, no, I don't think they've shot at us yet. They just kind of
Oh, they're
disappeared.
shooting from the. They're shooting from the right of us.
Yeah.
Picking me out. And we got another team over here to my left, yellow marker.
Oh, this lucky motherfucker. Alright, he's got to pick his boy up, because I already dropped his boy. Oh, you killed his boy, I think. Alright, so you killed his... Okay, maybe you killed the guy laying down right there at the tree. Right there at it.
Oh, no, that wasn't me.
And there's a guy
I
right
him,
there.
though, but it wasn't. Oh, damn, all you guys are down?
Yeah. Smoke?
Holy crap.
So smoke, we need smoke. We need smoke now.
Got one.
God damn it. Holy shit! I gotta go. I gotta fucking go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I don't know where he is, but I gotta go. That's what I do know. I'm playing retarded people. I heard the smoke get thrown like 10 seconds after I was down. Oh, you're downed? Ah. Ah. You know what I mean? Dirty, what's going on, man? We got another one. We got another one of those at least. Let's just get it. They know they want to give it to me. You know? They know they want to give it to me on night number 1. Don't they? Don't they? I think they might. I keep getting invites in the interim, and then by the time I'm done with the interim, they're nowhere to be found. They're gone already. Welcome back, Ted. Welcome freaking back. How was your getaway? Right there, where you got away from us. How was it? Was it good enough? Was it enough to appreciate the time that you have with us? By having the time away? Okay, they give me 1 gold. Is that the one? Is that it? Is that the one right there? Is it the one, folks? Are you fucking serious? The gold plate S10K? Fuck you for that. That is such a slap in the fucking face right now. Dude, that one of all things, that's the biggest slap in the face for the gold. They need to take that the fuck off of gold. That's no longer a gold. That's not a gold anymore, dude. Are you kidding? I can't believe they consider that a gold still. Damn. Alright, dude, I gotta hold up. I gotta give Simon his meds first, real fast, before I start this up. That's so, and that's not even worse. That's worse than mildly. That's over mildly infuriating that they would consider that a gold. Had to let the dog out. I hear you. I hear you. I gotta do something with my animal now too. Let's listen to some music in the interim. How about that? I'm gonna pick something. Oh my god, I accidentally started this fucking thing. Alright, whatever. I'll follow this guy.
ain't got no wood. Alright, sorry, man, my fault. Well, spot, bro. God damn it. Really, one motherfucker, and I lit him up too. Wow.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop Double G, but
Yo, Snoop Double G, baby. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. They know I deserve it. That is such a fucking bitch right now. I feel like I'm getting scammed at this point. Opening those laid back. Oh, this remix version of it? You like it? Yeah, I like it too. It's on my liked song list. That's what this is. We're listening to my liked song list. Everything doesn't end up on the liked song list.
Everything is fine when you're listening to the DOG. I got the cultivating music that be captivating he who listens to the words that I speak as I take me a drink to the middle of the street and get to mackin' to this bitch named Sadie. She used to be the homeboy's lady.
Oh, that bitch.
80 degrees when I tell that bitch, please raise up all these UTs that you get none of these. Rolling down the street, smoking window, sipping on gin and juice, laid back.
I've always liked remixes like this, like techno remixes of rap songs. I think the first one I heard was Bone Thugs and Harmony in 2001. Some electronic producer put out a Bone Thugs and Harmony remix. It was electronic, and it was like, okay.
You want to know something really scary about there?
Gotta make that money, man. I think it was that song.
I have that tattooed on my arm because of the Rough Riders. I did that. It was a fucking homegrown tattoo, you know. Needle Indian ink thread type.
I'm a Rooster Illusion.
And the John is my name. Like, okay,
My name's John too. But this is the Doe Show. You're live right now. Welcome to my show.
Nice. What's good, John Doe?
That's winning right now. That's what's going to be good. Y'all sound like a winning team.
I like that vibe.
So it'll be a done deal. Let's do it.
98, so that makes you 43.
Yeah.
What, you streaming or something?
I don't know. If they're still up.
Hey, you know he just signed in, eh, Kareem?
What?
I was talking to Kareem.
Signed in what?
Are you on? Are
You
you
know who signed in?
Are you streaming too?
Who's that?
Let's go.
Yeah, Gutty. El Chapo.
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
My word, I swear if later on we get into a game with him, that'd be legendary.
No, Seb still has freaking PTSD from that shit. Getting chased around with a machete.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Legit, he tells me the nightmares. Or the night scares, I should say. That's how he broke his pinky toe.
Yep.
He was running in his fucking dreams away from the machete.
Hey, go somewhere for me that's nice and small. I had to run downstairs quick. Pretty sure I'm following you.
We got one guy out here.
He's where the hell's he going?
Going across the water?
Who?
Must be because he's not going down to the casino.
Oh yeah, he's got a boy with him.
You know, I'm not streaming. I did hear your question there. Not yet, at least. Just woke up not too long ago, so don't want to turn around and then fucking say, all right, you know, I'm not gonna stream today.
Oh, you're gonna stream today.
You know, I did for an hour. But, you know, an hour's not good enough.
No.
I do apologize to the language, therefore. I don't know if you swear on your stream.
Oh yeah, we're good. I got all the warnings and everything everywhere.
Perfect, perfect.
Alright. I just got us emergency pickup.
Word. Guess what I got, Sam?
Kareem, when I said secure, I didn't mean the whole f***ing mountain.
What? Come on.
It's secure. You did a great job.
I got a stun gun to keep people at bay.
Oh shit. That's for other people, not me.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. We were playing this game earlier with Molt there, and well, no, I should say I was. Invites his two friends that, well, the one joined, right? And we're sitting there playing this one game. We just land. We're all sitting there conversating. We didn't hear any other people with us. And all you see is one go down, two go down, three go down. I'm the only one fucking up. So I start to move to the right. Molt says, he's right there, shoot, shoot, shoot. Well, I go to fucking turn around, right? And I'm getting tased 3 times back to forth. And after I get
Sounds about right.
I get punched to my death. Now,
Were these
I
your
can't
teammates?
defend myself. No.
Oh shit.
I couldn't defend myself because, you know, all I had was a hatchet. So after I was done getting tased, I tried to get away from the punching, and I ended up able to have one. I didn't get a knock. I got bullied.
Damn.
Yeah, it's tragic.
Freaking bullies,
Yeah.
man. It's a hard knock life for us.
I got a question for your wife there. What's she teaching tomorrow in class?
Special education type shit. You know.
Oh, tell her sorry I didn't make
Ow!
this class. I was a little late, but
I got a ring going on in my ear right now, and I can't get rid of it. I can't hear you, Luce.
oh, that's my fault.
No, no, no.
think.
That's not your fault. No. That is not your fault, Luce.
Oh, okay.
Where's these stun fucking grenades at?
This is not me this time.
I flashbanged his ass.
Just wait, just wait. I got 3 big ass triangles that are ready to fall from the sky.
Oh, don't drop those on me.
You know?
Oh, hold on. There's a gun chance. They're in this fucking thing.
Yeah, one guy went over there. I don't know if he had more than that with him, but...
I saw 2
Eyes on
land
him
at that
for it?
casino thingy, or that pinky thing.
We got eyes on him.
Oh shit!
Someone from over here is getting a fucking hit on yous.
I'm coming, don't worry. My slow asses. Coming up the rear.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we need guys to watch the roof, because we got bottom.
Ooh, I just took a shot.
God damn! Well, there's one down in that bottom window I keep getting tagged by.
Alright, what kind of cool shit do I got to throw? Oh, no. What the fuck? Son of a bitch.
Good throw, private.
He's
Just a little bit more aim on that one.
I don't see it.
Oh, top. Top right.
Yeah, I just saw him running around up there.
Ah, I got eyes on the little prick.
Ooh, he's got eyes on me too.
Come here, come
I'm
here, come
gonna-
here. A little bit to... Yeah, just a
Do
little bit more.
we want to deploy the emergency pick?
Trying to get a fucking look on this guy as well. Yeah, deploy that. These guys are gonna have to come to us. They have no other way.
Jay says to shoot him an invite when we're done with the game. He'll jump in. Fuck you, son of a
Also
bitch.
gonna initiate ranks after this. Feel it's suitable. Been here for a while. Gonna give you some ranks. Take away that fucking crazy. Anybody else got a look on him now?
I got eyes on him. See you later, suckers. Wow, I hooked up just in time. Loose! Loose! Loose!
Wait, where's...
Oh
What's he doing back there?
Loose! Alright, it is alright. Don't worry about me.
Loose!
I have wings for a reason.
car behind you if you go back to the road.
Grove City.
Hey, what are those weird looking things on the map?
EMP zone.
Oh, those are EMPs. So don't go there? No. Especially if we have a red dot or anything like that.
The car.
Oh, okay. Or, yeah, a car.
Oh, they're mad. They're mad.
Whee! Did they shoot at you?
Yeah.
We're posted up at the stadium.
Actually, let's do this.
Oh, we got guys here. First building. He's running. Oh, we got a guy underneath here too. Shit. Straight ahead of us.
Guy in green ping.
I think this
He ran underneath that umbrella. Oh, now he's going back to your building. Across the street. You're yellow. Next to you. Shit.
Fuck.
How? Oh my god, bitch.
Fuck.
Shit.
Oh, there's another one. Shit.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have gotten down.
Ah, fuck, man. Yield.
JF.
Ha!
Shit. Damn, just two of us. Blue. Buzz. Ay.
Thing I got.
Dude just freaking laying the hammer down up there.
I'm pretty fucked.
Okay, now he legit just laid the hammer down.
That be it, dude. Oh, there's somebody else running into him.
You got someone else underneath you.
Oh, okay, he's gonna try to get him though. Where's he at? Oh,
Throw a grenade in there.
I don't have one. Smoke. Could've sworn I heard it. Hey, Blue, you coming?
No, I heard footsteps.
Damn, Blue's far. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
No, he just threw something, yeah.
And
Oh,
easy.
jeez.
He knew where I was gonna land apparently.
Oh, I gotta survive. No.
Have a good one.
Nope.
I don't need to stay with them. They're hanging out with somebody else after this anyway. You know what I mean? They already said, hey, we're sending so-and-so an invite. So let them do that. I gotta go. Not trying to watch homeboy do whatever he's doing. Sorry. I don't know him like that. Don't care to know him like that. Is that weird? And that's when you get no golds. I've gotten 1 gold in like how many rolls? 6 rolls. A little fucking stupid, actually. I don't have enough to do another 10 roll on it. A little fucking stupid. Now do you see why it costs so much to level shit up in this game? That's $100 so far tonight, just right now, just on this little bit. Like, I don't even know why kids play this game. Just to piss people off and team kill them. Apparently. Because it's definitely not a game that's kids can afford to get upgrades on. It's just not. Man, it's so much more. They're not giving me any fucking gold. That's crazy, dude. Actually, they give me 1 gold out of all that. I feel like they're giving me less gold as time goes on because they're like, yeah, we got him now. Damn, not even with those. Like, they're not giving me gold for shit. Straight slap in the face. On a regular with this shit now. Damn it, man. I got 3 of those already. I don't want those. Don't you get it, game? It gives you the things you don't want. Is that how this works? Is that what this is? Am I working for the things I don't want? Like a scam. What? Sweet landing? Where did I land, dude? My feet are hot. I thought my feet were strong. Oh, my feet are hot.
My feet are strong.
That's it. We're together in this then. Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
Come on, Teddy! Come on, Teddy!
No, is it me you're looking for?
You're right.
Lionel, hey you.
I've been alone with you inside my mind. And in my dreams I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you pass outside my door.
Gotta call. Get it out. Get it out. Get it out. Get it out. Hello. This is me you're looking for. It was meant to play tonight. Did I even say, hey, you should play this song when she's there? Was this not the song? Or was it? Or was it Songbird? Kenny G. It might have been Kenny G. I said that too. They're both on my like the list though.
Sunlight in your hair and tell you time and time again how much I care. Sometimes I feel my heart will.
Did both of them play? If they did, then aliens are involved.
Hello. I've just got to let you know, 'cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely, or is someone
The aliens are there. I have a connection to the aliens.
Tell me how to win your heart, for I haven't got
Oh, I believe that.
but let me start by saying
I love you.
is it me you're looking for? 'Cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely? Is someone loving you? Tell me how to win your heart, for I haven't got a clue. But let me start by saying I love you.
Boy, he licking on that pussy. For that one, you better. If you love me, you better lick it. If you love me, you better lick my pussy. You said you love me. Lick it. Lick it. It's actually a tranny demon. It's actually a tranny demon who's acting like a female inside of a female. Ew. Ooh, he thinks of it as his penis. That's what he thinks it matters. Do you see me running my ass off over here? I'm the best. I am the best fucking runner on our team. Do you see me? I'm going to the track. I'm gonna go run at the track even. Dang, y'all are some slow running ass motherfuckers. Look at me go. Look at me go, pump, pump. Look at me go, pump, pump. Look at me go, pump, pump. Look at me go, pump, pump.
Why are you going to the track by yourself?
Because I am a
Nobody gives
rooster.
a fuck on three.
Illusion.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, let's hear you not being able to sing real fast. Let's go. Oh, that didn't happen because you really can't. A rapper wannabe. Another rapper wannabe. What?
Oh, that was some racist ass shit right there.
Wait.
This
How?
guy over here.
How's that racist?
Another rapper wannabe?
How's that
You're talking about
racist?
another rapper.
You're a rapper wannabe too. Does that make it racist? Eminem's a rapper. They're white rappers. How's that racist, you fucking idiot?
What does rapper wannabe mean then? You explain it. Explain your joke.
I don't need to explain it to you, dude.
No.
I don't need to explain it to you, dude.
No. Explain it then.
Because of how he said it, it sounded like he was trying to be a rapper, you fucking dumb shit. Like he was trying to rap with it. If you couldn't hear it, you're fucking deaf. Fuck you. You're a fucking dumbass white boy, Democrat, Biden voting piece of shit. Why don't you keep voting for the dumb motherfuckers? You'll see what happens to our country. How is that racist? Now that's racist. Saying you're dumb for voting for Biden. That's racist now. You're so stupid, dude. You're one of them, motherfuckers. You're one of them. You're the problem. You're part of the problem in our country. Because you think everything's racist, you're a fucking Karen, you're sensitive as fuck, you can't shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Fucking pussy. Both y'all pussies. If you side with him, you pussy too. I wasn't even beefing with you a minute ago, but now the black dude, I can tell you're black now, but now you sound like you're side with him all of a sudden, so for some fucking odd reason. Alright then.
What?
Yeah, you hear me? You voted for Biden, probably. If you even voted, probably not. Because you got the small dick syndrome.
Oh my god, this dude is he drunk?
I need you to look at your dick right now and tell me it ain't small, because if you do, you're lying.
What is your problem, dude?
I don't have a problem. I'm finding the small dick people. It's my job right now. I'm being hired by Google. That's what I do on here. You know, it's my job.
Turn around.
And you got the small dick. I can tell. I can hear it in your voice.
Got you.
Got you. No, I got you. You're part of my list right now. You're checked. You're checked. One of the small dicks. Got you. I got you. What do you mean? You didn't get me. I got you. You're the one. Dick I got. You're the one on the list. One more small dicker. And green. Not two more small dickers. Sorry. Wait, blue? Blue is a small dicker too. He's just gone already. 3 more small dickers. Holy shit. You know, my quota has been met, and now I'm gonna get a bonus. It's pretty sweet.
Bitch.
I think one of them died that was talking shit. He died and left. I'm still running, baby. What color am I? Oh my gosh, I thought it was orange earlier. Orange was the one that was running away from all of us first. But me. I am the furthest from the circle. Orange and green are actually together. You guys bunt hubbing each other in there or what? You like it? Rubbing each other and shit? You and orange. No, you and green, I should say. Rubbing each other.
Bro, aren't you like 40?
It doesn't matter how old I am. You're younger than me and you're rubbing on him.
Immature.
Doesn't matter what immature. What's immature, dude?
Who said I was younger than you?
What's immature? Anyway.
Who said I was younger than you though?
Are you acting like it?
Al, you the one talking about butt batty fucking back. Shut up.
You shut up, bitch.
Shit. Damn.
Biden, but you
Duck
definitely
ass
voted for
welcome to
Biden
country.
too, you fucking sorry sack of shit. You ruined our country.
Oh
Fuck
my
you.
gosh, shut up.
If you even
Shut
voted.
up.
You
You
probably
don't
didn't.
fucking know
Fuck
me.
you. Yeah, I
Shut
do
up.
know you. I can tell by your
What?
accent.
What?
You're black. You voted for Biden. That's how it
I voted
works.
for Biden
Yes,
'cause I'm
you.
black.
Yes,
I voted for Biden
exactly.
'cause I'm black.
That's
You
it.
couldn't be any
That's
more
it.
clueless.
90% of the black people I know are Democrat or voted for Biden. Yes, so that's
Where
it.
do you live? Where do you live?
Doesn't matter where I live. This is the country I'm
Yeah, it
talking
does.
about. No,
Yes,
it doesn't.
fucking
I
does.
look into where
Do you
dude.
know how
I
the
watch
vote
politics all
works? Do you
fucking
know
day.
how it
I
works?
watch politics all
Do you
day.
know how
I
it
know how it
works?
works because that's what you vote for.
You don't know.
That's what
shit.
you vote.
Shut
Yes,
up,
I do,
you
because I watch
dumbass.
the Senate, I watch
How
the
do you know who
Congress. I
voted
see
for,
what
bro?
I see
How
what
do
is
you know
voted
who I
for.
voted
Because the
for?
only black representatives in Congress and Senate are
sound
Democrats,
so
except for
stupid.
one Republican. One
You
Republican
sound
black
so
person. The
dumb.
rest of them are
You
Democrat.
sound
There's
so
only one
dumb.
non-Democrat congressman or senator, dude. Only one that I know of. Do you know of more than one?
First of all,
There's so few of them. You
Second of all,
motherfuckers.
hold on, second of all,
Yeah.
I make 200,000 a year.
I don't
Why
know
the
you
fuck
don't.
would
You
I
don't
vote
make
for
shit.
Biden?
You're a fucking loser. Fuck you.
You don't
I'll
know
make
me,
200,000 a
You sit there in your
year.
little fucking trailer and
My
do the shit you
trailer.
do.
I live
You
in
do
Long Beach,
that,
California. Come see me, dude. I'm not in a trailer.
Oh, you're a fucking Cali dude.
I
You
grew
was
up in
dumber
Memphis,
than I
Tennessee, though, where more black people are than you probably live, motherfucker. For 20 years, I lived in Memphis, Tennessee. You should know about that.
He's right here. What did it know?
Cali people. I love it when they do that. I love it when they just assume because I live in California, I ain't never lived anywhere else. Oh, you're one of them California guys. I've lived in more states than they've traveled, probably. I'm sorry. Unfortunate. Oh man. For sure. I don't want to go that way anymore. This way's better. Something didn't feel right. I can't tell if that's a squad or not. I say to get in a circle at this point. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. My whole team is dead. It's up to me to bring this shit home. Oh, I'm doing it, dude. I'm doing it. I'm here. I'm in the zone. Where's the people at? Why is this one the best? Where is everybody? Doobie 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 doo. Why am I so often the last one alive on my team? I'm starting to think it's because I'm better than them, you know what I mean? I don't want to get a big head though. Because they all seem to think I'm not, so I must not be. It must be better than me. It must be better than me. I don't think so though, actually. Fuck that. Fuck that idea. My car at? Are you looking here? Wait a second. Alright, let's go. What? Flip? Oh, it doesn't flip the same? Fuck, I need some ammo. I'm so thirsty right now. Oh, I gotta get in the zone. I thought I was in the zone, and that was the out of the zone area. Those dudes should have some shit on them too then. Oh shit. Why did it have me flipped around? Oh my god, now I don't know where he is. Bitch. Where is this fucking guy? Oh, there he is. behind me? Oh, he was behind me? Damn, I wasn't thinking anybody was in the zone back there, dude. Really? Yup, he's behind me. I was right at the rock too, man. I was so close to getting there. Wasn't thinking about there being anybody because it was already phase 4. Wow. What you doing back there, man? How is he still back there even? There's gotta be one gold in here, right? 1 out of 3. I've done so many. Nope. Nope. Not 1 out of 3. Out of 4? No. 1 out of 5. Nope. Let's go. Horrible. Or land on its wheels. The soft in the 60s, it does kinda. It's supposed to be a Hyundai though. I look at the Hyundai does it. Spent 7 years in Oakland. Oakland, yeah. Oakland is pretty rough. Rough city, man. I wouldn't want to live there. Worse than Long Beach. Definitely worse than Long Beach. I need some more water. What are you gonna eat? What are you doing? Got 15 minutes, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. He doesn't know what to eat. endoscopic endoscopy. Endoscopy. It's the inside of the fig. Dude, there are already people down there. What the fuck? This is a great idea. Our team's dead already. Wow. That's one way to die. Fig Newtons. Why do people eat Fig Newtons instead of just eating pigs? Hmm? What do you think? What do you think? Is it because Fig Newtons don't look like ball sacks? It might be. People don't like eating foods that look like ball sacks. Oh, for the people. That was for the people, though. I figured everybody knew that already. Because I know what it does for the people. I'm just trying to get back, you know? I'm trying to be a philanthropist. With my burps. I know everybody doesn't have the time that I do, you know, to do this for the people. You gotta save them. You gotta know when to save them, you know. You gotta build them up. Oh shit. Alright. Where'd he go? Where the hell did that guy go? Oh, he's way back there. Fuck. Huh? Ballsack fruit. Mom! I think their fruit's on him. Stop! Go away. Asshole. Or not, you're in trouble. I don't have a bag, bro. I need a bag. What the hell am I picking up, dude? I guess it's time to go in zone now. Do 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 do. You should post it for everybody to see, Ted, on the chat of Discord. Did you put it there? Baby. Does she think she would care that we're all looking at her? That's what I'd be doing when I look at it. Just see what you. I think that's what people do. So everybody does. I'm pretty sure that's what most people do, dude. I don't know for sure. But dude, now we can't all do that. Dang it, Ted. How are we supposed to all do that now? Together. What? Oh, we got. Shit, he got down too. Game over. Oh, she wouldn't? Probably. In the opposite direction right now.